All right. Hello, everybody. We are live. Let's see if I can just put this on me alone. There we go. Got it set up. So I thought it would be really cool if basically I could firstly set a challenge for myself. So lately I feel like I've been like watching a little bit too much television. And so I'm going to completely cut out television and other things in my life, maybe like some forms of social media as well, and just focus on building these Quasarcast videos. Because let me just give you an idea of what I've been working on here. Uh, Let me just bring that up so that you can see it. Oh, wrong one. Still getting the hang of this. Yeah, so these are the Quasar videos that I've been working on. And currently, I think I'm up to about, here we go. I just finished doing the menu one yesterday. So I've finished doing component videos for all of these. Um, and I feel like I've been doing like a lot of video work, but it's still just taking way too long. I really want to get this stuff out so I can start focusing on other things. And so my plan today is to get all of these components done. And that should be 10 if I counted that correctly. There we go, 10. My plan today is trying to get all of these components done in one session. I might switch some of these, like the editor one, with other ones, because the editor, for example, is going to take a long time to figure out. And this is just a chance for you guys to see my process if you like. Some of it's probably going to be a little bit boring, but I thought it'd be really cool to just sort of follow along with me as I go. And so that's what we're going to be doing. And I'm going to be using this cool like YouTube Pomodoro thing that I found online to sort of force myself to take breaks and do all that kind of thing as well. And so that's going to be like the first 4 hours. It's probably going to take me more than 4 hours to get all of this done. But yeah, I think I'm just about ready to go. So let me throw this onto my other screen. I'm going to have to do a little bit of juggling here with what goes on what screen. And let's bring this back into maximize and we can go ahead and get started. So I'll start by jumping that out of full screen. And the first thing I'm going to do is preparation. So I'll show you how I do my preparation for these videos. And I'm going to start this, play, and we're ready to go. All right, so let's throw that on the bottom screen. The first thing I do is I go through the docs and try and find everything as quickly as possible. So I go to quasar.dev, and then for each of these components, I've also got a markdown file. So let me go ahead and bring that up. Open with other application, Typora. You know what? I really should just share my face as well. Let's make this a really honest screencast and show you my face as well while I'm doing it. There we go. Hopefully that's going to come through clear enough for you. So here we go. Here's my my markdown file that I use for all of my note taking. And then basically I comb through the docs and try and get it all down as quickly as possible. So what am I working on first? I've already forgotten that. Here we go. So we're doing the markup table first. This shouldn't take too long. Because a markup table is just like the QTable component, except it's just like a wrapper that gives you styling. So let's go to the first example, and I'm just going to reflex and accurate. Having a table head and table body to wrap the header and table body. Okay, this is required. Will not work. Okay, that's not important for me to mention. So then I have a look at this. So I need to point out that we need to have the table head. So we'll say here need, and how is it put in there? T head. T dash head. And we'll say a description at the top here. It's basically like QTable, but okay. Let's just say it's a simple wrapper around a table to add material design to it, something like that. That'll do. I just need something to kind of cue me on what to say there. And by the way, a quick tip, I try to keep my notes as basic as possible, because I don't want to be thinking about notes while I'm doing a recording. I want to look at it and think, okay, that's what's next. I usually take a pause because I do a lot of heavy editing in my videos. And then I'll do a pause, look at the note and be like, cool, I know what to do next. But you'll see a lot of that later on. We'll never get through this if I talk about everything. So we need a T head and we need a T body. Need T head, need T body. And then it's just got table rows. So it's not quasar TR, it's just TRs and TDs. So I'll add in here TR, TD. Cool. Man, I don't think I've ever made a basic table component in my life. So that's the first example that I'll do. Just doing table row and table body. So let's open this up and Quasar dev in this environment. I'll have a quick play with this to see if I can get it working. So we'll just give that a second to load, jump back in here. What else? Okay, so they've got separators as well. I'll quickly run over those. Inline, what does inline mean there? Oh no, this is just for the options group. Sweet, so that's up and running. We can close this one out, whack that over on that side. And I need to have a play with this because I've never actually used this component before. I've used just about every component that Quasar has to offer except this one. Q dash table dash, was it markup from memory? Q markup table. All right, so let's do that. Q dash markup dash table. There we go. And so from memory, I'm going to try and do this from memory. We had a T head for the table head, and then we have table row and then table data. Is that what it is? Yeah, table row and table data. They've got classes here as well. So that's just for aligning the text. That'll be fine. And then we can say here like heading 1, or maybe that could be like an ID. And then we could have in there like name and email. So let's do a really basic example like that. Name, email. Let's save that and see what we get. All right, cool. All right, that works really well. So then after that, we're going to want the table body as well. So I might even just steal from this. And then we'll say T body, I believe is what it is. And let's just check this, an ID of 1, and then a name of Luke. I'll do my full name, Luke Diebold. Oh, let's get rid of this register button at the bottom of the page so this doesn't annoy you guys anymore. I might throw it up later on, in and out. And then email would be luke@ldiebold.com. Actually, let's use my Quasarcast one now. luke@quasarcast.com, now that I've got that email. And then we'll just show them with an extra row as well. So then we'll do a copy paste down there. And then my girlfriend, Shannon Higginson, I like to keep it personal. And then not-telling at hotmail.com. Cool. So that's all we had to do is set to set that up. So I like to do something like here saying maybe basic example, and then I'll quickly give myself a cue here. So let's just cut that so that I remember what to put in for those. So we got a T head. It's not dash head. It's just T head and T body. And I can get rid of the word need because that's now obvious to me. And I think I'll remember to put that in. Once again, I'm keeping this as simple as I can for myself. And these are nested within that. So now that'll be really obvious for me to know what to do here. All right, so what else? Next, we've got the separator. And what options do we have for the separator? We've got horizontal, vertical, and cell. So let's do that in the notes. I'm just going to assume that's going to work. Horizontal, vertical, cell. We'll come in here and say separator. Honestly, I don't even need those headings. It's already obvious to me. We've got dark mode as well. So that's if you put like a background on there of a different color. So let's say just here, dark mode. And I like to have a color in mind, and I try to like explore different colors here. So let's say green dash 9, something like that. Oh, that'd be really ugly. How about maybe just black? Yeah, so people know that they can do just black. And let me just quickly test that to see if that works, but I'm pretty sure it will. So we'll come in here, we'll scroll up, and we'll give this a here, class is equal to background dash black to see if that works. And then just let them know that if you've got a dark background, you can put the word dark in there for dark mode, and that'll work. Cool, and let's just try that other stuff. Separator quickly. One of them was cell. Yeah, that all works fine. Vertical. It actually doesn't work fine. That should probably show up there as well underneath here. Let's see if it works without dark there. Save it. Vertical, let's do cell. Yeah, okay, weird. Maybe that's intentional in terms of the design. Let's see what they've got here and see if it worked for them. So why is that working for them and not for me? What have I done wrong here? So we've got table head, table row, and then T body. T head. Oh, it's table header. So I've got to make sure that these are THs. All right, so make sure I don't forget that. And to make sure I don't forget that, I'll put in parentheses here, TH, and then make that bold. So that should remind me to make sure I do that properly. And is that actually going to fix my problem though? Yes, it looks like it has. So that needs to be using TH or it's not going to work properly in terms of that bottom line there. Anything else? Scrolling down. Dark mode, we already covered that. Customization. All right, this is probably going to be using slots. No, I think it's just showing you that you can put other stuff in there. So what have they done here? They put a table row there in and then another table row. So I could just tell them, hey, if you want to have something else on the top here. Oh, that looks really gross. Not the best example. And then that's it. Hover effect on some of the rows. Okay, that's not relevant. It's not relevant enough. So basically, we want people to know that they can say, oh, we've also got flat and bordered here. So let's add that in as well. We might add that sort of in, make this sort of a style section. We'll say flat, we'll say bordered, and optimization. I do like the idea of using like a col span here. I think you could say col span 100% if you want to add something into the top. All right, so I'll do an example like this. I want to make it the simplest. Whoa, what happened? Everything just closed. Oh no. There's a bad sign. All right, let's throw this back up here. I'm hoping my computer isn't just running out of resources. Crap. That's all right. We thought something like this might happen. CD Quasar components, and we were doing markup tables. Let's open that in code and try this again. Oh no, accidentally like changed screens or something. Control Shift, what is it? Control Alt down. Oh man. All right, so let's get out of that now. Control Alt up. So I must have accidentally like pushed some hotkey that made that happen. Okay, so anyway, what I was trying to do here is demonstrate that you can have another table row. So let's come up here and say table row, and then I believe you can do like something like this, table header, and give it a col span equal to 100%, meaning it's going to take up the full width there, save it. And there we go. Looks like that works. So if you want to have like an image on the top, you could do that and then use a q-image component and then put in there a source equal to something like, what is it? I believe it is picsum.photos / and then maybe something like 100 by 200. Is that a good size? No, that's a horrible size. Let's try a width of maybe just like 80 and then a height of something smaller, 60 or like 50. We want something that's kind of like banner-like, so maybe 200 here and then 50 there. Yeah, there we go. That's the example that I'll use. So let me just copy that. Sometimes I'll just throw a code snippet into my notes, and then I'll come down here and say, customize. We're almost ready to record. We'll have the first one done. And that's going to be view, and then I'll just whack that in there. I think that's it. So then after I've basically gone through everything in the docs, I then scroll back up to the top here and then have a look and see if there's anything else that I want to add in. Wrapped text within table cells. That probably is something worth mentioning. So let's copy that. And I'll probably do that before I do the customization part. So let's do here wrap cells. And I just want to have a play around with that because I don't entirely know how that works. Man, this is hard to do with when I don't have my extra screens available to me. That's all right. We'll be fine. So what do they call it? It's called wrap cells. I think what they're saying there is that I have extra text in here. It's going to wrap. Luke Diebold is a coder who likes to code. Save. Okay, that's just going to make that wider. So how about we do this? Let's set a maximum width here. Style is equal to max width. And then let's say 200 pixels. And then that's going to wrap. So let's change that to maybe like 400 pixels. Yeah. And now if I get rid of that, will that stop it from wrapping? Yes. Cool. Okay. So we need to show them that you can use wrap cells. In order to do that, I will use that code. And so let's come up here and then say 1, 2, 3. That's view code. No formatting there, but that's totally fine. What else have we got here? Separator, wrap cells, I've covered that. Styling, we got dense. Okay, I definitely want to show that as well. So let's come up here and say dense, just to check that's going to work. Save it. And it does work. We might actually show that before the other stuff. Yep. So let's grab dense there and show it. When will we do dense? Bordered. This is kind of more styling related stuff. So I'll do that here. Flat dense. Yeah, this is all styling stuff. What else have we got here? Dark, I covered. Flat. Bordered. Did we cover bordered and square? Flat, bordered, yes, but not square. Let's save that. And we're almost ready to start recording. Done. Content all done. Slots done. All right, I'm ready to start recording. So I'm going to close out of that. I'm going to throw this onto my bottom screen. And then I bring everything back to normal. Doing a big control undo. And then I just put a comment in here so that everything works. And then once I'm ready, I'll zoom in a little bit more there. I'll open up my terminal and I use this tool called unclutter. So if I say unclutter idle 0.4 seconds and then add and there, that means if my mouse is still for 0.4 seconds, it will disappear. This is super helpful for editing because it means I don't end up with a jittery mouse all over the place. All right, so looks like everything's ready and running. I'm about to hit record. So if anybody asks comments, I will not be able to answer any of your questions because I'm going to be in recording mode now. So here we go. This is me recording a video for Quasarcast. All right, so I've just hit record. Usually I'll just chill for a bit, take a deep breath, sort of psych myself up, and then I'll put my mic in such a position that I can't hear myself breathing out. There we go. So it looks like I can breathe out without it recording that too much. And we're ready to get started. Need a good intro. Quasar has a markup table component, which is really insanely cool because for those simple scenarios where you don't need a data table that has a whole bunch of features, basically the markup table is going to add a material design feel to just a basic HTML table. I'll show you what I mean. So let's say we've got, for example, a table that's got, we can even add in here, table, and it's got a T head, so the head of the table, and then we've got a TH in there for the table head. And then we can put in here, for example, ID, and let's add a few more as well. ID, name, and email. So let's save that. Just a really basic table head, and it's got no styling, so it kind of looks crap to begin with. And then we can copy paste that down and start adding the table body. I might even add a comment here. Let's say body, and then instead of T head, we change that to T body. And then all of these aren't TH, they're now TD for table data. And the ID of this one will be 1. The name will be Luke Diebold. And let's use my email address, luke@quasarcast.com. Save it. And there we go. This is just a basic HTML table. And I might even do another copy down here. Oh, and if I grab all of that and Control-Shift-Enter, let's wrap it in a TR for table row. And I want to wrap this in a table row as well, just to make sure we're doing this properly. TR. Okay, there we go. Now we can copy paste this table row down just to show another piece of data. So let's give that an ID of 2 and change this to Shannon, which is my girlfriend. And then we can say not telling at hotmail.com because I'm not going to tell you her email address. Let's save that. And there we go. We've just got a basic HTML table. And what the markup table allows us to do is basically wrap this entire table here inside of a Q-markup-table component. And there we go. It instantly just turns it into a material design table. How cool is that? Another thing we can do now is add a little bit of styling to this. So let's add a separator here. Oh, not table head. We want to do it up here. Let's add a separator and set that equal to horizontal. Save it. And there we go. We've just got normal horizontal lines here. I don't think that actually changed anything from the default. We can say none here. So that removes all of those lines. We can also say cell, which is basically going to give us the lines for vertical and horizontal. And then, of course, we also have vertical as well. That's good to know. Let's just move it back to cell and see what else we can do. Often I'll take little breaks in moments like this just so I can sort of gather my thoughts and get ready for the next sort of sprint. We can also use dark mode here. So imagine, for example, we have a background equal to black. So save it. And now we've got a black background. And since our text is black, it just looks like a black square. It doesn't really work. So what we can do here is add dark to turn it into a dark mode table. And everything just works. You could even say background purple -9 or 8, for example, as a dark purple. And that's going to work as well. What else can we do? We can also make it flat. Save that. And basically that's going to remove the shadow around the edge there. And if it's flat, you could also add something like bordered, which adds a border onto the table so we can still see where the edges are. Another thing we can do is get rid of these curvy edges by adding square. Save that. And that just squares off the edges. It's a little bit hard to see, but that did in fact make these edges square. So you can sort of play around with adding that in and removing it to see the difference there. We can also make it dense. So by default, we get a little bit of padding in here. But if you have huge amounts of data, you might want to say dense in here. And that just makes the table a lot denser so you can show more stuff on the screen, especially if the user has to really scroll through all of this data. That can be particularly useful. What else can we do? Well, let's imagine this. If I get rid of dense there, let's bring us back to kind of a more normal example. And imagine we have a max width here equal to something like 400 pixels. All right, so just imagine we have less space to show this table. And then maybe my name here is Luke Diebold, is a coder who lives in Australia. And I might add in here with the kangaroos. Gosh, I don't even know how to spell kangaroos. What kind of a Australian am I? Let's just quickly check that. Kangaroos. There we go. Now, notice that the text is taking up the full width of this cell. And that's kind of a crappy experience because it means that I need to scroll right and left for this table. So what you can actually do here, if we come up to the markup table component, is add in wrap-cells. Save it, and there we go. Now it's going to wrap that content. This is particularly useful because it's kind of annoying how to figure out how to do that on your own. So I love that Quasar gives us that attribute that we can use, that property. One more thing I want to show you before we finish up this video, it really is quite a simple component, is that if you want to add a little bit extra to this table, you can still do that. So if we add a TR in here, another table row, we can add, for example, colspan, set that equal to 100%. So basically what we've done here is we've added a table row that takes up the entire width here. In fact, you might actually want to do that on a table head. So let's say table head. I think that's where you need to put it. So let's just put it there. Colspan 100%. There we go. That looks better. And it just means that you can put some more content up in the top here. I'll give you an example of that. Maybe you want to have an image at the top of your table. So you could say q-image. We'll use Quasar's image component here. And then we can set the source equal to something like https://picsum.photos. And we'll just grab a dummy picture. We'll just grab a dummy picture, and 200 by 50 is probably a good size for that. So let's save it. And there we go. We can very easily basically just throw a picture in the top there if we like. So that is the Q markup table. Hope you enjoyed this one as much as I enjoyed making it for you. See you in a future video. And there we go. That's the first video done. One down, many, many more to go. And that was a very easy one. So hopefully I can pick up the pace a little bit here. Let's close down that server. That's done. I can exit that. And now the next thing I do, I might actually just show you this, at least for the first time. This is usually showing on my left screen. Then I'll go to OBS because these are all of my videos, and I'll grab that top one because I know it's the latest, cut it, paste it into there, and that's ready for me to edit at a later date. So now I can come down to no SSR, open up the markdown file, close the other one. Oh, let's try that again. Open with Typora. That's what I use for my markdown. Whack that onto that screen, and now we're ready to get started on the next video. So I can now throw this over here. Now we'll cd into Quasar dash components, and then cd into what is this one called? No SSR. Open that in code. Close this bad boy down. American one here. Second to load. Everything's running a bit slow, I think, because I'm streaming and doing a whole bunch of other stuff. Hopefully the recording comes out okay. There we go. I can close everything in here. Get out of that. And open up Chrome. Oh, geez, my computer's really struggling here. Quasar.dev. Now we'll go to no SSR. Oh, I did the pull request for that. Yay, it's working. It's up and running. Let's see if that works. Yeah, if you're watching this, please do fill out this scaffolding survey because this is going to be a great help to the team. We're thinking about doing scaffolding related stuff with Quasar. It would be insanely helpful to get some of your feedback. So that'd be awesome if you can do that for us. All right, so there's the no SSR project. Let's throw that over there, open this up, and now we'll jump into no SSR and take a look at that component. I have very little experience with SSR, so hopefully this is going to be okay to do. So I think it literally just means only show that don't do this on SSR. It avoids rendering its content on the server and leaves that for the client only. Useful when you've got code that is not isomorphic and can only run on the client side in a browser. This is render content on the server side and it automatically removes it if it ends up running. You can also use it to render content only on server side and it automatically removes it if it ends up running on a client browser. I don't even know why you'd want to do that. This is going to be hard for me to explain, so this might take a little bit longer. Text display on server-side render unless using play. All right. See if I get more useful stuff here. This won't be rendered on server. All right, so that's a super basic example. So what I'm going to have to do here, I think, is I might actually run this server twice. Can I do this twice? Quasar dev -m SSR. All right, so this should give me an SSR version of the site. So I can basically do both at the same time when I'm doing this demonstration. This won't be rendered on the server. This won't either. Okay, so it's just saying we can use multiple nodes there. Multiple client nodes with... What's going on here? Okay, so now I need to basically pull that into here. SSR, you're the worst. Tag. All right, so I'm guessing no SSR is going to wrap it inside of a div. Let me just turn the heater off. It's getting a bit warm in here. Okay. So let's tell me what tag. Okay, so that part, I'm going to record this on here. Maybe I could throw it on that side. Yeah. So we want to demonstrate tag. So for example, let's do like div, and then let's just try with another one like an A tag. First thing I want to do is just a basic demo. So let's say basic demo, and then when I practice that might enter some more stuff for me to put in here. Oops. Multiple client node. Okay, so then we'll do multiple nodes. Placeholder property. This won't be rendered on server. This won't be rendered. Oh, cool. Okay, I see. Placeholder basically allows you to say, render this on the server. All right then. So placeholder, and this means only rendered on server. Can we do a slot there for that as well? Oh, there we go. That's the next thing. And then we can do here hashtag placeholder. That I'm going to know what that means. And what else have we got? Oops, I always click on that by accident. Copy the link. Multiple content in placeholder slot. So let's say show works with multiple content, only placeholder slot. And then we'll say here, I don't know why you would do that, but let's have a try with that as well. Only placeholder. Cool. So I might just leave it to the user to figure out why they would actually use this. This might be a really quick video, actually, if it is that simple. So let's throw that on the bottom screen and we'll do a practice run. We can whack this over here, and I will show this at the start and say, so at the top here, I've got a dev server running, and then the bottom dev server for an SPA running. And then on the bottom screen here, I've got a dev server for SSR. So let's close that out and do some demos here. The first one, so this one's the dev server, and then the second one here is SSR. All right, so then we'll go into index.view. Basically, I want to show here, first of all, multiple nodes. So let's say no-ss quasar no SSR, and I'll say here no do not show on SSR. Save, refresh the page here. So that works. If I refresh the page, okay, it looks like Luke does not understand this. Why would that show there? Let's try closing this and rethrowing the server. If anyone understands this, I'm getting some comments. Don't you think it would be a better experience to use less space in your editor and maybe a bigger font size? I've thought about this a lot. This is actually way less space than what I usually use. The reason I do it this way, that's showing up again. The reason I do it this way is because it focuses me in focuses me in on the code more, and it means I can just show the specific thing that I want to show. But I don't know. A few people have said this as well. Yeah. Okay, so I don't know. I will think about that. Let me just look at the next comment. Also, direct HTML. What about investing on the benefits of using Jade, Pug, reducing that? I'm definitely not going to use Jade and Pug simply for the reason that people don't know it. And this is a beginner series. And I've used it. I've used a little bit of Pug in the past. I personally don't like it yet, but that doesn't mean my mind won't be changed. Currently I get a little bit lost in kind of like the tabbing, but actually I am open to trying that out though, because I did like Stylus versus Sass, and I like that it used just tabbing. Then again, I think there's a version of Sass that you can just use tabs. But anyway, like attributes and general structures. So, love you, Joe, by the way. I've worked with Quasar about a year and is by far my favorite framework. Yeah, I love it too. It just blows my mind. But yeah, thank you for those questions. And for letting me know about that. This actually, and also I should do a series on Jade or Pug. Jade/Pug, because that's what they use in the Quasar docs. So it would be a good idea to sort of have a play around with those myself. Maybe even have a try with it in production. And VL Tetia says, hi. Hello, VL Tetia. Thank you for joining us. All right, so I think I'm not actually ready to record this because first I need to understand no SSR better. See, this is the stuff that people don't see. They see my videos and they think, oh, Luke understands everything. And then I get a bunch of questions on Discord about stuff. And it's like, no, like I am doing this video now. I have to learn crap before I understand it. I have like zero SSR experience because I don't have to do server-side rendering stuff. And so I don't, because I find that it's just extra work for me. And I don't do SEO related stuff. And so it doesn't really relate to my day-to-day life. Hi, bye. Goodbye. See you later, VL Tetia. Nice to meet you. So Anyway, let's do a little bit more digging into this. If you understand this, by the way, if you want to like open this up, be proactive, figure out these SSR stuff, and like let me know what you figure out. So I think what might be happening is that it does actually render once it hits the front end. So this is rendering. So maybe a good example would this would be a Q image. So this is rendering on the front end, but not server side. How hard can be to migrate an SPA app to an SSR equivalent? Totally depends. If you are doing, honestly, for the most part, it's probably literally as simple as saying Quasar dev and then changing the mode to SSR, and everything will just work. But if you're doing some weird stuff, especially with like Vuex, and you're hitting a lot of SSR edge cases, then it is going to be harder for you to migrate. So it's one of those things where you just need to see, you just try it and see if everything just works. If it doesn't, then like have a look at the errors you're running into and sort of see why that's happening with you in terms of SSR. All right, so let me have a play around with this a little bit more. How can I demonstrate to the user that this is just rendering on SSR mode? Maybe we could have something that loads like a component here. Yeah, okay, I've got an idea. Let's say Quasar new component, and we'll say SSR test, and then we'll pull that in here. So let's say import SSR test. Did I do that right? Nope. From component slash SSR test, and then we'll use that components, whack that in there, and we'll use it up here. And my idea is, I'll tell you my idea in a second, is that we could do basically an on created or an on mounted, something like that. Jump in here and we'll say, instead of setup, or we could just pull in on mounted. No, let's keep it super simple. Let's say mounted. We'll do a console.log mounted here. So let's save it. Now, if I come back here and open up the console, refresh the page, mounted shows up there. Now, let's see if I refresh on this one. Hang on, I didn't expect that. I expected it to actually show up here. Let's try that again. Is there a way that we do SSR console logs? I don't even know, to be honest. Let's come back in here. Yeah, okay, so it looks like that. Maybe I can do, I don't know, can I pull out the SSR context? Let's do a little bit more digging here. SSR. Oh, and a way I can probably test this is, no, that's not going to work. Okay, this is going to take a little bit of thinking. Q no SSR. Did I name the component correctly? Let's try that. Oh, duh, I didn't even use it here. Q-no-SSR. Let's save that. Try this again. We still get the console log there. We come back here. And we still get the console log there as well. Okay, so it looks like that is not it. Given the test example, I would love to see some context regarding on how to do testing in Quasar. I know it includes support for testing, but both documentation examples are minimal. It's really interesting you bring this up because testing is literally just in the works now. And I think the beta for Quasar version 2 has only just been released by Callow. Callow is like an amazing contributor to the community, and he's part of the core team in Quasar. And he's just been up and running, sort of building stuff for this. So there will be a series on that. Unfortunately, it is very early days in its beta for Quasar version 2. As soon as testing reaches stable, then I can start thinking about doing videos and stuff for that. This is a very loaded topic, and I'm still digging into it myself. I have a bit of experience testing with Cypress, but not with things like Jest, so I still need to have a little bit of a play with that. But yeah, that's definitely a very interesting point. And it's something that's kind of further up in my priority list for videos to do after this series. All right, man, I keep getting distracted. These are good questions though. So let's do a search on SSR See what I can bring up. I don't want to look at the component. I want to look at Express. Oh, it's weird that I didn't get much of a search for that. So let's come into, maybe it's into the getting started section. No, I think it was. I think there's like a subsection in here. Man, where is it? Where's this SSR stuff? It seems something to do with the dev server. There's like a whole section on developing SSR applications. I know it. I've seen it before. So it wouldn't be there. Quasar CLI, that's where it would be. Developing SSR. Maybe SSR. Maybe we could use some middleware here. No, that's not going to help help us either. Okay, I've got an idea actually. What we could do is slow down the speed of the internet with a throttle and say Q-image here. We'll say the source of that image is equal to, I love this website, pixum.photos/800 by 600, like an image like that, for example. So notice, okay, so I'm getting the refresh on the screen there. So maybe we can do SSR versus no SSR comparison. So okay, let's try something like this. We'll have another image sitting right underneath here. And maybe that will automatically load. No, that's not going to work. No, that wouldn't work because SSR doesn't send you an image. So we need to do a request to something like TypeCode maybe. Let's go TypeCode, pull something from a backend here. Here we go. I think we can just hit that URL. That's going to give us some fake data. So what I could do here is say mounted. Oh, we don't have Axios. Crap. I should have used Axios. All right, that's all right. We can quickly install it here. I probably should show the user how to install it anyway at the start of the video. So let's say yarn add Axios. And whilst that's happening, I'll say Quasar boot. No, what is it? New boot, create boot. No, new boot. And we'll just call it Axios. Right, so it looks like that's installed and ready to go. Now we can open that Axios boot file and say here, import Axios from Axios, and then pretty sure, oh, there's a new way of doing this in the new Quasar. I don't need a sync there. Let's keep this like really simple. I think I can basically pull out of their app. Now we should be able to say app dot, I think it's global, no, config dot global properties. That's what it is. Dot Axios is equal to Axios. So let's see if that's going to work for me now. Oh gosh, this is turning out to be one of the harder videos. So let's console.log here, this dot Axios, save it. Take a look here, refresh the page. All right, we might need to use here $Axios. I'm going to come in here and say $Axios. That's what I've done wrong. Oh, and of course, we need to go to quasar.conf, open our boot section, and actually use that boot file. Need to be careful because I don't want these getting started videos to be super complicated. Then again, if you're watching an SSR component related video, you're getting a little bit deeper into this sort of thing anyway. What's going on there? Quasar.conf.js, JS Axios. Let's try running that again. And you again as well. Quasar dev. What didn't it like there? I'm missing a semicolon. All right, let's take a look at that. Where is this so-called missing semicolon? Oh no, seems to be working now. So I don't know what that was all about. All right, so let's throw that back over there. We did a console.log with Axios. Let's open that up. Okay, we are getting Axios now. So now we can say Axios dot $get, and we'll hit that endpoint. And then what I might do, okay, screw it. Let's just use the comp API here. Let's say setup, and then we're going to import ref. I want to have a loading spinner as well from view. So what I can do here is now say const loading is equal to, oh, by the way, I should check if how long have I got left? So I've got 6 minutes before I need to take a break. So let's see if we can smash this out. Loading is a ref that's equal to false by default. And then we can come in here and expose that. Say loading here. Actually, no, we want to set that to true by default. And then what we can do is say dot then response, and then loading is equal to loading dot value is equal to false here. Now, basically, we can model that up here. We're not using an image example anymore. We'll have a div with the content in there, but we can probably throw it directly inside of here. And so I'm hoping that basically no SSR means that this is going to happen on the front end. And then when we use a normal div, it's going to happen on the back end and we won't end up with that loading spinner. That's what I'm aiming for here. So let's say q-spinner, and let's set that equal to v-if loading. And we're going to need a size here equal to something like extra large because spinners tend to be quite small by default. Right. And then underneath that, let's have a pre-tag that basically spits out the data that we get from the response. And so then we can come in here and say const data is equal to a reference to an empty an array. And then when this is done, we can say data.value is equal to response.data. Right, give that a second to load, refresh the page to see if this works. Oh, we'll just do a dot catch here, error, return error. I think I can just do that. All right, fingers crossed this is going to work okay. It's still loading, so I'm guessing it is not working okay. Axios of undefined. Oh, we're using SSR, so I think I need to pull Axios out a different way. Ugh. Let's jump in here. Writing universal code. Has they got anything on Axios here? For example, boot files, data proof. Okay, I think we need to look at the way Quasar uses Axios. Maybe this would be a better way to do it. Oh, actually, no, let's, okay, hang on. I've totally lost the plot here. Okay, we don't have to do any of that Axios related boot stuff. We'll just say import Axios from Axios and then use it directly. That's a no-brainer. And of course, this doesn't exist yet because we're using the comp API Luki and Miniface. Let's try that because I think that should work both server side and client side. Refresh the page here. Okay, it's still not liking it. Let's just restart this server just in case that is going to fix the problem. Return the response here. Cross our fingers that this is going to work so I can move on to another component. This isn't the most exciting component, but I think it will be to people that want to be able to do kind of more advanced SSR related stuff. All right. Oh, I used $get. Whoops, my bad. That's helpful. Okay, so when I refresh the page here, I get nothing. And that's probably because we're using no SSR. But if I change it to div and save it, page, Come on, baby. Oh, I didn't even spit anything out here. Gosh, Luke. Come on, you got this. Save it. We need to expose the data on the template here. Okay, so that is working. Refresh the page just to check that's working again. Yup. And what I might do is we're not going to need this separate component anymore. So let's basically yank all of this out inside of, we'll yank out what's inside of setup. So let's cut that. Jump back into index.view. This is going to be much cleaner when I actually do the video. There we go. So now let's save that and we'll yank out of here ref because we're going to need it. We don't need the SSR test component anymore. We just need what is inside of here. So let's whack that in there and let's get rid of all of this class page related stuff so that it shows correctly. Delete that component. Close that. Now we got index open here. And now we need to import Axios from Axios. This is what it's like, guys and girls. Okay, so now we can test this. That's working client side. When I say no-SSQ, no SSR, what happens? Press the page. We get that spinner. And that's the part that I want to check here. So let's come across here and set a throttle here to slow 3G. Now if I refresh the page, I should get the spinner for a while. There's the spinner, it's fetching the data, and then the data shows up. So let's go back to no throttling, and then we'll change this to div, and hopefully this will work, and I've thought of this correctly. Now, if we change it to throttle again and refresh the page, it'll take a while to load, but bugger. It's still fetching that client side. Okay, that actually does make sense because we're using the setup here, and that's still going to happen. All right, my alarm's just gone off. I need to take a break. So let's throw that up there. We'll continue this in 10 minutes. Thanks for sticking along with me, guys. I'll see you in 10 minutes and we'll continue on this. I need to have a think about this. I think my brains just need some time. So it's good that this is forcing me to take a break. All right, talk to you all soon. And let's remove me. Okay. I figured whilst I'm taking a break, why not stream my break as well? So I just did a bit of skipping. I'm going to do a little bit. I'm now eating. What am I eating? Can I flip my camera? I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to go back in a minute. This is cool because I can see the timer and you guys can see what I do when I take a break. So basically, okay, there's no timer. I go outside, grab my skipping rope, and do some skipping. But I got to be back now. So that's an idea of what I do during my breaks, and for the other ones, moving forward, I'll start showing you guys. All right, going back to normal, Luke. We're back. Yeah, so as I just said then, I think I'm going to start recording myself taking breaks. I thought that'd be kind of cool. So you can see what I do. Usually just go for like a little wander around the block sometimes. Walk the puppies. I got 2 chihuahuas. Or yeah, just whatever. Oh no, not the weather. Oh, you still have sunlight. Here it's 23:35. Yeah, backstage. I think that's kind of I think it's a cool idea to do some backstage. It's fun. Okay, so got to get my head back into this. This is a difficult one for me to figure out. I kind of had a little bit of a think while I was away. What's this sync to video time? Look, there's a button down here called sync to video time. I'm going to press it. Oh, okay, it just syncs the playlist thing to what the video time is. Right, not really relevant. Oh, I've got to take a jumper off now. It's hot in here. All right, so I need to think this through. When I say Q-no-SSR, that means that this component itself is going to be rendered, whatever is inside of here will be rendered on the front end. Otherwise, it will be rendered on the back end. I think that's what it's saying. So how do I show them? How do I show the person watching this that that is the case? I'm honestly a little bit stumped by this. I don't know how. I don't really know how to demonstrate this. So if anybody has any ideas, please do let me know. Because I don't have any. No SSR. So I'm just going to start digging a little bit deeper. Rendered on the server. Okay, let me think about this. You got the server, you got the client. When I hit the endpoint, it goes to the server and it renders on the server what it can. And if it's got no SSR, it leaves it to the front end to render it. So maybe what I can do is check whether or not I'm in SSR. There must be some sort of utility that Quasar offers you to check whether or not you're in SSR mode. So let's maybe check out the Quasar utilities. It's probably going to be none of those. Or maybe like process environment. Maybe there's something to do. with the environment I can use to check this out. Environment related stuff. Um, SSR. You go down the page. I don't see where that is. No, that's not relevant. This is I'm talking about something else. So what else can we do? Maybe $Q gives us something. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it does. So let's just do a little bit of an explore into that and see if it's got anything that it can help us with. We'll say import use quasar from quasar. And then we can say, I think I can get rid of all of that. I'll just undo if I really need it, but I don't think I will. Even the return I might not need here. Let's say $const $q is equal to use quasar. That's how you use quasar with the comp API, by the way. And let's just do a log of $q. Might just comment that out for now. Maybe there's something in here I can use to basically check whether or not I'm in SSR mode. It's a little bit strict. Come back here and try it again. Right, doesn't like something here. Oh no, it's okay. So I am getting I am getting a console.log on the SSR side this time. So can I just do a console.log? Let's try that. Let's save this console.log, and we'll say, I don't know, logged. I just need to check that it's working for now. Comment that out. Maybe it's because I'm refreshing it. Maybe I need to close out of this, open a new tab. There we go. That was logged. Now, no SSR. So we want to do that for, okay, so we do want to use a test component here. All right, I think I might have an idea of how I can teach this now. Let's have to create that component again. So we'll say quasar, don't be lazy, Luke, quasar, new component. And we'll say SSR logger. That's probably a good name for it. That'll be indicative of what it's actually doing. And then we're going to throw that directly in here. SSR logger. I can come down here and import SSR logger from component /SSR logger. And then we can come in here and say components SSR logger. Now I should be able to use it. So let's control click this component. And see, I think the problem before is that I was refreshing the page and that wasn't actually triggering the log in the SSR. So I could be wrong about that though. So let's console.log logged here. Oh gosh, I'm starting to burp now because I've been drinking this. I got a soda stream the other day. It's wonderful. Okay, so that was logged on the front end. Now, if I copy this and paste it in here, that was also logged in the front end. Oh my God, what is going on? Am I using no SSR in index? No SSR. Oh, that's because I'm using no SSR. All right. Gosh, man, this is doing my head in. Okay, so now we just have a normal div. So this time it should be logged. If I open it in there, it gets logged on the back end and it gets logged on the front end. So maybe we can actually try this Axios thing again, because this would be a lot more indicative. Sorry, guys, I know I'm jumping around the place here, but I really do want to make sure I get the perfect example, or at least the best example possible for the person watching. All right, let's have a look at the failure this time. It's because I'm using Quasar there and undo enough. Let's try this again. I'm going to copy that link. I'm going to close this out. And we'll demonstrate it like by just pasting it directly in there. So since it's no SSR, we should be fetching that data and on the back end, and therefore the spinner should not show. So let's set, can I set a throttle before actually going to a page? So let's open up a new tab here, and we'll add a slow 3G throttle and then paste that in. Press enter. And we get the spinner. So because we've got no SSR. Now, if I get rid of that and save it, close this out, once again, open up the console. We're going to throttle it to 3G. This time, I should do that fetching on the back end, and so we should not get the spinner. But that's not the case, so I was wrong. It seems to fetch it twice, though. Okay, so let's try using Quasar's prefetch feature. Prefetch. So let's set that equal to true, and then try using prefetch to see if that changes our results here. So we'll go to SSR logger, and we'll do all of that work inside of SSR logger instead. Oh yeah, I think I know what's happening this time. So this is being, no, I don't know what's happening. That was a lie. So basically, I think I can do something similar like this inside of a prefetch. Let's try that. So I'll get rid of this, get rid of that. I'm just going to keep bouncing around here and trying things off until I hit what actually works. So we'll jump into the SSR logger, and then we'll change that to prefetch, is it? No, hang on. Let's paste that in there so I've got it somewhere. Come back here, pull in define component. Let's do it this way. I think this will then tell me if I've got prefetch. Server prefetch? I don't even know what that is. Prefetch. Or is it prefetch? Crap, I don't know. All right. A little bit of searching. Prefetch. So we set prefetch equal to true. I think they talk about SSR is available only server side. All right, that could be helpful. Where do we actually do the prefetch though? Is it turned? Yeah, okay, I know about that. All right. Okay, so this is all the stuff we'll have available to us. So let's come back over here and whack that in there. Now we've got a big list of things we have available to us. And we'll have a play here. I'll save it. Hang on here. I haven't displayed this properly. I need to close that off, I think. But there we go. So let's maybe we'll do a console.log here. Now let's just go straight in with the example. So I'll go back to that file that I had, copy that, paste it in here. Don't save. I don't know if I can use comp API stuff in here, but it doesn't matter because we don't really need it. We just want stuff available on the data property. So thinking out loud here. So what I can do now is say, okay, we'll do this. We'll say const data is equal to an empty array by default. And this is done. Data. Don't you like return it or something? You return the promise? I thought you could return the data when you're using prefetch though. All right, let's come back here. Anyway, the point is that doesn't really matter. So you know what? We can actually simplify this example. We can get rid of the then. We can get rid of the concept of a data. We can get rid of all of that. All I need to do is return this. And then basically that should say import Axios from Axios. That should prefetch that. Come over here. This. And take a look at what's going to happen here. Currently loading. We've not defined. Oh, okay. So now we're going to change that. Oh my gosh, so much back and forth here. Just bring us back to the SSR logger example. Go SSR test. We change that to SSR logger. And then we'll change that to SSR logger. Save it. And this is without SSR. So let's check the backend here. Am I hitting this endpoint? So if we look for that to-dos, we can actually put a filter in here to make it easy for the user. So if I look for to-dos that's not showing up there, oh, we kind of do want to display the data though. Oh man, I keep going back and forth on this. That's okay. But okay, let's just test if it works for now though. So that request is not showing up because it's happening on the server side. But if I come back here and wrap this in no SSR, oh gosh, I hope this works. Q-no-SSR. If I wrap that in no SSR and then refresh this page, I'm still not seeing that request. Let's do that, paste it in a new tab. Maybe I spelled prefetch wrong. No, I'm pretty sure I spelled that correctly. Actually, I still get the last part of it is to-dos. Let's see if it's in there somewhere. I'm not seeing it, so let's take a look at the dev server. What have I done wrong here? Let's try console.log just to see what's happening there. Console.log, prefetch. I mean, this might be one of those things where I just need to restart the server. Page. I get nothing there, and I get nothing there. It looks like this prefetch thing isn't actually working. So I might need to restart the server. Prefetch that's set to true. All right, so let's do that. Close this down, start him up again. Oh gosh, haven't even gotten through video 2. It's all right, I'm still feeling confident. This is a particularly hard one. Some of them are a lot easier. I should have chosen these videos more wisely. Network. All right, let's try this again. I'm getting no console.log at all. All right, let's do some more digging. I feel like I've used prefetch in the past and got it working. So what's different here? Custom static function called prefetch on all before the components are set. It doesn't have access to this. Okay, am I trying to do any this related stuff? No. Man, if anyone's got an idea of what's going wrong here, please do let me know. Maybe I didn't save things. I'm sure I did though. Try this again. A component. SSR logger, that's the name of the component. So let's add in here something else. That's changing. Honestly, it's just looking like this prefetch feature is blatantly not working. Let's try copying that and then doing it in a new tab. Oh, bugger. Turning out to be quite the annoying component to do a video for. Oh, well, if everything went right, this wouldn't be an honest representation of what it's like for me building this stuff. So there you go. Hmm. Before the components are instantiated. All right, so maybe this isn't going to be the best way to demonstrate this. Let's just try export default. Maybe it's because I'm wrapping it, but that makes no sense to me that this would change anything. Prefetch. Oh, wait. Change the wrong one. Export default. Object. Prefetch. Is that a direct child? Yeah, why wouldn't it be? Let's just check again anyway. Yeah, prefetch is direct child of export default. All right, so let's come back here and just try it again. What am I doing? That now, otherwise it's going to whinge at me. Save and save. And now let's open this up. And I'm not getting that console log. Oh, okay. Let's try something else. What else can I try here? No SSR. So that means I really do. Okay, what I don't understand is if I've got, maybe it's because it's caching the response. Shit, I think that's it. Oh, I bet you that is it. Okay, setup. Gosh, this might be it. Please be it. And then I could open a incognito to basically check this. So we'll put in here no SSR. Well, I don't know. Let's just say logged from. Save it. Get rid of that. Save it. So that's logged from the client side. Refresh. Log from the client side. Refresh. It's gonna get. Let's open an incognito window. Did that work? Where is it? There you are. Okay. So that makes sense. Now, if I wrap this in a div, it should be logged from on the SSR side. So let's copy that, Control-Shift-N again. It was logged from the SSR side, and it was logged from here because I think it's still going to run setup again. Let's refresh this. All right, so at least I can show here. Let's try refreshing it on this side. Oh, bugger, now I can't tell because it's gone down too many times. How about this? Yeah, so that's logging on SSR. But if I put in here, no SSR, I feel like I tried this before. Why is it working now? Now it will not log on that server, but it will log on the front end. Okay, that is the simplest of examples. So let's see now. So the reason this didn't work last time is because I put it on the index component, which was a huge mistake because it meant that was going to get logged whether or not it was sitting inside a component or not. So really the answer to this was so simple all along. think I'm ready to start demonstrating this now. Have a sip of this. But what about the other examples though? How am I going to explain them? Okay, so there's multiple nodes as well. I just need to show that you can have multiple nodes in here by saying something like this, something else. Oh, whoops. We'll change that to like something. And then something else. So that's just showing you can use multiple nodes. The other thing is the fact that you can change the tag. So I can basically come in here and show them like this. And I have to zoom in a bit there. I really should have done this before actually for the other video. Notice that this is wrapped in a div. I will say something like that. Notice that but then you can do something like this. If you want it to be like a header, you could change that to, head. Is it head or header? Doesn't matter. Let's just change it to an A tag. Let's just say that was a link. You could change that to an A tag. Now we click on here. There we go. Now that's going to be wrapped inside of an A tag. If that was a link that you're using there. All right, that'll be easy to explain. Placeholder that is only rendered on the server. How do we show that? Oh my gosh, I don't know how I'm going to demonstrate that. Placeholder, server only. Actually, I can show that. I know how I can show that. So we got something and something else, but if I say Control U to look at the source code here, notice if we come across here, oh, no, it's not working. Oh yeah, if we change this to a div and save it, and oh no, it's because I put the placeholder in the wrong spot. All right, come on, Luke. This. The server only there. So now server only does not show up, but if we look at the source here, still doesn't show up. Let's think of why that might be happening. Oh, we saw it for a second then. Yeah, so we can notice here for a split second, we get that server only. And if we look at the source, it should still show that for the source. Server only. Okay, cool. So I know how to demonstrate the placeholder now. That's good to know. Drink some more of that good stuff. Placeholder. And then I can show that we can change placeholder like this. Oh, good. We're almost done with this. This was a nightmare, wasn't it? Thanks for sticking with me, guys. By the way, in Australia, when you say guys, you mean guys and girls. So I feel like I need to throw that out there because people these days, I think, frankly, are a lot more easily offended. I probably shouldn't have said that. Now I'm going to get in big trouble. But hey, that's how I feel. That people are often easily offended these days. But when we say guys, we literally mean like all genders in Australia. I don't know if it's like that in other places around the world. Let me know if it's like that where you're from. I'm curious to know. So we can say here placeholder. Whoops, cancel. What have I done? Okay. Then we can say my placeholder. Or we could even say like loading. And when I refresh the page, you can see that it's loading because that was put in there straight away on the server side. And if we say Control U here to look at the source code there, notice once again in our source code that's showing up because it was rendered on the server side. But then it was basically, we basically injected the new component over the placeholder when that was done. Okay, so I know how to demonstrate that as well. So let's calibrate all of this. We are going to need an SSR logger component, which basically just does a console.log to say where it's from. So let me grab my notes up here. And that'll be the first thing we do. So much for a basic demo. I guess it was basic in the end. Okay. Save it. Throw that on my bottom screen. I think I'm ready to start recording. Say you or your. Yeah. Maybe I should say something. It's such an ingrained habit. We say like, you come up to a group of friends, you say like, hey guys, or like, all you guys should come over here. I don't know where that's rooted in. I don't know. But Australians have basically come from a bunch of convicts, so maybe it's just like really old time slang or whatever. Yeah, we're pretty laid back over here. Okay, so I think I've got everything set up. Yeah, so now I basically need to change all that back to normal. So let's get rid of that SSR logger. That's looking fine. And you know what, Julio, I will take your advice. Let's go into my settings here. Font. Here we go, line height, 1.25. This makes me so sad, but I'll change it a bit for you. 1.20. But that didn't seem to do anything. 1. No, am I changing the wrong value here? Line. That's what it was, line height. Editor line height. Okay, that's probably more what I'm looking for. 36. Let's change it to 33. There we go. That's all you're getting. All right. Oh man. It's weird because from other people's perspective, they like it to be kind of closer together. From my perspective, I'm like, oh, this makes me uncomfortable. But I guess at some point you kind of just got to suit what other people want. You got to find a balance between sort of being authentic to yourself, but then also like catering for other people. All right, so we can get rid of all of this now. Put a comment in there. Get rid of that import. Get rid of that. Maybe just keep in the name there. I want what people are used to for the default page here. And yeah, that's about it. I think I'm ready to get started. Oh, okay. Come on, Luke, get in the zone. Close the server down so I can show them that I'm opening it in SSR mode. S23, hello. Okay, that's good. And unclutter's still on. All right, let's do this. I have pressed record and now I'm ready to get started. Sometimes, oh, hang on. False start. I have when I was doing piano, my piano teacher said to me, never, ever, ever do false starts because people would practice in false starts. So they'd do the start and stop and then do it again. He said, never do that because then when you go into a performance, you're going to practice in doing false starts. Luckily, it doesn't matter so much when you're recording, but with a piano performance, if you practice false starts over and over again, it gets ingrained into your system and then you start doing false starts all the time. I might open this here. That's probably easier for the user to see, the viewer. All right, let's try this again. Sometimes when you're building an SSR application, you want things to render on the server side. That was bad. There might be situations when you're building an SSR application and you want things to render on the front end. You want to force parts of your application to only render on the front end. And we can do that quite easy using Quasar's no SSR option. So let's say Quasar dev and change the mode to SSR for this video. So usually we just run Quasar dev, but for this video, we're going to add the mode SSR because it doesn't really make sense with an SPA or any of the other options. It only really makes sense with an SSR app. All right, closing that out, let's jump in here and go ahead and get started. Here we go, just to make sure it's a good viewing experience. I'll close that out. The first thing I'll do is build the SSR logger component. Now, before we can actually do this, we need to have a component that renders with SSR or not. So basically, we're going to create a tested component for no SSR. So we'll open up our console and say Quasar new component, no SSR. No, that's a bad name. SSR logger. So now that we've got that component, I'll control click here to dive into it. And this is going to be really, really basic. Just a plain div, and I'll put the word something in there. And if we come down here, we can now console.log something, console.log where am I? And that's not an existential question. That's not an existential question. That's basically our way of checking where this component was rendered. Because if it renders on the server side, then we'll get the console.log on the server. If it renders on the client side, then we'll get the console.log inside of the client window. In fact, I think it will actually give us that console.log in the client window either way. But anyway, we can now save that and use this component. So if I jump into index.view, and then we come in here, we can use the SSR logger component. Copy that, and then we'll come in here and say import SSR logger from component/SSR logger dot view. Let me just make this a bit smaller. And then if we come down here and say components, now we can go ahead and use that component. So if we just leave the component there by default and save it, and then I refresh the page here, notice that we get where am I in our SSR server. That's because the server is rendering this component. As it renders the component, basically, it's coming down here and that console.log is now happening on the server side. And you'll notice that it actually happens, if I open the console here, on the client side as well. So let me just refresh that page again to show it to you. There we go. We get where am I on the client side, and we get where am I on the server side. Okay, but if we now wrap this, so I'll select it and say Control Shift Enter in a Q-no-SSR component, save it. Look at what happens when I refresh this page. Notice that we get where am I on the client side, but not in the server side. So this is basically a way of tagging this component, tagging whatever's sitting inside of there and saying, hey, I only want you to render on the front end. Don't render on the back end. I want you to skip this component for whatever reason. Only do it on the front end. And it turns out that there's a couple of other cool things we can do here. First of all, it can have multiple nodes. So if we have a div there and say something else, save it. Notice that we get something else there, and it's still going to work just fine. We still get that console.log, if I refresh the page here, on the front end and not on the back end. So it works with multiple nodes. Another thing we can do is change the tag. So if we set that tag equal to something like an A-link, and before I save that, let's click on here and take a look at the element. Notice that by default, it's wrapped in a div. Save that. Let's just refresh the page to make sure. And we'll inspect it here. Now it's wrapped in an A tag. So if you want to change this from a div to something else, that's how you would do it. What else can we do? Well, we can actually add a placeholder as well. And this is pretty cool. You can basically say that this component is still being rendered. It's still loading. So if we put a placeholder here of loading, then by default on the server side, it will insert the loading text in there. And then when it's loaded, it will insert this content into that SSR component. I'll show you what I mean. So let's jump out of here, refresh the page. Did you see that? You might want to try this on your refresh the page. Did you catch that? Notice that we get loading for a split second there. So basically, the server side is sending it through with the loading message, and then when it loads on the client side, it's replaced with this content in here. Pretty cool. And another way I can demonstrate that is if we say Control U, we can look at the source code for this page. And if I jump in here and search, whoops. And now if I search for the text, something space else. Oh, it didn't work that time. I might have to refresh the page, try that again. And if we search for something space else, nothing comes up. However, if we get rid of no SSR and change that to a div, for example, there we go. Ah, crap, what am I doing? Oh, okay, I was demonstrating the wrong thing. So now if I search for that placeholder text, loading ... notice that it is in the source code itself. So you might even want to use this component for some sort of SEO related stuff. I'm not sure, to be honest, whatever you need it for. But notice that we get loading ... there in the source code, but we don't get it on the client side because it gets replaced with this content. And by the way, this placeholder can also be a template. So if we come in here and then we add template, and then we set that equal to a slot of placeholder, we can say whatever we like and put anything inside of there. Let's come here and refresh the page. And now if I go Control U to look at the source there and search for whatever we like, notice that it was actually the default HTML that we got passed through there. But it doesn't show up except for that split second when we refresh the page. So that's about it. For the most part, you probably won't need this component, but if you have some more advanced needs where you basically want to say SSR, skip whatever's in here, then you can reach for the Q no SSR component. Hope you enjoyed this one. See you in the next video. Ah, that was a nightmare, but we got it done. All right, so there we go. We're 2 videos down. Ooh, this could end up being a long day, but I'm going to push on. So next thing I do now is let's go into that folder and we will grab the latest video, cut that, paste it into here, and we'll come back here. Thank you, Julio. Man, you're cool. Thanks for like sticking around and watching this. It's it's really nice to have some company and know that there's other people sort of holding me accountable to this. All right, so we've got the resize observer component coming up next. Gosh, I chose some weird ones to work on today. So this is done. Close that down. Make sure everything is saved. Yes, it is. We'll jump out of that. And we'll come in here. And what did I say it was? The resize observer. So we'll say CD quasar component series and then CD into resize observer. Open that in code. Close this out now. Close that out. And then we can run our dev server. And I think we're just about ready to go. Index.view. And now I can start playing around with this component. I got 8 minutes left or 7 minutes 50 left. I'll show it to you. That's how long I got left. So let's see if we can like smash out this entire component in that small amount of time. Not the recording, but like basically the preparation for this. So we open up Typora. I'm actually going to put that on my bottom screen. I hope you don't mind. I'll show you bits of it as I go here. There we go. That server's up. So let's pull that out. Close this down. Whack that on the other side. Jump back in here. All right, so Q resize observer. I think this is going to be a really simple one to do. It's got a debouncer. I understand what that would be for. I don't know what that's all about. Oh, I see. Okay, as that gets resized, it observes it and can notice the change in the height. Okay, so this is so you can basically notice the changing of size of an element. I know exactly what that means. This looks like it's going to be super simple. We got a debouncer. We got a resize event. I don't think I'm going to cover the event. I might as well because it'll be a short video, and the trigger as well. So let's get that in. We got debounce, resize, trigger. Debounce. Is it debouncer or just debounce? Yep, debounce. And then we got at resize. And then we've got a method here, which is trigger. Cool. So that's how I'll describe that to myself. Let's come down here. I want to know what I get as well. So I get the height and I get the width. That's super simple. And I can pass through immediately. Skip over the debounce. Okay, that's not relevant enough. They can check out the docs if they want to go a little bit deeper. These should be really simple videos. Okay, so we got the height and the width there, which I will show when I demonstrate the resize. Height, width. Now, what's the best way to actually show an example for this component? I can probably get out of all of those actually. So let's close that, whack that over there. I'm going to have to do it this way. There we go. Sometimes you want to observe whether or not an element has been resized on the page. Now, this is often difficult to do and means that you have to write a whole bunch of extra JavaScript to get it working, but Quasar has a special component that makes this a cinch. Check it out. So I think the only point of this, by the way, is to actually use the @resize event. Okay. So let's add a div in here. Set a class on that equal to full dash width. I'm also just going to give it a height. So let's say style is equal to height. So it's easy for you to see. Maybe 100 pixels will do. And then let's add another class with a background color, background dash blue, so that you can actually see what this looks like. And there we go. We've got a div. And as that div gets larger and smaller, basically we want to be able to observe it. We want to watch its size change and then do some sort of action based on that change. So let's go ahead and whack inside of there. Fancy pants, Luke. A Q dash resize dash observer component. Save that. And then we'll say @resize. So when the component that this is attached, so when the element that this is attached to, which in this case is the div, I want you to trigger this method inside of here. And we'll say on resize, copy that, and then we'll actually create that method down here. So setup, and then we'll return here on resize, and let's go ahead and create that method. Const on resize is equal to a function, and then let's just console.log the parameters that we get passed through here. The event that we get passed through here. Oh, the data. Yeah, the width and the height that we get here. So we get the width and height. I don't know if that's an object or we actually get the width and height. We'll find out in a moment. Practicing to myself here. All right, so we actually get an object there. So let's call that dimensions. And we'll console.log dimensions. Now check this out. As I resize this page, we get the new width and height dimensions. So this can be particularly, I don't even know why this would be particularly useful. I used to have these kind of problems in the past with coding, but I don't really get them anymore. So I'm not going to say that because I want to be honest in these videos. So we get, and that's pretty much it. That all we have to do is whack it directly inside of the component that we want to watch. By the way, I'm going to copy this and throw that into my notes. And I'm going to change it so that I look at resize first, not the debouncer. Thanks, Doc. Is that from something? Is that like a reference to a movie or something? Oh, it looks like it's an emoji icon. Oh, maybe that's not showing up properly because I'm using StreamYard. Damn it, I can't actually see that emoji. When I save that, it should change this. Yeah, okay, cool. Another thing we can do is add a debouncer in here. So if I say debounce and set it equal to something like 500 milliseconds, this might, for example, if you're performing a heavy operation, this is particularly useful if you're doing a heavy operation. So for example, I don't have an example. Gosh, that's why I practice beforehand. So if you're doing heavy operations every single time this resizes, then you might want to add a debouncer on here. For example, 500 milliseconds. So now notice that when I resize it, it takes 500 milliseconds before that actually comes through. Let's make this a higher value. I'll remember to do a higher value there. Maybe deep. Oh, I didn't put the E in. It's getting tired. It's almost time for a break. Refresh the page here. So notice I can now move this around. Oh, that's not working. Oh, I put the debounce on the wrong thing. So since we have a debounce of 2000 seconds, of 2 seconds, notice that I can move this around and the event won't get triggered unless it's been 2 seconds in time. So that's good to know. Yeah, I saw that. Debounce to so 2000 seconds. Let's add that to the my own little document here. So I've got a little bit more context there. We'll set that equal to 2000. Save it. Another thing you can actually do is trigger the resize event. No, that's, you know what, that's such a big edge case. I'm not even going to cover it. All right, how much time have I got? Do you reckon I can work out this video in, oh no, I got like 15 seconds. All right, I'm going to quickly run to the toilet and then I'll show you guys my behind the scenes as I go on my break. Thanks for watching. Is this going to show an ad again? Hopefully not. All right, so let's make that full screen. Then I'll mute myself and I'll see you guys in the behind the scenes in a second. Remove. There I am. Okay. I don't know why I put my headphones in. Oh, I guess it means that you guys can hear me better, hopefully. All right, so break number 2. Oh, I want to be able to see though. Can I set this up so that I want to be able to see the timer? So let's come back in here. Oh, okay, selected the wrong option. There we go. Now I can see the timer as well. Why does the video look weird? Oh, it's not coming through properly. What's going on? To stream. All right, let's try. Okay. Oh, bugger. Can you guys see that okay? It's coming through like all blurry. Oh, no, wait. I think it's working now. It looks like it just had to work itself out. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Look at me doing up my hair as if I care enough. So, first thing I'm going to do on my break, eat some capsicum. Get some healthy food into me. I'm trying. Grab my glass. And have a sneaky energy drink. Let's do that. Then I'm going to run outside, do a little bit of skipping. I kind of watered down my energy drink using my SodaStream water. So I always like to do at least a little bit of exercise on my break and like a tiny bit of stretching. So throw this bad boy here. Just do like a really quick skip, nothing intense, just enough to sort of get my blood pumping again because I've been sitting down for a little while. I don't even know if you guys can see me. And that's coming out back in my ear. Okay, that'll do. I found that there's a bit of a sweet spot with exercise. If I kind of like push it too hard, then it tends to make me less effective and I get really tired. But if I don't do any exercise at all, then I feel terrible. The best thing is like a good sized walk of like 20 minutes or so, but you know, it just depends on my time restraints. Bit more food. Found some peanut butter. Awesome. Yum. Carrot smothered in peanut butter. If any of you are there watching me eat right now, love your commitment. All right, 2.5 minutes. I'm gonna go get the puppies. Panda, Lily. Lily. Oh, she's not coming. Come on, Panda. Come on. I'll introduce you to Panda. Come on. This is my little chihuahua. Panda. Hello. He loves scratches. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff I like to do on my break. Try and spend time outside. I think it's really important. One thing I often forget to do though is just gaze off into the distance, which is good for your eyes, just to refocus on things that are far away. Since we spend a lot of time sitting at a computer and everything's like up really close. So I like to spend a lot of time just looking at like the furthest thing away that I can. And I feel like it kind of helps reset my eyes. Be outside, get some good oxygen. Oh, Shan Fernandez said, I love you, Luke. That's so kind of you to say. Love you too. At least I imagine I would. I haven't met you in person. Or have I? I don't know. I've met a few people on Discord. All right, it's nearly time to get back to it. That was a good break. Come on. She's so cute. Don't want to forget this. All right. Multitask here. Okay. 30 seconds left. Oh, it looks like it's still messing up sometimes. Sometimes it gets like this weird fuzzy thing. Anywho, see you guys on the computer. Add myself. I forgot to add myself to the stream. All right, we're back. I'm from PH, swinging lightsaber. Yeah. I used to get that a lot. I used to get a lot of Luke Skywalker references, but I don't get them anymore. I used to get it when I was a kid all the time, back when Star Wars was, a lot more popular. What's PH? I feel like I should know what that means. Does that mean PH? What would that mean? Philippines, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to look this up because I want to know what you mean by pH. Where is pH? It's just talking about pH with like water levels. Philippines. I did get it right. Yes, nailed it. I'm thinking about hiring a virtual assistant from the Philippines at some point. Because I'm getting a bit overwhelmed with social media type stuff and all of that. And Chile, no way. Oh man, that's so cool. We got someone from Chile. So we got Shan from the Philippines. And we got Julio from Chile. How cool is that? Yeah, so I'm thinking about hiring someone from the Philippines. Apparently the Philippines are a lot of people in the Philippines are really great as virtual assistants. Because I've heard they've got they're really honest, hardworking, they have a lot of integrity. Whereas apparently some virtual assistants from other places in the world, people tend to be a little bit more dishonest and they just want to sort of get money from you, and they'll do like a half, can I swear on here? A half job. Let's just say half job, not a great job. Excuse me. And so, yeah, I'm super interested in hiring. And if I do, I probably won't go directly through an organization. I'll probably go to some Facebook group or like jump on it, even maybe like the Quasar Discord channel and see who's available, who wants to do some work. But I am, if I do hire through like a company, it'll probably be looking for somebody in the Philippines. And I know that there's like a couple of platforms in particular that are really popular for that. Whose names escape me right now. All right, we're pretty much ready to record this one straight away. So let me just do a quick review in my head. Basically, I'm going to build a div. I'm going to do the @resize on this. I'm not even going to bother with the method that manually calls it. I feel like that's very nichey, and if somebody really wants to do that, they'll do the extra digging to figure it out. And I'll mention the debounce as well. This is going to be like a really simple one. So let's are we going to need a console log there? Yeah, we will. We've got this on resize. Yes, dimensions. I'll remember all of that. Undo, undo, undo. Come in here, put a comment in there, save it, close that out, and I think we are ready to go. Test 2, 3. Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. So here's a cool little component, the resize observer. Imagine this. You've got a div, and you've got something like full width on that div, and then you've got a background of blue, and I'm going to do background blue just so that you can see that this div is in fact a full width div, and that I'm not telling fibs to you. And let's set a height of that equal to 100 pixels. So save that. And there we go. We've just got a basic div here that's going to change size based on the screen size. Now, if you want to observe that div changing size, usually it's really difficult. There's all this like weird JavaScript that you have to do in order to get that to work. And you have to add listeners yourself, or we can use Quasar's resize observer component. This happens all the time. I always burp. But you know what? You're watching my live stream, so you get to see the whole thing. Check this out. Check this out. Let's come in here and then whack inside of there a Q-resize-observer component. I'll press tab, save it, and now we can start observing this div. All you have to do is make this component a direct child of whatever you want to observe, and it will just work. So now we can say @resize is equal to on resize. And if I come down here and say setup, and then we'll just return here on resize, copy that, and let's do a function for this. We'll say const on resize is equal to a function, and we'll pull out of there the dimensions. These dimensions are going to give us the width and the height. We'll just do a console.log, save it, and now we're good to go. Whenever this div resizes now, we're going to get a console.log. Check it out. Boom, there we go. We got a width and a height, and it shows you that width as it changes. So if you have some sort of a element on the page or something else on the page that basically needs to change because of the size of this div, you can now do it easily. And if that change happens to be a really expensive change, then you can do something like this. Debounce and set it equal to 2000 milliseconds, for example. And that means that this is going to get called, this @resize will get called every 2000 milliseconds with a 2000 millisecond debounce. So check it out. I can resize this and nothing happens, but I stop and then it comes through. So it's basically going to wait to see if it hasn't happened for 2000 milliseconds. Really, really handy. So that just makes it a little bit more efficient. And honestly, that's about it. Really, really handy component, but super simple to use. You just need to add it as a direct child of another. You just need to add it as a direct child of another element, and it will just work. So that is the Q-resize observer. See you in the next video. I say that too often. Hope you enjoyed this little video, and I'll see you in another one. There we go. All right, I'm happy with that. Now, once again, we come over here and we grab the latest video and we whack it in there, and we're ready to move on to the next one. Scroll Observer. This looks like one that'll be pretty simple as well. So whack it on my other screen, and we'll close this down, make sure everything's saved. Close that down. cd quasar dash components, and then we'll cd into, what was it, Scroll Observer. Yep. Open that in code. Jump out of that, and bring in the Quasar doc so I can see what we've got available. Close that out. Quasar, whoops. Quasar.dev. And a moment here. By the way, I feel like I should do some sort of advertising. Check out quasarcast.com/register if you haven't already. Basically, this is where all of my videos are going to end up. And so it's definitely worth checking out that website, especially if you like watching sort of cleaner videos. In my live streams, everything tends to be all over the place, which is cool. It's what I like, and it's what a lot of other people like. But if you just want to learn something fast and snappy, then check out quasarcast.com/register for that kind of a thing. Okay, moving on. Next, I want to, so we want to look at, what is it? Scroll Observer, I think it's called. Yeah. And let's bring up the notes for that. My notes, open that with Typora. I'm just going to whap that on the bottom screen. All right, so usage, scroll this page to say, yep. So where is he putting it though? Ah, why would you use a component for that? I wonder if they talk about this. It's a scroll event whenever the user scrolls the page or overflowed container. All right, I'll look into that in a little bit because that looks like something I might want to cover. So basically what this does is when you scroll the page, it sets off. Once again, this is a component I haven't really used because it's not relevant to the sort of thing that I do. But doesn't mean I can't learn it. So we've literally just got a at scroll and then on scroll. I'm just going to copy that directly because that's super simple code. So we start with that basic example. And then we'll display that in a pre-tag. Yeah, pretty much exactly what they've got there. Doing this on my bottom screen here. And we'll say scroll info. It's probably the best way to do it. Or I could console.log this. Yeah, screw it. I'll just do a console.log. The simpler these videos are, the better. All components of the original code have a simple element to determine the candidate. If a scroll target property is available on the component that it tries to use, then it tries to use it as scroll container. Okay, so I'll say one. Let's actually just throw these side by side so you can see what I'm doing here. We'll say determining scrolling container, and then we can say here one scroll target on the component itself. I think that's what they mean by that. I'm going to test all this in a second to make sure my assumptions are true. Then it searches for a parent DOM element, which has the scroll Y, or overflow auto parent with scroll or scroll dash Y or overflow dash auto. All right, so I have to find a good way to demonstrate that. If none is found, then it considers that the scrolling takes place on the document itself. Okay, so document, we'll just say here otherwise. Otherwise, document itself. Cool. Have a sip of this. Delish. Okay, components like QScroll area, for example. This is an observer. Respect this design and have the scroll class embedded into it. So that QScroll observable. Okay, see what they're saying. Or any other scrolling component or directive can successfully detect it and attach the necessary event handlers to it. Please know that simply attaching scroll CSS class with DOM element or a view component will have no effect if the respective element is not overflowed. And a height smaller than its inner. Example of good container. Scroll, and then you want to add overflow hidden. Okay, I see what they're saying here. I'm going to steal that. It's definitely helpful. So that should only trigger within that div. Okay, and we'll do another example with the scroll area because there's a good chance that somebody will want to play around with that as well. I didn't know a lot of this. This is really, really handy and frankly just brilliantly thought out. Let's content expanding over the 500 pixels. Yeah, okay. And then I'll say here, if creating the container yourself, must use overflow dash hidden. Right. Like that bad boy on the bottom screen, and let's give this a try. So I'm going to keep those docs on the bottom screen because I feel like I might actually need that at some point. This looks like it could be a little bit sticky. On Quasar Dev, spell Quasar correctly. And once that's running, we can go ahead and get started. Index.view. Do. Okay. So now we can whack that over there and start having a play with these concepts. So if I look at my notes here, first I just want to say on scroll anywhere. So basically I want to say, hey, if you've just got like a div, for example, and then you have a q-scroll-observer, and then what we can do is say at on, at scroll is equal to on scroll. So this is something that I'll be able to reuse. And then I'll be able to come down here and say setup, and then we'll return here on scroll. Then we can say const on scroll is equal to, we'll just console.log scroll data. Let's call it scroll data. It's a good name for it. Open this up. And I can't scroll this because we haven't got a big enough height here. So what I'll do is when I make that div, I'll set the height equal to, and I'll remember all of this. I think this is easy enough. 200 VH. So that's going to be double the view height. Now, when I scroll down the page, we're going to get that console.log. And let's take a quick look at the data in there just to see what we get. We get the delta and we get, which gives us left and top. This is particularly useful if you, I think delta tells you like how far it scrolled. Let's check. I just did a fast scroll. Top 2, top 15. Yeah, so we end up with really large delta numbers. But if I go slowly here, we're going to end up with really small delta numbers. Okay, so I think I can explain that in a good way. How can I, okay, actually, no, how can I explain that? I should get some notes on this. This is going to be hard for people to understand. So delta is the distance the scroll has traveled since the previous event. Distance of scroll since the last scroll event. I scroll really fast, then that'll give me a hint to say, like, so if I scroll really fast, the delta is going to be a large number because basically, rather than registering an event for every single pixel that you scroll down, basically the browser is going to do its best to get scroll events as often as possible. And the delta gives you a little bit of extra information. It's basically telling you since that previous scroll event, this is how far we have traveled. Okay, I think I can explain that well. I think that's probably good enough for people to understand. All right. Let me know if that wasn't good, by the way, in the comments. What else do we get here? Direction changed, inflection point. Okay, and I'll just let them know we've got the inflection point and the position. They should. I don't need to go into depth into those. And honestly, people aren't even going to need a lot of that related stuff. For the most part, they're just going to use the position. Cool. All right, so I'm ready to describe that. I know what to do there. Determining scroll container. So that's the crux of the Q scroll observer. But there's a little bit more to it. At the moment, scroll is basically attaching to the page itself. It's basically, so this is the simplest example. It's basically going to pick up whenever we scroll on the page. But what about when you've got a container? I'll give you an example. Let's say we've got a width on here equal to 300 pixels. And then we've got a class equal to scroll and then overflow dash hidden. And let's set a background on that. Background blue so that you can actually see this container. I'm sick of using blue. Info. Is that the example? Scroll target on the component itself. Okay, so it's going to look for scroll target. Let's go back to the docs here. What was that scroll target stuff? For DOM element to be used as a custom scroll container instead of the auto-detected one. Right, so basically we can tell it the scroll target to use. That's what that's about. Access on which to detect changes. I might point out access as well, so I'll add that to my notes. When I'm going to cover that, so I'm just going to add it somewhere down here. Okay, so when I'm describing that, I'll have to add a scroll dash target. Put that equal to, and let's give it an ID of my dash scroll dash target, or maybe just scroll target. I need the word my. Hey, thanks for joining. D for whatever, I don't know how to say that name. Hello, right back at ya. All right, so I think that's enough in terms of notes. So let's come back up here. And we want to make this scroll target. So to do that, I can say here, let's give it an ID equal to, and what did I set it to? Scroll dash target. And then we can say the scroll target is equal to, let's change this to my scroller, because otherwise I have to use the word scroll target twice, which confuses people. My scroller, so I'll add that into my notes down the bottom screen here. Scroller. Cool. The one thing that we can do is tell it what the scroll target is. So in this case, if I scroll up and down the page, notice that it's not scrolling anymore. Well, we need to set a maximum height on this as well. So what I should do, instead of having that div in there as my default example, I'll put it directly on the page. So in my notes, I'll say on page, style is equal to height 200 VH. That's going to make this first example easier as well and simpler. But notice that when I scroll up and down, it's no longer triggering. Oh, I forgot to do that there. Oh, you love Quasar. Yep, I love Quasar too. Absolutely obsessed with it. Hey, if you love Quasar, check out quasarcast.com/register. Shameless plug. Buh. This is basically my website where I teach people how to use Quasar from the ground up. So if you're interested in some of those videos, then go ahead and check that out. Everything's totally free at the moment. There will be paid stuff in the future, but hey, get in there while it's free. All right. Woo. Back to the comments. Not the comments, back to the video. Okay, so now let's try this again. Scrolling up and down, nothing happens. And I want to set this to maybe like 80 view height there. Oh, but I also want it at the top of this page. So the first thing I'll do is get rid of all this flex stuff and change that to padding. So I'll put that in my notes. This is why you do notes and you practice first. My scroller. No, we can't. That's not going to be scrollable now. So what I actually want to do is set this height then to maybe something like 100 view height. And then this one to 200 view height. Yes, that's what I want to do. Overflow hidden though should change that. So why is that? Okay, because that needs to be the content itself. Man, I'm confusing myself here. I've seen you on YouTube talking about Quasar. Ah, thank you. I hope you like my stuff. That it's helped in some way. So what I'll do here is we'll set a div inside of there. No, come on, Luke, think this through. We want, if that's 100 view height, okay, instead of putting a height on that, can we just put a bunch of content in there? Let's try that. Lorem ipsum. And then I'm just going to copy paste that down a few times. Maybe a few more times. And then let's set a height on this. It's got overflow hidden, so this should work. Height is then 80 view height. What am I doing wrong here? Class is equal to scroll. Do I need overflow? Okay, I thought I got this from the docs. Let's just go back here and take a look at the docs and see what I'm doing wrong. Scroll. Yeah, I want to do this with my own div. Overflow hidden. And a height of 100 pixels. And I might, actually, I'll mention this as well at the very end. Let's put that into my notes. Honestly, sometimes this is what it takes to do a good video. I believe, you know, sometimes it's a little bit finicky, and you got to kind of mess around a little bit. But then the final result is wonderful. I think when everything just sort of works out, I love that feeling when I look back at a video and I'm like, this was so difficult to build, and it felt so messy in my head. It felt like just a total disaster. Then I go back and watch it, and it's like, oh my gosh, it looks so clean. People are going to love this. It's a really good feeling. Even though it's, it can be a real struggle to begin with. So let's just copy this directly because I'm obviously doing something wrong here. And we'll come down here and we'll set that on. Did they do that? No, they did that on a div, didn't they? Yeah, they did that on a div. So let's come back in here and do this directly on the div. Save it. It's got a height of 100 pixels. Background dash gray dash 2 so we can see it properly. I'm not getting that scroller showing up. Bizarre. Why? Has it got something to do with the target? Maybe I need to refresh the page. No. Overflow hidden. What happens if I get rid of that? Yeah, of course, overflow hidden would ruin that. So that's working now. So now it triggers What was that comment they made about overflow hidden then? What did I not understand there? Attaching scroll CSS class to dominant view. That's not true though. I just tested it and it works fine. Yeah, this is confusing. That's right. They might have made a mistake in the way that was explained. At least that's what I'm going to assume though in this video. So what I'll do to explain this is for the scroll target, I'll use all of that as I've shown there, and I'll put into my notes as well a height of 400 pixels, like I've got here. That's a good height. Some lorem ipsum in there, and then we'll scroll up and down to show that works, but it's not going to trigger on the page now when I set scroll target. Hang on, that should work without scroll target as well, though. Yep, it will. The reason that works without scroll target is because it finds scroll there. So let's come back here. An example where we don't have scroll on there. We've got a maximum height set, and we'll say overflow hidden. No, I can't do scroll top my scroller. And I don't want to put scroll on there though. Oh, so this might be an example where you've got like a scroller in a scroller. Yeah, it's not. I mean, honestly, that's a pretty nichey example. So maybe I won't bother with that. Scroll targets. This is me saying, what is the scroll? Okay. Okay, I have a good example for this. So let's just say this is a scroll area. All right. Notice that it's going to observe. Wait, let's get rid of scroll target for now. So notice that it's going to observe this scroll area now. So if I scroll up and down here, nothing happens. And then if I scroll up and down here, it does happen. That's because the scroll area is going to notice this scroll class, and it says, no, that's not because of the scroll class. It's because it's the parent div as well. What's happening is the scroll observer is basically looking up the chain and finding this scroll class. No, it is the scroll class. Oh man, this is confusing. Okay, so basically the scroll observer looks at the parent and finds this scroll class. Once it finds it, it then attaches to this div. So now if I try and scroll up and down, we're going to get that trigger there for the scroll observer. But if I scroll up and down here, we don't get the trigger. So that's really good to know. Now I'm going to make this 200 VH. In my notes. That's already in my notes. Cool. Okay, so that's good to know. Another thing we can do, though, is explicitly say what the scroll observer is. So, for example, if I have an ID here equal to I-scroller, and then we come down here and say scroll target and set that to my scroller like this. Scrolling up and down here will no longer set off the scroll observer, but it will be set off on the page because the ID of my scroller matches the scroll target. And it doesn't work. My scroller. Let's try refreshing the page. Oh, fun. Okay, have I done this wrong? Scroll dash target. It's done just with a hashtag like that. So I don't to be used as a custom scroll container. Interesting. Why is that not working? The ID is equal to my scroller. Is that ID changing? Is Quasar doing something because it's a page? Something like that. Let's open this up a little bit. Dive in there. So there we go. This is the area here. And we have an ID of my scroller on there. So that should be, to me, that should be working. I think it might be because we can't just set the ID. We also have to say overflow hidden, maybe. See what's happening there. I'm honestly just messing around now and trying to figure out the answer to this. So overflow hidden doesn't work there. Let's try scroll. What else could this be? Am I spelling this wrong? Overflow. The Quasar component that emits a scroll event whenever the user scrolls the page or overflowed container. With the scroll CSS class. It's got the scroll class. Let's check that I've written that correctly. Okay, but we don't want a height of 200 here. We want it to be, we don't want to set the height there. But now I can't scroll down the page. So basically, we need to throw some content inside of the container itself. So I need a good way to explain. I reckon this is the answer here. I reckon this might work. And I was wrong. Overflow hidden. Scroll. Oh, it does make sense to put a width on there. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, that's got something to do with it. No, that's not working either. Check that on scroll is still set up properly. Oh man. What is going on here? My scroller. But you know, this is the point. I figure it out so other people don't have to. Still not working. But now it looks like it's not finding. So it looks like this scroll target thing is working and it is actually finding the scroll target. So maybe we do actually need a height on this though. Height, say calc 100 view height minus 80 pixels, which is probably approximately the size of the top bar. God, this is a hard one to explain. I'll copy that down a few more times. Maybe a better way to actually show this would just be to have another scroller. Yeah, that probably is a better way to explain this. So, all right, let's just bring this back to a normal example. Get rid of all the text down here. All right, so save that. Okay, now the reason that's happening is because it did not find my scroller. So it's basically doing the next best thing. So what if we did this though? Let's set a width here equal to 200 pixels. So that's a bit thinner. And when I demonstrate this, rather than doing a whole bunch of lorem ipsums like that, I'll do it in a more contained way by saying div scroll lorem ipsum text in there, and then say v-4 I in maybe 15. And then the key is equal to I, so that we spit that out a bunch of times. Right. And now let's basically copy this exact same thing and spit it out here. Save that. And let's go class is equal to row here. That might be the best way to show this. So triggers on that, but it does not, and it triggers on that as well. Oh, okay, that's because I have the scroll observer. So let's get rid of the scroll observer in here. Right, I think I'm onto it now. That does not trigger it. That does trigger it. However, if I set an ID here equal to my scroller, that no longer works. Ah, yes, and that does. Okay, this is what we wanted. So basically, this is showing that you can change the scroller that you are looking at. And this could be, I don't know why this would be helpful, but it just basically means that if you want to check for a scroll somewhere else on the page, you can do that. So, all right, that's good to know. How much time have I got? 11 minutes. All right, I think I can get this done in that amount of time. What else have we got? We got, no, I might be able to get the notes done in that amount of time, but not the whole thing. So we've also got the axis option. No, we're not up to that yet. So now, once I've shown the scroll target thing, I will get rid of this example. So we'll get rid of that as well. Bring us back to a basic example. And we want to say parent scroll or scroll Y or overflow auto. So I want to say that if it can't find that, it will then attach to the page, or given here, the class is equal to scroll. Style is equal to height 200 VH. Man, I really need a P. Okay, so then what you can basically do is say, go up the chain and find the first thing that says scroll, which is why this works. Because if I get rid of the scroll class there and save it, notice that it's now basically going to check for the scroll on the entire page. All right, so that's the next thing. So we'll say here, wrap in div with class scroll. Man, I really need a P. Parent with class scroll. Oh no. My bottom screen. Okay, then, or scroll Y. So scroll dash Y, save it, same thing. This does not trigger it, but it does get triggered here. Or overflow dash hidden. So once again, if I scroll on here, hang on. So the overflow hidden one doesn't seem to work for me. Overflow auto is what it is, not hidden. Once again, doesn't attach to the parent. It attaches to basically this div with that class. But now, if I get rid of that class, so there's nothing at all, and then I scroll up and down, it's going to attach to the parent. Okay, cool. I know how to explain that now. Otherwise, document itself. Yep, cool. Access. All right, I really need to pee. I'll be right back. All right, let's get the planning done. How long have I got? 7 minutes. So I know how to explain that. The next thing I need to describe is axis. Have I got the docs open? Vertical, so both vertical or horizontal. So that's pretty self-explanatory, but we can show that to them. So we'll have here both vertical, horizontal. Save that, and let's see if I can find a way to get this to work. I can get rid of that wrapping div now. Save it, and then we'll put the scroll back on here again. How will I show a scroll that's got... No, we'll go back to having a wrapping div. This time, I'm going to put that onto here and set the width to this to something larger. Okay, now this needs to have scroll on it. And there we go. So notice that by default, it's only going to happen vertically and it will not work horizontally. However, what I can do here is add in axis and set it to horizontal. Save it. And now vertically doesn't work, but horizontal does. But if you want to observe both, you can set the axis equal to both. Scroll left to right and it works. Scroll up and down and it also works. Yes. Okay. That was actually surprisingly easy to do. So I'll just, in my notes, I'll say, make parent width smaller than child. Okay. I've created the container yourself. You must use overflow hidden. Yep. I've already done examples with that. At scroll. What was that example for? I'm just looking at my docs here. It looks like everything else has basically been covered and I'm pretty much ready to record this video. Oh, and I wanted to show them that you can also use v-scroll. Okay. One more thing before I finish up this video is that Quasar actually has a directive for scrolling. So you might not even need to use the QScroll observer. So let's get rid of this. And then I'm going to add on top of here, I'm going to add onto here v-scroll, and then we'll say on scroll. So let's save it and see what happens. There we go. And that's working. But you can tell that it's giving you a little bit, something a little bit different with the data. So let's come down here and say ... params, and just spit those params out. So we get a fuller idea of what we're getting here. There we go. We're getting the X and then the Y axis. And then if I scroll this way, once again, oh no, it looks like that's the Y and then the X axis. Yeah, we get the Y and then the X axis. So this is just another way that you can observe scrolling. And that's it, blah, 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 and then I will be done. Okay, so 3 minutes 20 left. I don't know what I can do in that time. Yeah, if anybody has any questions, now is a good time to ask me because I've got 3 minutes and I don't want to start recording now because it's almost break time. I guess in the meantime, I'll quickly just do a review of the hard parts of this. Or just check if there's anything else. Debounce. Did I mention the debounce? No, I didn't. So let's add that to the notes. Okay, I'll probably do that here. We've got debouncer. What else have we got? Target, I went over that. I'm not going to go that in depth. Get position could be cool, but once again, I think I tend to go a little bit overboard with how in depth these videos are. So let's just keep it simple. Oh, when scrolling on a layout with a page, rather than injecting a... Oh, okay. Q layout has a scroll. What do they call it? Did they say directive? Okay, they've got an add scroll event. So let's come down here and say, I need to cull some of this other stuff. I'll show you what I'm doing. Culling all of that. I don't need that anymore. I will come in here and say, layout has at scroll. The last thing I want to mention is that if you want to just check scrolling on the layout, so for simple stuff like that, you can actually put it on the layout directly. So I'm just going to get rid of this console.log for now while I demonstrate this. We'll jump into main layout. And if we come up here and say at scroll, we can look at the scroll this way as well. So let's put in here handle scrolled. I'm going to copy that, come down here, and then let's say const handle scrolled is equal to a function, and we'll go ... params, and then console.log those params. Make sure this is done properly. Save it. And then I'll have to expose this as well to the template. But this is another way you can do it if you just want to check scrolling on the layout itself. And that's going to give you similar data here. So if we jump in, we can take a look in here and see, once again, we have the delta, direction, all that kind of good stuff. But notice that it's missing a couple of these other nested properties because knowing the position is less relevant when I don't need to mention that. I'll just say blah, blah, blah. That's all of the object stuff that we get. And that will be it. Okay. I've got about 30 seconds left. So let me know if you have any questions. And then I'm going to go ahead and take a break. Is there anything else worth mentioning? Let's come back to the docs here. Oh, it's a horizontal Boolean. Is that what I used before? No, I was saying axis to do that. Oh, bugger, now the time is going off. And I quickly want to check this. So let's come in here and say, on our index.view, do that console.log. I'm back to that other example, and this is the example I wanted. And now instead of doing axis, we can also say horizontal, not on the page. Let's do a whole bunch of undos here to get us back to that QScroll observable. There we go. Instead of axis, if I say horizontal there, that's basically going to be similar, I'm pretty sure, to what we had before. What? Horizontal. Did I spell that right? Horizontal Boolean. QScroll observer, and then they put horizontal directly on there. Spelled it correctly. That's correct. Let's refresh the page. Should not be working. All right, could be a bug, so I'm just going to ignore that for now. QScroll observer. That's what we're using, right? Yep, QScroll observer. Cool. That might actually be something that accidentally got left in the docs because now we have access and we don't need that anymore. Cool. All right. I'm taking a break. Hopefully it's not going to show ads, which would just completely ruin everything. All right. Talk to you guys soon. No. And is it set up right? Looks like it. It's kind of cool that I can do this.
is 3:30 in Australia, and it is break time. I might leave that light on, actually. Once again, back to the veggie table. As soon as I start having bigger food, it tends to slow my brain down. Often I don't mind, but since I'm doing a bit of a video making marathon, I need to be eating some good food. I find that low calorie, some like protein, tends to be best for me. Soak in some sunlight. And a bit of skipping. I feel my back starting to get a bit achy. Let me see what you'll be able to see there. You can't even see me at that angle. Then again, why do you need to see me skipping? Not that big a deal. What? Double. I'm gonna take a nap when all this is done. Okay. Keep myself moving. I usually go for a walk in the neighborhood. I'm not sure I should be doing that in a live stream. Jump time. Yep, that's right. I love skipping. It's a great way to just sort of, I don't know, like I feel like it's not particularly hard to do. Like it's not really intense workout type stuff. And so it doesn't, I find really intense workout stuff can often make me more tired in the long run. So I kind of like sort of medium type exercises during my breaks, like gentle jogs, long walks, small skipping sessions, stuff like that. That's kind of my favorite go-to thing to do during the break. Stretching. Actually, I don't stretch enough, which is ironic because it's probably the best thing that you could do. All right, well, let's do some right now. You guys can hold me accountable to this. Something about stretching that just energizes you too. I used to be a dancer, by the way, for those of you that don't know. Well, I wasn't that great at dancing, or musical theatre, and dancing was a part of that. And I was pretty good at the acting and the singing part. Not so good at the dancing part. But I like stretching though. I got really flexible. I could almost do the splits. Now I could not get even close. So it'd be interesting to maybe try and get there again. I don't want to die having never done the splits. That would suck. So maybe I should just get there and never try again. Or get there and keep it. I wonder how hard it is to keep it once you get there. Loving this YouTube timer. That's a really cool idea. Oh, this is nice. Isn't really much of a stretch, but it feels nice. Kind of mix between, that stretch where you go like this, it's fetal position. Okay, I'm running out of time. Reach at the computer.
We're back. For that bad boy in the bottom screen. Make sure the mic's in a good position. I think we're ready to start recording. Let's come in here. Bring everything back to normal. It's going to be a lot of undoing in this one. Cool. And let's close that out. Change it to a comment. We also had main layouts. We'll undo all of that. Hopefully this one runs smoothly because there was a couple of things that I had difficulty with in this one. Throw that on the bottom screen. And is there anything else here that's going to get in my way? I'll throw that on the bottom screen as well. All right. Okay, scroll observer. Sometimes you want to watch for scrolling events on the page, and Quasar makes it really easy and surprisingly flexible as well to do this. So let's come up here and add in a div. And then imagine that this div has got, for example, a width. No, let's start this video with the most basic example, which is that on the page. Okay, let's stop that recording and start a new one. False start. Piano teacher would not be impressed. Quasar's scroll observer component is really cool and super simple to get started with. If we come in here and say q-scroll-observer, that's all we have to do to actually use it. Then we say @scroll is equal to, and then let's say on scroll here, come down here and say setup. And then we'll do a return here and then say on scroll or const on scroll is equal to, we'll accept the dimensions and then we'll console.log them. There we go. In fact, how about to keep this flexible, we change that to ... params and we just spit out all of the params. This is a really cool technique if you want to basically console.log everything available. And then we can basically expose this here, save it. And now check it out. Well, I can't actually scroll up and down this page. So let's come up here, might get rid of that and change it to padding, and then set style with a height equal to 200 view height. There we go. Now we'll be able to scroll down the page. And we get a console.log here. Let's take a little look at what's available to us. So a lot of this is obvious. We've got the direction we scrolled in, whether or not the direction changed. So if we change between up and down, we've got the position, but the one that might be confusing to you is delta here. And what delta is, and delta is basically how far you have scrolled since the last event. So rather than logging every single pixel event that you scroll, basically the Chrome browser or whatever browser you're using is going to tell you how far you've scrolled. Because if it logs every single pixel, then it's going to be ridiculously slow. It's going to slow down the browser. And that's why we get this delta. And I'll give you an example of this. So let's make this a bit bigger. If I scroll really fast to the bottom, and then we open up one of these, that delta is going to be a large number because the last position that it recorded was far away since we scrolled down so quickly. But if I do this really slowly, and then I open one of these, that delta is going to be a much smaller number on all of those scrolls. This is particularly handy in some situations. In fact, delta is worth looking into if you want to have draggable things. When you want to have draggable stuff on the page, that's where delta tends to come in handy. You probably won't actually use it much in terms of scrolling. But anyway, moving on. Quasar Scroll Observer is quite smart by default. So at the moment, it's attaching to the entire page. But what it does is it searches for something else that it can scroll on. And if it finds that thing, then it's going to attach itself to that thing to scroll on. I'll show you what I mean. Let's have a div here. And then if we set a class equal to scroll, and then give it something like overflow dash hidden. And then how about we set, for example, a max width or a width of 200 pixels and then a height equal to 300 pixels. And then I might give this a background color as well so it's easier to see. Background dash gray dash 2. Save it. What's gone wrong there? And if we scroll up now, there we go. That's the div that we just created. And this is a scrollable div. I'll show you. Now let's put some data inside of there. And there's the div that we just created. Now, if I put inside of there, I might just comment out this observable for now. If we put inside of there another div that is going to hold some text. So for example, v-4 will say I in 15, basically to spit something out 15 times. And then we'll set the key equal to I. Then throw some lorem ipsum in there. Save it. And there we go. Now we've basically got this scrollable div. Actually, let's change this to overflow auto. Yeah, that'll fix that up. Now we can scroll up and down this div. So now, if we put this Q scroll observer inside of that div, it's going to notice this scroll class and attach to this div instead of the whole page. So check this out. If I try and scroll up and down, on scroll is not getting called. But if I scroll up and down inside of this div, it does get called. How cool is that? So Q scroll observer is basically smart enough to find the thing that it's supposed to be observing. But it gets better than that. We can also be more specific. So if I come down here and make another div, and then let's just copy what we've got for this div here. And then what I might also do, let's throw that lorem ipsum in there. So these will be pretty much identical demonstration purposes. Save that. Now we've got another div underneath here. So I might just come down here to close that out. Now, of course, if we scroll up and down here, we get the console log. If I scroll up and down in the second one, we don't. And that's exactly what you would expect. However, now what I can do is say scroll dash target is equal to my dash scroller. And let's make that an ID by putting the hash symbol in there. Now, if I put an ID on here equal to my dash scroller, what's going to happen is the scroll observer is going to watch this div instead, which is really cool. It means that if you're inside of a component and you want to look for scrolling somewhere else in your application, you can do that using the scroll target. Check this out. Now, when I scroll up and down here, we don't get any console logs. But if I scroll up and down here, we do get console logs. So basically, this scroll observer can be anywhere in your application, and you can tell it to observe something that's sitting somewhere else on the page. Really, really cool if you need that flexibility. All right. And there's an order of operations going on here. First, it checks for the scroll target. If it's got a scroll target, it's basically just going to grab that scroll target and choose it. If it doesn't have a scroll target, so let's get rid of that and save it, it's going to go up the chain and try and find a div that's got scroll written on it. And not just scroll, also the necessary overflow. And not just scroll, also the necessary overflow classes. Yeah. And not just scroll, also the necessary overflow class. So if I save that, now it's ignored on here and it works on here. Now, if we don't have that div, so if it can't find a div with scroll and those overflow classes on it, so let's get rid of that, get rid of that, and we might remove this other div as well now. Save that. Oh, bugger, what have I done? Oh, make sure we get rid of all of this. There we go. So if we go back to that basic example, it's now going to work on the entire page. So once again, it's saying, hey, do I have a scroll target? No, I don't. What's the next thing? Do I have a parent with a scroll class, any of the scroll classes? If I don't, then I'm just going to attach to the whole page. So that's how the order of operations work. Scroll target, check for parent classes, otherwise attach to the entire page. Now let's do some undoing here, and I'll show you what else we can do. Save that, so we're back to this example. We can also say here scroll dash Y. That's another class that it will look for. So that's still going to work as well. Overflow auto. So let's just leave that on overflow auto. That's going to work as well. And another thing we can do is add a debouncer. So if I come in here and say debounce, this is especially helpful if you've got really, really. This is especially helpful if you've got something that's. This is especially useful if you've got something that's taking up a lot of resources. So if you scroll down this and then a large action occurs, something that's really resource intensive, you might want to add a debouncer on. So let's set that to something like 2000, which means 2 seconds, so 2000 milliseconds. Now, if I scroll around here, it's got that 2-second debouncer. So that's good to know as well. Another thing we can do is change the axis. And this is best showed if we set. And this is best showed if we wrap this div inside of another div. So let's wrap it in another div like this. And I'm going to take these classes here, these styles and that class, and whack it on that div. Right, I'll show you what I'm doing here in a second. Get rid of those classes. And so now it's going to attach to this div up here because it's got the overflow auto class. And then this one here that's got the style. And then on this div, I'm going to set a width equal to 400 pixels. All right, so notice that we can do an X scroll here now and a Y scroll. So by default, it's only going to watch for scrolls on the Y axis. So that works. X axis doesn't work. What we can do though is come in here and say axis is equal to horizontal. Save it. And now when I go from side to side, it works, but then vertical does not work. You can also say here, both. And that means, of course, that it's going to work on both horizontal and vertical. So that's good to know. And to wrap up this video, I just want to point out that the layout itself also has the ability for watching for scrolling. So if you just want to watch for a scroll on the entire layout, you might not need all of this extra overhead. I'll show you what I mean. Let's close all of this out. Get rid of that. Get rid of everything inside of this page. Just put a comment there. There we go. Now scrolling up in the page is no longer going to call this on scroll here. Now let's jump into main layout. And then what I can do here is say at scroll. So the layout component has this special at scroll event. And then we can say on scroll. Excuse me. Now I'll copy that, come down here. There we go to our setup. And then we can say const on scroll is equal to function ... param. So we'll take all of those params and let's console.log those params. Copy it, paste it in there, and then we'll expose that on the template here. There we go. Now notice that when I scroll up and down the page, we now get some scrolling data available to us. So that's good to know. If you're just looking for a scroll event on the layout, you might want to just directly say, hey, layout, have you scrolled or haven't you? That might be a little bit simpler for your use case. Oh, there was another thing I wanted to include. Where's that? And one last thing, if I come down here and jump back into index, actually, before we do that, let's come down and comment that out or remove it entirely. Remove that, come up here and remove that. Otherwise, it's going to mess with our next example. If we jump into index.view and then we add a div here, I might even control Z. And then we control Z until we're back to that other example that we had. Save it. Right, so we have no observer attached to this scroller. Another way that we can look for scrolling is say v-scroll and then on scroll. So we have this v scroll directive that you might want to use instead of using the q scroll observer component. Now let's come down here. That's already exposed on the component, so we'll save it, refresh the page, and let's check if this works. And there you go. You've got a little bit less data, but that's good to know that you can just use this directive if it suits your needs. So there we go. That's the scroll observer component. Hope you enjoyed this one. See you in the next video. Woo! All right. Yeah. So as you can see, sometimes these videos, they come across very messy when I'm recording them, but I'm very purposely pausing at certain times throughout the video just to make sure that I can edit it correctly. So I'm thinking very carefully here. When did I stop speaking? When did I mess up? How can I edit this in such a way that it's still going to work? And this is why I use unclutter, because it will hide my mouse. So watch this. When I stop my mouse, it hides. And the good thing is when I screw up, I will pause, my mouse will hide. I'll think about what did I just say? And how can I basically talk from now on? Oh, let me just stop the recording. I think it's still recording. Did I start recording? I think I did. Oh, crap. I really hope I did. Okay, I did. Yeah. So, yeah, that's just what I wanted to point out, that I will often stop, let my mouse disappear, think where I need to pick up from in my head. And this, this comes with practice. And then it means that when I go back to edit this video, it's going to be easy to edit. All right. So now we come in here and we cut the latest one, come over here, paste it in there, and let's move on to the next component. Oh man, still quite a few to go. The Q badge component. This one will be fun though. Let's add my markdown file. Oh, I feel like coughing. Okay. Save that. Let's throw this markdown file over here. And now we can go ahead and get started on the next one. Oh, we want to close that out, exit out of that, close this out. And now we're looking at the badge component. So let's say cd quasar dash quasar component series. Oh, have I built this project yet? No, I haven't. Okay, so let's say quasar create badge, and I'll answer all the questions here. This has to be lowercase badge, uppercase badge, uppercase badge again. Luke at quasarcast.com, SAS, ESLint, standard, yes, use yarn. And then when that's done, I'll CD into badge, enter, code, space, dot. So that should work when that's done. That should run those commands. And now I'll jump into the docs. And then how long have I got left? Okay, 28 minutes. See if I can get all the preparation done before that's up. Q badge component. Let's open that up. And start having a look around here. Is that done yet? Oh no, it's still running. So we'll go through the basic usage. This will be really easy to show because this is actually quite basic stuff here. Nice, that's opened. Now, before I run Quasar Dev, I go into the ESLint. This is what I do every time I start a new project. Comment out essentials, comment in recommended. For my linter, it just means when I save things, it lints it really nicely. And then the next thing I'll usually do is jump into error 404 and save that now that I've changed the lint settings, because this is going to make the linter squawk. So I'll save that. The linter will correct it. And then I can run Quasar Dev and then get started. All right, so I'm probably going to be able to smash through this pretty quickly. It's a pretty basic component. This is very much a bang for your buck component. These are my favorite ones to teach. So let's wait for this to load. There we go. That's opened up now. I want it in its own tab, so we'll throw that over on the side there, come in here, and then get started. All right, so we'll start with basic example. So maybe even just text. Say, what's a good example of what you'd have for a text in a badge? I like to use stuff from the docs just so that it ends up being familiar to people. 2.0.3, because that's the current Quasar version. Let's do that. 2.0.3, I'll know what that means because I'll remember. Now let's come down here, doing front end with Quasar while check on you. Thank you. Yeah, keep checking on me. Make sure that I'm doing the right thing. This is actually working pretty good. It's sort of motivating me to keep pushing on. Even though it slows me down a little bit, I think when I'm streaming, it also means that I'm more committed to getting my goal done. So it's probably a good trade-off, I think. All right, so let's go through these things one at a time. We've got color. I like to use interesting colors. So let's say brown to begin with. So we'll do that. And then we'll say text dash color and set that equal to something like white. You can put an icon in there. So let's say Q dash icon. And then we'll say the name of that icon will be equal to, let's use the examples in the docs. I like to use doc examples, Bluetooth, so everything's familiar to them when they start looking into this. And then we'll set the color of that icon equal to white. All right, let's push on. And they've got a different color for that. We'll keep that same color for the badge there. And then let's say number before icon. We'll just say number before icon. And then we'll say like change icon to emails, to email. All right, so let's do this. Let's do that beforehand. Then we'll change that to like show the number of emails. That's probably going to be a cool example. All right, moving on. Text H6. So they've just made the text bigger. Is that what this is? Oh, thanks, Shan. I really love this stuff. Like it just, honestly, it makes me feel so good when people say stuff like this. Like I really appreciate it. It motivates me to push all this free content out. And I think it's going to be super helpful to the community. At least I hope that it will. People really love watching videos these days. And I think a combination of having a video that gets you up and running and then being able to check the docs based on what you just learned in the video would be a really nice combo. So I'd love it if people could go to the docs. Top of the page is one of these videos, my badge video, for example. And you go, cool, I know how to use it. Let's dig a little bit deeper. And you can scroll down and you've got like all the reminders sitting right there on the page. It'd be really cool. All right. What am I doing next? I just noticed you can do label. I want to use that early on. So let's say label here because I want people to use it that way. I think it's better to use label rather than putting it directly in there. I try to use attributes to the best of my ability until it doesn't make sense anymore. All right, so then that's fine. All that stuff has already been demonstrated. Okay, text H6. I don't think that's hyper relevant, so I'm going to skip that example. Let's keep it super. I want to keep this video super simple. I like this example. So let's say I might actually be able to freestyle this. Let's say a Q dash item. And just remember that I need to use caption. We'll say here like 2 labels. And then that first one, what are they doing? Actually, the first one's got an avatar. So we'll say avatar in first one. And then I'll make that picture 80 by 80. Probably a good size. And then we'll have a caption. So in another one, we'll say item dash label. And then item dash label with caption. That's probably too many notes for myself. I already understand the Q item component, but just in case, let's just have it there. And I'll try to freestyle it and then have this as a reference if I need it. Cool. All right, aligned. Let's look at aligning stuff. Align top. middle, bottom. Up. Oh, what does that actually mean? Okay, so basically, if there's other text in there, all right, so we'll say align here, and I'll remind myself that I need to have a text dash H4 in that example. Floating. Oh, these ones are really cool. So I will know what it means when I say floating. Q dash button. Right. And I'll know to make that round if I want to. We'll just kind of play around. We'll freestyle that as well. But this will be a really good example with email. So make sure that, say here, icon is equal to email. Cool. Moving on. Transparent. Sweet. So you just need to add transparent on top of that. And that kind of goes with floating. So I'll put that there. Am I missing anything here? No. Okay, design, outline. I think there's other stuff as well. I think, and we probably want to have that earlier on when we're doing color related stuff. So how about here we do outline? Yeah, people like this stuff, so I'm going to put it up front and center. Outline, rounded. Oh, this is really nice. If you just want an indicator. I didn't know about this. So let's copy that. And then this will work perfectly after this. So as indicator, and then we'll throw in there some view. Might actually separate that. And that's it. Right. So so there's nothing there. It's literally just like an indicator. Yeah, red's probably best example for something like this. Let's say red. That'll look really good. What icon are they using there? Yeah, notifications. So let's use that icon as well as indicator. And then we'll set icon to notifications for that button. And I think that'll be it. Now we go through this. Content can wrap to multiple lines. Not relevant enough. I'm going to leave it out. Style, color, done, 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 done. Done, I believe. Rounded, yep, done. Cool. Slots, we've only got our default slot. This is a simple component. This is very much a bang for your buck component. These are one of my favorite ones to do. How long have we got? 90 minutes. I can smash this out in that time. I'm going to do a really quick run through. I think I'll use that at the start of the video, that this is very much a bang for your buck component. Oh, can we set a size on this actually? Let's check this. No, you can't set a size on a badge component. That's all right. I might start recording this straight away. Let's just see how it goes. Yep, YOLO. Worst case scenario, I'll just start from the beginning and try it again. Okay, I think, how will I start this one off? Dealing with small, finicky things when you're doing websites is really, really frustrating. It's hard to get everything to align correctly, to get everything to size correctly, but Quasar's Q badge component makes this a breeze. Check it out. My notes bigger on my bottom screen. We'll come in here and then say Q-badge, and then let's add some text in there. So for example, we'll come in here and then say Q-badge. And then, what's going on? We'll come in here and say, Q-badge. And then let's give it some text inside of 2.0.3, because that's the current Quasar version. And there we go. It looks great to begin with. But let's have a play with this and see what we can do. First of all, I like to put this inside of a label. So let's say label is equal to 2.0.3. Make sure I spell that correctly. Save it. And there we go. We get the same thing. It's often nice just to keep all of your attributes in there and have a self-closing tag if you can. Another thing we can do is set the color. So let's set that equal to brown. There we go. We can also set outline here if you want a slightly different design. So I'll get rid of that. And we can also say rounded, which is basically going to curve off those edges a little bit more. Another thing we can do is say text dash color. And let's set that something to, and let's set that to something like brown dash 9. And then maybe we could set this to brown dash 1. Save it. And there we go. Now we've got like a darker brown in the middle and a lighter brown on the background. What else can we do? I'll get rid of that, change this to a normal brown. You can also change the text color. So if we, I just do that? Yeah. Well, a situation where you might, well, another reason to use a badge is to show an icon. I'll give you an example. If we change this to blue, get rid of the label, you might want to put inside of here something like Q-icon and then give it a name equal to Bluetooth. Save it, and there we go. We get this really cool Bluetooth icon badge. That's very similar to something you might see at the top of an Android phone, and it kind of tells you whether or not your Bluetooth is connected or not. Another good reason to use this is for something like emails. So if we change that equal to email, we get the email icon, and then you could say, for example, you have 15 new emails. How cool is that? And it's looking a little bit squishy there. So let's come in here and say class is equal to Q-margin left and set that to something like extra small. And that's just going to push it across a little bit, makes it look nicer. What else? Well, how about this? Imagine you've got a list and then an item in that list, and then you want to show well, imagine you've got a list of contacts and you want to see how many messages you have from each of those contacts. In that case, we could have a Q-list. Oh, we could put in there a Q-item, and then inside of there, a Q-item-section. And then this could have, for example, avatar. This is all Q item related stuff. So check out that video if you want more information on this sort of thing. And then that avatar could be a Q-image. And let's set the source equal to https:// pixum.photos/ and we'll get a photo that's 80 by 80. There we go. Doesn't look like Match to begin with. How about we make this clickable and then we add in here bordered. All right, that's a bit better. And one more thing I'll do is set the width equal to 200 pixels. That'll make the list item look a little bit better. Nice, maybe 300. We can also come in here now, whoop, close that out. Now we can add inside of here another section, Q-item-section. So imagine this is a picture of the person that has been sending you messages. And then on the top here, we could say messages, or maybe this would be like the latest message. Hey man, how was work today? Save it. And there we go. And then you could have another item section under here where we'll have the badge. So we'll come in here and say Q-badge. And I'm actually going to change this to a Q-item-label. This will make it display a little bit nicer. And then this one will be a caption. Just a little bit of slight styling related stuff to make it look good. Oh, and this should also be Have I done this right? Okay, we'll find out in a moment. So let's come in here and we'll give it an icon. So Q-icon, and then let's set the name of that equal to mail, or you might want to find like a messenger icon, whatever you like. And it looks like these labels need to be in their own section. Control-Shift-Enter, Q-item-section, save it. And there we go. Now we've got this little icon at the bottom. And then you could say here, for example, 6, to basically say you have 6 new messages. And that could kind of mean this is the latest one. Might even look better if you swap those two. Let's try this. Save that. There we go. You got 6 new emails, and then this is the latest one. And once again, in this case, I'd probably say Q-margin left is equal to something like small, just to kind of pull these apart a little bit. I think that looks great. Maybe change that to a different image. Let's try 90 by 90. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay, let's do another example. So if I come in here, get rid of the list, let's add a div, and then inside of that, we'll have a class equal to text-h4. So this is basically going to give it a heading 4 style, some heading 4 stylings. And now I can come in here and say Q-icon, and then give it a name equal to email. Let's just use that email icon again. And then we'll set the heading here equal to your emails. Save it. And there we go. Oh, I forgot to turn this into a badge. Control-Shift-Enter, Q-badge. Save it. And there we go. We've got that badge. But maybe you want this to be centered. So what we can do here is say align is equal to, what is it? Middle, save it, and there we go. It's just going to make sure that that sits in the middle. This probably looks better if we have like a label equal to emails. There we go. Okay, but when we use the word email there, okay, but when we use the label, it's going to overwrite the content. So once again, I'm going to whack that in there. And I love these utility classes we get from Quasar. Q-margin left. Let's make that small. Nice. And then another thing you might want to do is align that to the top. So we can do that as well. So we can say top, middle, and then of course, bottom. That's good to know. What else can we do? Okay, floating next. Well, here's a cool example. If I come in here and say Q-button, let's give it an icon equal to mail. I'm liking these email related examples. All right. And then we might make this round. And then usually email related stuff has got a blue color. So let's set that to blue. Okay. If you want to put a badge inside of that and set it to the right position so that it's kind of floating up here, that's ridiculously simple to do using Quasar's badge component. We say here Q-badge, and then maybe this is telling you how many emails you have. So let's say 12 there. Now, if we make it floating and save it, it's going to appear in the correct position for a floating icon. How cool is that? And then in this case, you'd probably use a color of something like red. There we go. You've got 12 new emails. And this is going to work if it's not rounded as well with a normal button. Right? It's not positioned perfectly. No, that's correct. Okay. What are we up to? And another effect you might want here is to make this number a little bit more transparent. In that case, you can literally just add the word transparent. Save it, and there we go. It makes it a little bit more transparent if you would like that effect. But maybe the user doesn't want to know the number of emails. They just want to know that they have emails. So let's go back to maybe a round button here, save it, and there we go. And let's just get rid of that number inside of there. And put in here rounded and get rid of transparent. And there we go. It kind of works as an indicator. What are they doing in the docs here? Oh yeah, that's correct. In fact, in this example, using an icon like notification might be a little bit better there. Oh, notifications, plural. Yeah, that's a good example of where you might want to know how many notifications you have. Do we have anything else in here? Translate. No, 10 by 10. I don't think this is actually what it is. Yeah, it doesn't matter. This also looks good if you're simply using a normal button as well. So let's get rid of round there. There we go. Notifications, and we can tell we've got some, but instead of giving us a number, we can basically just put a little red dot there, and it's really simple with the QBadge component. Just tell it its color, tell her it's floating, tell it it's floating, and then make it rounded, and you get this beautiful effect. So that's about it for the QBadge component. Hope you enjoyed this one as much as I enjoyed making it for you. I will see you in the next video. A bit messy. It's going to need a bit of editing, but that worked out okay. This is why editing is so wonderful. I can completely mess up things all over the place, and it's still going to come out all right. All right, and the next component I'll be doing is button. How am I doing for time here? Okay, we've got 3 minutes. I'm going to run to the toilet and then get started organizing the button one. Whoop! And we're back. Whew. All right. So let's get started on preparing for the button one. I've got 2 minutes. Let's see what I can get done in 2 minutes. Whack this bad. Oh, actually, I'm going to have to set everything up as well because I think I haven't set up all the projects up to here. So if I get out of that, and then I CD out, and then I CD into button, it doesn't exist yet. So Quasar create button, and then we'll call this button. Really it's BTN, but they use button in the doc, so that's what I'll use in my file naming. Quasarcast.com. Oh no, it's Luke. Quasarcast.com. SAS, leave that as default standard. Yes, use yarn. When it's done, CD into button and then open it in code. Okay, so that should run when it's ready. And now let's get ready to start looking at the docs by opening this up and then saying Q button. There it is there. And I'm also going to need a markdown file. So I'm doing that on my other screen. There's that bad boy there. VS Code is open. Now let's do all of the usual stuff. The ESLinter. Boom, boom, save it, get out of it. 404 page, give that a second to load. Save it. That gets linted. I can close that out, Quasar dev. So that will be up and running in a second. And I'll whack that on that side properly, throw you over there. We can exit out of here. And then I'm ready to get started. I don't know if this will be long or not. It feels like it's going to be a monster video, but honestly, there's actually not a lot to the button when you get down to it. It's pretty much just mostly styling related stuff. Maybe a little bit of stuff when I'm doing slots, but that's not too difficult. Okay, so I'll pull you out, whack you over there, and then jump back into, what can I throw down here? And I'll have you up there. Then I have you over here. Okay, that's time, but at least I'm ready when I come back. Screen that. Oh, this is the last break, so it's a long break now. So, all right, I'm going to be taking a much longer break now, probably like a 1 hour break or maybe a 20-minute break. I don't know. I don't actually have a countdown for that, so I'm gonna have to go on YouTube and see if I can find one that's royalty free. So let's say royalty free 50-minute countdown video. 50-minute countdown timer. Relaxing music. Oh, this one's free, but it's like disgusting to look at. Show you guys what I'm doing. I don't think there's anything illegal about me just showing you what I'm searching. Whoa. Pink eyes. Surely they're not really pink. Oh, they're tattooed. Wow, she tattooed them pink? How is that possible? Royalty. What's the other one? No, another word for it. Royalty 3. It's like oh, this one's really nice. I actually looked at that before. Bugger. Just want an alarm so you guys know when I come back. Oh, actually, maybe there's like a timer website. Timer website. And then I could just create a banner. Actually, yeah, that'd be perfect. Let's just do that. Okay, so I don't need you anymore for now. I might use you later on, though. So I'm going to copy that. Just, I don't know, paste it somewhere. Throw that out there. Countdown timer. Online stopwatch. Ugh. No, thank you. Stopwatch. And stopwatch. Let's try a few of these. And timer. No. No. Maybe. Can I go full screen with this? We could say here 50 minutes. Oh, plays this weird sound in the background. It's kind of a cool sort of quasar effect. Full screen? No. Just want nothing showing. Can I do that? Full screen. Get out of the ad. Stop seeing this ad. Oh man, I wish you didn't show it in full. That's all right. They need to make money. I understand. Okay, anyway, that'll do. It's not super important. Taking a break. Back soon. I can show that on the screen. And then I'll change it just to the screen in my streaming thing. Oh, cool. I can throw my logo in there. Oh, can I throw in there? Oh, let's do a bit of advertising. Look, check me out. Hashtag Luke the Marketer. Taking a break. Back soon. And then I'll put in parentheses quasarcast.com/register. Now we can come in here and there. Close that out. Stop seeing this ad. Oh man. I don't know what else to do. Cool, I can make it really big. And then the last thing I'll do is change the actual timer on this. Oh, can I set? Oh no, stopwatch. That's what I want. And so, no, not a stopwatch. Timer. That is what I wanted. I had it on the right one all along. Set timer. And I'm going to take a 1 hour break because I've been working for a while now. Start. Full screen. Okay. Nice. I'll be back soon. Thank you everybody for watching me so far. How many have we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 left. Button will be easy. Button group will be easy. Button drop down will be easy. Color picker will probably be easy as well. There's not a lot to that. And then I'm doing the editor component. That is a monster component. In fact, I probably should have started with that because it's going to be hard. But then again, I'm not going to go too in depth with it. So yeah, taking a break. I'll be back soon. Thanks for watching.
Okay. Can you guys see me right now? Oh, it looks like you actually might be able to. Hang on, how do I work this? Ah, so I was visible in there all along. Let's disable this one. Remove. And this is Luke on a break, Luke. Boom. Okay. So, I just wanted to be able to, I like to do kind of like show you a bit of behind the scenes while I'm taking a break. What I do right now, I'm making a delicious stir fry. Can I flip this camera? I don't think I can on a mobile. Oh, come on, there's got to be a way to do this. There actually isn't. Anyway, this is what I'm making. There are certain foods that I can eat that will not mess with my brain, and there are ones that I can't. And I found that things like a lot of green stuff, zucchini, broccoli, chickpeas. Chickpeas are good because I tend to find higher protein things. Not all protein, but a lot of proteins don't tend to mess with my brain as much. You know, if I need to do a lot of work for the day. So yeah, that's what I'm eating. It's pretty simple. And then I put a bit of rice in there, but not too much, because if I have too much rice, once again, I find that carbohydrates tend to mess with my brain, unless I'm going for like a big jog or something where, you know, it's a combination of pumping oxygen, pumping blood through my body, and then and eating carbohydrates. But yeah, for the most part, I like to just but I don't do a lot of hardcore exercise. So in most cases, I like to just use a small amount of rice. So yeah, that's what I'm eating to make sure I can get through the next 5 videos that we still need to do. Sweet, I still got like a 21 minutes left in this break. So I might sort of pop in and out, show you guys what I'm up to during my break, to give a bit of the fuller story for those that are interested. Yeah. So I need to get good at this. How can I sort of whack myself out? Is this easy to do? Remove from screen. I can mute myself. That's how I get back in. Just playing around, seeing how I could get this to work. Okay, so this is the layout section here. No, it's not. Oh, so that's at the bottom of the page. That's how I add myself in. That's the layout. And we want that one. Cool. And then if I want to go in and out, I just maybe get rid of the camera. All right, that's probably a good way to do it. When I'm done talking, I just go get rid of the camera and then mute the mic, and then I'll put myself back in when I'm ready to chat with you guys again and show you what I'm up to. Oh, it's probably better just to bring myself in and out. Let's try this.
This is where I live. Okay, you can't really see it from here. So just taking a bit of a walk, because I think that's one of the best things to do during longer breaks. It's very tempting to sort of sit down, watch YouTube videos, do stuff like that, but I think it's the last thing you want to do. Honestly, sometimes it's really fun that kind of stuff, but that is the last thing you want to be doing on a break. You need to move your body. But if you are going to rest, then I think it's best to lie down and rest properly, rest intentionally, at least for me. So this is my home. I'm in Stockton in New South Wales. That's where I live. If you want to see where that is, you can look at maps. So before COVID, when I was working in the office, I went to ferry every day. It's pretty cool. I'm ferry to work. I hope this wind's not too much. Okay, I'll show you. Newcastle. Go to the edge so you can see. It's sunset. Can't really see the colours. Yeah, show you Newcastle. That's where I used to go to work. There's a little beach just up here, right near where I live. I'm going to walk to right now. So feel free to come along. I'll show you where I chill. One of the things I like to do during my breaks is walk on the rocks. I'll show you what I mean. Just because normal walking is great, but I think it's just more of a sort of a workout. It's not high intensity, just kind of like, it gets my body to move in different ways. There's rocks in here. Let's see if I can do it right now. Just walk on these rocks here. If I trip, somebody call the police or the ambulance. Yeah, so just walk on the rocks. I'm not going to be young forever. It gets me to move my ankles around a little bit and sort of move in different ways. And sometimes, if I just come down here, sometimes I'll just sit by the water and just chill for a bit. This is like my own little spot where I can just sit here and chill, watch the water, look at Newcastle. This is my life. So yeah, another 21 minutes and then I'll get back to doing videos. This is a great way to take a break, I think. Let me show you the beach that I go to as well. So jump back up here. I'll show you the beach that I sit on. Not many people out today. It's a little bit cold, but you've got the right, if you're wearing the right thing, like this nice warm jacket, it's not too bad. And then again, my idea of cold in Australia is like anything below 15 degrees. It's too cold for me. Yeah. By the way, something cool in Stockton, a lot of these rocks here, when people die, somebody will just find a rock and they'll put like a little memorial thing on one of those rocks. Let me see if I can find one so I can show you what I mean. Right over there. This is the beach. There's this beautiful little cove beach. And then if you go further up, there's a full of beach. But I usually just come to this little one because it's nice and quiet. The waves are usually really calm. It's really nice. But yeah, I'm going to see if I can find you one of these memorial plaques that people put on these rocks. By the way, cool fact, over there's this big sort of it's hard to point at. There's this big sort of like thing of rocks across there, and there are cats everywhere living in there, and some people go and feed them. And there's kind of this big argument going on in the Stockton community where I live. There's some people are like, these poor cats, we need to feed them and take care of them or they'll die. And then other people are like, no, they're pests, which that's a tough one because some people, their hearts for these cats want to take care of them. But then other people are like, they're doing to the community and they start like killing wildlife and all that. So it's a tough one. Some people want to bring in people that will kill the cats. And other people are like, no, you definitely can't do that. Oh, here we go. Here's one of these memorial plaques I was talking about. They're everywhere. This is a little one. This one here, and I'll read it to you. It says, I love you, Rennie. Without you, I'm nothing. With you, I'm something. Together, we're everything. It's kind of a really nice way to sort of commemorate people that have died. Actually sounded a little bit sad, but usually they're a bit brighter than that. This is one of the things I like to do in my breaks. I've got a pretty good life here in Stockton. I'm very lucky. I have a job that I love. Get to work with Quasar every day. And I get to sort of chill here amongst the rocks, during my breaks. On the beach over here. So let's go sit on the beach for a second, then I better head back because we're running out of time. Just come down here. Once that time is done, I'm going to start working again. Sit down on the beach. Beautiful spot this. So I'll just sort of walk along here. My girlfriend and I will often walk the dogs along this beach. On one of the beaches further up in the mornings. It's been so bloody cold lately though. It's kind of hard to do. So there you go. Oh, you can see some people fishing. I don't know if you can see that, but at the end of the jetty there, probably shouldn't put a camera. Oh, pelican. You see a pelican? Where are you? How beautiful animals. I don't know what other parts of the world pelicans are in, but I don't know if it's an Australian thing. Probably not. Oh, they're so cool. Sometimes it's easier if I point to it. Yeah, pelican. They're big beaks and they just like seemingly swallow these fish whole. I actually know how they digest it. It's pretty amazing. Oh. Okay, so we're getting close to crunch time, so we'll start heading back. There's a way in over here. So if I come up here, come along the path here. Hopefully there's no snakes. Nah, it's unlikely, especially with this weather. You won't see them. Saw a brown snake around here once, which brown snakes are actually some of the deadliest snakes in the world. I think they might be the second, maybe not deadliest, but most poisonous. I can't remember the word that they used. Very, very poisonous, but honestly, we actually don't get a lot of snake deaths here in Australia. We get a few, but it's so tiny, and people get scared. When the reality is, if you get bitten, there's a good chance that you'll get taken to a hospital. They'll put the anti-venom, give you the anti-venom, and you'll be fine. Just don't get bitten too often, because then the anti-venom starts losing its effect, in which case you're stuffed. So my girlfriend's sister actually owns snakes, but she doesn't have any poisonous ones, and she knows of people though who have been bitten like
2 or 3 times, and basically, if you keep taking that antivenom, I think it loses its effect or something. One of them is like, I think he ended up with like some brain damage. He's still mostly okay, but scary stuff. All right, I'm going to head back, and I'll talk to you all soon. Thanks for hanging out with me. Might get myself out. Oh, here we go.
Did you miss me? Ah! All right. I think we are just about ready to start streaming again. Okay, so that's done. Close that out. Let's open up that YouTube site that has my Pomodoro thingy bobby. It's not actually a Pomodoro because a Pomodoro is 20 minutes or 25 minutes, I think. But who cares? It's a great idea. I'm just going to play this ad now. Okay, get out of that. Come back to the starter here. No, the start of there. Ah, another ad. Okay, here we go. Now we started work. So let's dive into it. We're up to buttons now, so let's go ahead and do buttons. Get rid of that now because I've got that opened up. And this one shouldn't be too difficult. So hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Is that coming through all right? Let me know if you can't hear me in the comments, or let me know if you can hear me in the comments so I know what's going on. And yeah, we'll go ahead and get started. So first of all, we can just get through all of the standard stuff for a button. So we've got, of course, color, text, color, and we've got label. In fact, let's use label first. That makes a little bit more sense. And then I'll probably go icon next. In fact, usually I like to just go through the examples, but for this, I might actually go through the API itself because I do understand this component pretty well. And then we can kind of group things properly. Label, and then I'll set the size next so that we can start working with a larger size. And then let's come down here and start doing more style related stuff. We'll say outline, flat, unelevated. I like telling people the difference between flat and unelevated. Yes, they are different. Flat, unelevated. We've also got rounded. We've also got round. We've also got push. What else we got here? Glossy, which I absolutely hate, but some people absolutely love it. So to each their own. Fab, we talk about that in another video. We've also got Fab-Mini. Padding, color, text color, padding. I already did color up there. I already did text color. We can make it dense and we can give it a ripple effect. Might even show a situation where you would use dense. So where would I use dense? Dense you would use in maybe like the banner. So let's come down here and say, cut that out. Dense and show it in toolbar. All right. Then there's also this ripple thing. By default, it is true. So I'll add in here true by default, just a reminder to myself that I actually need to toggle that off in order to get rid of the ripple. So that's all the style related stuff. We got the state. So we got loading. Come down here and say loading. This is kind of a different section. Disable. So those are particularly useful. Router. So I'll add in here two. I'm not going to bother with the others. You'll go more in depth if you want to figure that out. General. So let's say stuff like type. So we can say type is equal to, and then we can turn it into an A tag. And this is relevant to this section here because we're talking about like moving to different pages. And then if it's in a form, you might want to make it like a submit button. So let's say submit as another type that you might use. Tab index, not hyper relevant. People can dig deeper if they want to know about that. So we got label, icon I've already done. Icon right, that's definitely worth noting. Icon dash right if you want it on the other side. No caps, that's one that people often want to know early on. So let's throw that straight in there. Align. So that would be, you'd use that if it was like a full width thing. So let's do that at the end and say align. Maybe full dash width question mark. I might have to do that. And this is for the content itself. Let's go through all of the things that we actually have there. So let's say left, right, center. Oh, that's my girlfriend's sister. She's put something in the Dropbox. Around, she's a reptile photographer. between, and she has some of her own reptiles. Evenly. I probably won't go through all of those. Let's say maybe between. I'll have to think about some good examples for that kind of stuff. Maybe we'll put evenly back in and I'll have a look at what I can figure out. Okay, stack. So stack icon and label. Yep. So let's go after icon. We'll do that because it's mostly relevant to icon. Stretch. And the time you would use stretch. What's a good example of using stretch? Let's see if they have any examples here. I can't see any. Stretch. Where have I used stretch before? Maybe next to an input. Next to input. Sometimes you might want to stretch it up. There was a good example I had the other day for a stretch button. Oh, crap. Sorry, guys. I need to make that bigger. Oh, that was probably really difficult for you to see. Sorry about that. It'd be cool. One thing I don't like about StreamYard, and for the most part, I absolutely love it. One thing I don't like, though, is that I can't make my image like a little circle in the bottom right of the screen here using the browser thing. And maybe that's like a limitation in the browser, so I shouldn't be angry at StreamYard for that. Oh, we can get rid of this banner here. Yeah, all right. Sorry about that, guys. That would have been really annoying. Okay, so what am I up to? Stretch. Where is a situation where I would stretch it? Just going to quickly check if they're using stretch at all here. Not that I can see. Stretch. Where would you stretch a button? Yeah, input might actually be the best example for that. Anyway, we can play around with it when I get to it. What have we got here? We've also got no wrap. Label text wrapping. That's not relevant enough. So I'm just going to leave that out. Behavior. Percentage. Okay, we'll definitely use that. And I might even come down here to percentage. So to be used along loading prop display a progress bar in the background. An example is 23. All right, so that's going to have to be a number, I think. So let's do it like this. Is equal to, and then we'll say like 20, maybe another one for 50. We'll play around with that. Dark percentage. If you want to do dark themes, people will dig deeper into that themselves. General. Okay, yeah, I've covered all of this now. And the obvious one is you also need to do click as well. I'm not going to go through the methods. I might go through the loading slot. So let's come up here, and after label, we'll do at click because it's so hyper relevant. If you're going to have a button, obviously you want to know how to do the clicking event for that. All right, what else? Loading. So that's the last thing I'll do. Hashtag loading. Is that going to show properly? No, my markdown editor is going to change that. So let's do it that way. Okay, that's going to be it for the button component. Oh, I probably will want to show some other things. So look at the examples because, yeah, this is what I probably want to do. Something where you got like an image in there because I think people would want to know that. So let's copy that. And let's do that after loading. No, that loading one should be up there. So view. Okay, cool. We're smashing through this. This one's going to be easy. So we'll hashtag loading after. Maybe we'll do it directly after loading. Yeah. That's good. All right. So that's that. This is okay. This is custom. Okay, that's not relevant enough. And we'll change this, of course, to like one of my own things. Let's say pixum.photo / let's just go 100 by 100 for that one. See how it works out. Did I do size as well? Yep, size is up there. Button designs, they're all done. Alignment. Okay, align left, align right. So this will probably work if you just have an icon in there. Okay, cool. So we'll come in here, we'll say full width, like that. I might tab that out again, just kind of make it stand out because it's kind of different to the others. I don't know. What's the best way to do this? This full dash width. I just want it to stand out. And use icon. Right. So all the sizes, we will have already covered that. Padding. Did I do padding in here? Yep, padding's done. Progress related, we already covered that. Deterministic. Oh, okay, so these ones are just like showing different icons because they're using the template. Okay, I'm already covering that. And you can also change the position of the ripple. That's just way too specific, not relevant enough. Links. Disable controlling the button for form submission. Maybe this is relevant enough. To submit the form, press the enter key. Also like to give the user 5+7 the button to show a loading spin of the... No. Let's just keep it simple for now. Most people are not going to be using like classic forms in that way. All right, I think I'm ready. So I'm going to do a quick run through of this. And then after I've done a quick run through, is that playing? Yep, cool. I'm just going to go ahead and record it. So let's throw that let's throw both of these onto the bottom screen. Here's our button app, close out of that, make sure that's over there. And this is over here. Here's our dev server running. Yep. Index.view. Make this a little bit smaller or a lot smaller. And we can go ahead and get started. All right, so let's practice this. Well, all right, one of the most common Quasar components you're going to use is Quasar's button. You know what? I'm just going to film this straight away. I'm pretty confident about this. Let's see how it goes. And if it fails, I can always just redo it again. All right, relax. One of the most common components you're going to want to use with Quasar is, of course, the button component. So let's come in here and say Q-button. It's really easy to get started with. Start by adding a label, something like click me, save it, and straight away we get that button. Basic design, we get a bit of a shadow by default, but of course, we'll be able to style that however we like. Now let's say at click and have an action, because of course we need to actually do something when the button is clicked, and we'll say handle clicked here. Now I can come down here and say setup, return, handle clicked, and then we'll come in here and say const handle clicked is equal to, and we'll just console.log clicked. Save it, open up the console, and now when we click on this button, we get that console log. So it's as simple as that to start playing around with actions after you click on the button. I didn't like that. So it's as simple as that. Just use @click, give it a method, and then you can start doing stuff after a button is clicked. All right, now let's dig into the fun stuff. We'll come in here and say no-caps. That's basically going to remove the auto capitalization because by default, your button is going to be capitalized. So we've got that option available to us. We can also change the size. Let's make it large in this case. And we can go all the way up to extra large and all the way down to extra small. So let's leave it at large just so it's a bit easier for you to see. Another thing we can do is change the color. So let's set the color equal to primary. There we go. Of course, we can use any color in the Quasar palette, indigo, all sorts of cool colors like that. What else can we do? Just me. Wow. We can change the color of the text. So let's just imagine we have a black button and then you want to change the text dash color equal to something like indigo. There we go. So that kind of looks cool. Another thing we can do, let's just change that back to indigo. Another thing we can do is change the, so we can also change the icon equal to something like, I don't know, let's go with person. And there we go. But if you want it on the other side, just say icon dash right. And if you want two icons, one on the left and one on the right, you can say icon for the first one, and let's set that equal to delete, save it, and there we go. Now we've got an icon on either side. And we can also say stack here. So if I change this to stack, I'm going to make that icon stacked. Another thing we can do is change the alignment of the content inside of this button. So what I might actually do is bring back that icon right and remove stacked. Now we can come in here and say, for example, the width is equal to 200 pixels. Maybe a bit wider. Let's try 400 pixels. Cool, so we got a super wide button. Then we can say align is equal to left. And that's going to align everything to the left. Of course, you've also got right, but we've got some other interesting options as well, like center, round, and basically all of your flex related stuff between, and then we've also got evenly. And that's going to distribute the content evenly throughout the button. That actually kind of looks cool. I like the way that turned out. Anyway, what else can we do? We'll get rid of that to bring us back to a basic example. We can also stretch this button. So if we say stretch here, by default, it's just going to take up the entire flex area. So where would you actually use this? Well, let me get rid of it for now. How about with a Q input? So if we say Q dash input, and then we have a template in there, and we set that equal to after for the slot. Now let's go ahead and put the button inside of there, save it. And this might not work. I think an input usually wants to have a model dash value. So let's set that equal to my input, just a simple string like that. Oh, forgot the T. So there we go. This probably makes more sense if it's a smaller size. So let's leave it as the default size. And let's make it just an icon. So I'll get rid of the label in here. And I'll get rid of the icon right as well. There we go. So in this situation, you might want that button to actually take up the full height of the input, in which case you would say stretch. And there we go. That kind of looks good in this scenario. So there might be situations where you want that button to basically stretch and take up the space. All right, what else can we do? We'll say Q dash button again. Q dash button again. Save it. Give it another label and put a color back into it. Make it hit me. And then let's give it a color equal to, how about brown dash 4? Brown is such an underrated color. There we go. I think that looks quite nice. So let's have a look at some of the styling we have. We have a lot of control over the button styling. We can come in here and say outline, and using the color, it will set it to an outline button. You can also say flat, and notice that flat basically removes the color unless you hover over it. Then you still get a little bit of that brown color in there. So that can be good to know. We also have unelevated. This is just like flat, except it's going to set the background color to brown in this case, and the foreground color to white. So unelevated and flat are very similar. It's just an inversion of the colors there. In fact, I like to use unelevated a lot more than flat. For me, unelevated is kind of just a way to get the flat design for the button. And I'll use flat if I want it to be understated. What else can we do? We can also say here, rounded, and that's just going to round off the edges of the button if you want that design. And you can also say round. Now, round isn't going to look very good if you've got too much inside of the label. It's usually if you've got, for example, just a letter in there, or if you're just using an icon, like person, for example. What else can we do? We can also change it to push. And that just gives it a little bit of a sort of push effect. And notice that when you click on it, it actually pushes down a bit. Sort of gives it a game feel. I think this is the kind of button that you might want to use in a game, or if you want it to really stand out, or if the button's performing like a larger action, kind of like a job in the background. That's often when I would use push. I use it rarely. It's mainly for those situations where you want it to stand out or communicate to the user that a lot is going to happen when you click on this button. What else can we do? We can also say glossy. I personally hate glossy, but some people like it. Gives it that glossy effect on the button. We can say fab, which turns it into a floating action button design. And if you want, check out the floating action button component to learn more about this. But just as a quick rundown, you might say here Q-page-sticky. And then we set the position equal to something like bottom right. Oh, we might need to have a dash in there. And then you'd have an offset. So for example, array equal to 12 and then 12 to push the button out a little bit. So this is where you would use fab when it's like one of those buttons in the bottom corner of the screen and you want to be able to basically just click on that button easily if you're on a mobile device. What else have we got? Might just get rid of the sticky stuff and leave the button. We also have Fab Dash Mini, which is basically just the mini version of a floating action button. Gives you a lot of the default styling for that so that you don't have to put it all in yourself. So Fab and Fab Mini are for that very specific case where you want to have a floating action button. But once again, check out the floating action button component video to learn more about this. We can change the padding. So if we set that, for example, to 20 pixels, we'll get a lot more padding. Oh, have to get rid of that column there. There we go. So we can add more padding, or we can set it to something like 0 pixels to remove all of the padding if you want a super dense button. Another thing we can do, if I just remove that and save it, notice that when I click on this button, we get that little ripple effect. See how there's that kind of circular thing that's coming out of my mouse when I click on the button? We can get rid of that very easily by saying ripple is equal to false. And that means that we're not going to get that ripple effect anymore. I personally like it though, so let's remove that. We can make the button dense. So especially if you have a table and you want that button to very easily fit inside of that table, you might want to say dense here. And there we go. It means that the button is specifically designed to fit in tighter places. You might want to use something like round and dense if you want to have an icon that sits in the top right of your layout. And maybe when you click on that button, it opens up a menu where the user can then like log out or change their password, stuff like that. This is where you might want to use dense to make the button a little bit smaller. Now, here's the really cool stuff. We can also say whether or not the button is loading. So if I say here, loading is equal to true, save it. Now we get the loading spinner on the button. Super, super handy if you're doing AJAX requests. And then, of course, if that's set to false, then it's not going to show anymore. So you can obviously model a value here, and then you could say loading is false by default. When I start sending the AJAX request, set it to true. And then when I get the response back, or you can say like a dot finally if you're using promises, set that equal to false. So we won't go into the details of that because it kind of goes beyond the scope of this video, but hopefully you get the idea there. Now, maybe you want more control over what that loading spinner looks like. In that case, we can say here, template, and then we can go into the loading slot and add our own spinner. So let's say Q-spinner dash, and I think there's one called gears. Let's try that. Save it. Now, let's set loading equal to true. It's going to be using that custom spinner component. How cool is that? Another thing we can do is basically show whether or not this button is disabled. So if I come in here and say disabled, not disabled, disable, and set that equal to true, save it. then it's going to be disabled and it won't click anymore. So if we have a click event on there and then we try and click on this button, so how about this? @click, we'll use that method we created earlier, open up the console. Now if I try and click on this, nothing will happen. Let's set disabled equal to false. And look at the design, by the way. Notice that it becomes a little bit more brown. And I might just use like a darker brown to show this a bit better. There we go. We've got a dark brown. If it's disabled, it kind of gives us more of a disabled feel to the button by lightening it a bit. So we set that to true, of course. Now when I click on this button, oh, disabled, true. Oh, sorry, false. Now when I click on that button, it's going to work, and that @click handler is going to be called. Super helpful. All right, let's get rid of that, move back to a more basic example, and move on. We can also set a loading percentage. This is really, really cool. We can say percentage is equal to 23, for example, and that means it's 23% loaded. Okay, that didn't work. So let's jump into the documentation and have a look at what's going on there. Percentage. Let me show you what I'm doing here so you can follow along. Deterministic. You might need to set loading equal to true for that to work. Yeah, it looks like that is the case. You can't just use percentage. You also have to have loading equal to true. And the reason that isn't working is because we need to set here loading equal to true. So if you have loading true and you've got a percentage, it's going to show you what percentage of the loading is done. Super handy if you're running jobs in the background, or maybe you're basically sending requests back and forth from the server to check how much of a background job is done. You can do stuff like that, and then we can pump it up to 80, and then when it's done, you would set it to 100% and then set loading equal to false, something like that. So how cool is that? We really do get this amazing breadth of functionality using Quasar's Q button component. So what else can we do? Okay, so that part's done. I've got a couple more things to do. We've got to type and then we type submit. We can also take the user to different routes. So basically, instead of using the route component that you get with View Router, we can just add in here to, and then say something like / whatever. This is just like to when you're using View Router's routing component. So if you want to dig a little bit deeper into that, then check out View Router's documentation, but we'll just do a basic example for now. So let's say other-page, save it. Now, when I click on here, it takes me to other page. Since it doesn't exist, we get a 404. But you get the idea. You could also put inside of here something like an object, and then you could use named routes and all that kind of cool stuff. But that goes beyond the scope of this video. So let's move on. Another thing we can do is change the type of element we're using for this button. This is particularly useful if we want it to be an A-link. So let me get rid of that for now and just show you this. We open up our console here and then we click on the button. Let's find the button element. Yeah, notice it uses a button element by default. If we say type is equal to A and then save it, that element is going to change. So let's go back in there. And now it's using an A element, an A tag, more is what I should say there. So now that we're using an A tag, we can say href is equal to, and then just go to something like google.com. Save it. And now when we click on there, it takes us to google.com. So let's go back and see what else we can do. We can also change the type equal to something like submit. So if you're using a native form here, you might want to change that type to submit. Whoa, something weird happened then. It kind of spazzed out for a moment. Let's refresh the page. All right, it's still working. Yeah, so if you need that functionality, you can set the type equal to submit. And the last thing I want to show you is how you can put an icon. And the last thing I want to show you is how you can put an avatar into the Q button component. So let's come in here and just use the default slot. We'll say Q-avatar Avatar is a great component. Definitely check out the video for that if you're interested. And let's set the size equal to 42 pixels. I am stealing this from the documentation, which I often do with these videos just to keep things consistent. And then we can say the source is equal to https://pixum.photos. And then let's get a photo that's 100 by 100 width and height. Now, in this scenario, we would also want to change some of the settings here. So let's change the button to round, and that's probably about it. There we go. Now we've got a button, but it's showing an image in the center there. And if I refresh the page, this is basically going to give us a different image every time. So how cool is that? It's really easy to throw an image directly into your button. And if you want to spinner with that image, just use Quasar's Q-image component. And now when I refresh the page, we get a cool spinner that basically shows you that that image is loading. Really, really cool. So that's it. That's Quasar's Q button component. I hope you enjoy this one as much as I enjoyed making it for you. I really love that Quasar makes these elements. I really love that Quasar takes something basic like a button and makes it ridiculously easy to use by default, but then gives you that extra amount of breadth just in case you want to dig a little bit deeper, just in case you have more advanced use cases. So once again, I hope you enjoyed this one as much as I enjoyed making it for you. See you in a future video. All right, I think that went pretty well. All right, so let's go ahead and Chamod, I don't know how to say your name. Chamod says hi. Hello, Chamod. Thank you so much for watching. And I apologize if I'm butchering your name. It sucks when people can't say your name correctly. So if you want to let me know how to pronounce it, then I am all ears. So let's jump in a button, whack that in there. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. Basically, I just grabbed the latest video that OBS recorded and throw that in there. And now we can jump onto the next component. Close out that server, save this, close that, get out of that. And now let's go to CD Quasar dash components. Wrong. Quasar dash components series. And we're going to have to create a new one. Quasar create. And this will be button group. And then we'll call this button dash group. And then I'm just going to copy paste that. Paste it again. Luke at quasarcast.com. SAS, enter, use standard. Yes, use yarn. Give that a second to load, and then we'll CD into button group, and then open that in Visual Studio Code. Okay, so next thing I'll do while that's running is, if I jump into my button group folder, create our markdown file, open that with Typora, so we're ready to start taking notes. Boom, throw that on that side. And I'm going to throw you on my other screen. Give that a second to run. Looks like it's almost run. And I'm just going to close things out that I don't need anymore on my other screens. Cool, that's now opened in code. Jump into ESLint-RC, all the usual stuff I do. And there we go, disable View 3 Essentials and enable View 3 Recommended, so we get some extra linting power. 404, save that so that it's linted properly. And then open up a console, Quasar Dev. Give that a second to load. And while that's loading, let's bring up the docs and throw it over here. How much time do we have? All right, we still got 16 minutes. Let's see if we can do all of the notes within 16 minutes. That'll be my goal. Then we can come in here and say Q button group. What? Oh, it's probably Q BTN group. Oh, let's come back here. Q BTN group. Yep, there it is. So we'll open up the docs for that. This should be pretty simple. And I'm going to whack this out, throw it on that side, close that out, and we are just about ready to get started. Okay, so let's start with the docs. This is a lot easier when I actually know the component, and I think I know this component decently well. So grouping, be sure to check the, yeah, okay. Spread horizontally to all of it. Okay, I'm not going to check the API yet. Let's go through the examples first. Yeah, so you want to do it on the master component and on all of the bottom ones as well. That's going to make sure that the styling is done properly. So that's the first thing I really want to stress in this video. So we'll do Push. What else have we got? Do they do glossy on the top one? No, so things like glossy goes on the bottom one, but not the top. I'm going to skip glossy. It's not important enough. Outline. Okay, we will show glossy because it's kind of different. Kind of an exception. Glossy, and I'll put in here exception, and I'll know what that means. What else could we do? This is just normal. So how about we say normal there? Parentheses, nothing. What else have we got? We've also got rounded. I want to put that in there. Push, outline, glossy, normal, rounded. Have we got unelevated? Is there any reason I can't use unelevated there? Oh, let's just go through the docs. Might as well. Outline. We'll come in here and say flat, unelevated, rounded. Rounded we already have. Push, and then glossy. Okay, so you can put glossy onto the parent component, but they're not doing it here. All right, so we'll have to play around with that. Let's get rid of the exception part here and just put a bold there to make sure that I keep that in mind. And for normal, let's just do normal as the first one. All right, you must use the same design props on both the parent and the children. All right, so let's say that up here. Let's say that after we do normal. Same design prop on parent and children. All right, so let's come down here. Oh, they've got an example here with a button drop down. Do I want that in there? You know what? Let's do a super basic dumbed down example of this. So let's say do dash button dash drop. Whoops, drop. Gosh, can't spell right now. Okay, drop down. I even copy that. I think the reason they're showing this, oh, that didn't copy right, is to demonstrate split. That's probably why they have this example. Content, we've got spread. Okay, so we will look into spread and stretch as well. Spread and stretch. Oh, sweet, this one's going to be super easy. We've only got the default slot. Let's look at what the default slot does, though. I'm kind of curious. Let's come down here and say default slot question mark for when I'm practicing. And we've got split. Is that meant to be part of the docs or not? I'm actually not sure. Or is it more? Oh, no. So that split has got more to do with the drop down, I think. I don't know. Actually, all right, we're going to have to play around with this now. So let's jump into index.view and we'll come in here and say q dash button dash group oh, damn it. Things slow down a bit. So my Emmet thing can't catch up. So I press tab, but Emmet hasn't showed yet. So it's kind of annoying. I think it's because all my streaming stuff is slowing things down a little bit. It doesn't matter. Get over it, Luke. Q dash button. Let's do it without any design to begin with. And we'll just put a label here equal to 1. Then we'll go 2 and 3. 2, 3, save it. And then I can start playing around with this. So what happens if I add split on here and change that from label to, I don't know, nothing at all. All right, nothing. So let's say icon is equal to person. That's the one that I always go to. That's not doing anything. So split is sitting on the drop down. So it looks like maybe split doesn't work on a normal button component here. So let's copy this example. This is what I love about doing these series. I get to learn everything about how all of this stuff works. Let's just do content in there. Save it. Oh, okay. I see how this works now. All right. So if you have, this is a button drop down thing, and you can say split, which basically splits these two components aside from each other. So if I get rid of the label there, what's going on here? No, they've got a label there and they've got split. What is it? Okay, so I'm getting a different result here. Q button drop down. Okay, this just must be a rounded related thing. That actually would make sense. So let's add rounded to you. I'm going to add rounded to you as well. Come back here. I've spelt this wrong in all of those situations. Rounded? Rounded. Oh, I'll put it in there twice. Save that. So that's what I get when I use... Hang on. So why am I getting a label? But the docs, when they use split, are not getting a label there. Whatever. I bet you I've done something wrong, though. It's usually me. Close rounded. 3 split. We got rounded, and then we got rounded on both of those. Rounded on both of those. You know what? Let's just copy paste the example directly in there and see what I'm doing wrong. Because if this fails for me, then it means that it's more of a dev environment related thing. Come back here, refresh the page. Oh, hang on. No, I am getting the same example that they're getting. I just thought that was a separate thing, whereas really that's part of the 3 button. Okay, so I can keep that in mind. Let's come back here, Control Z, Control Z. Yep. I'll just kind of let them know. Let's keep this really simple. But you can add in here. Oh, so that split isn't going to show properly unless you've got a color. I'll make sure I've got a color if I'm going to do this. Let's go color is equal to primary for all of these. Primary. And can I add split? Now I want to test, can I make this just a Q dash button, get rid of the content and save that? No, okay, of course, because split only makes sense if it's in a drop down, because a drop down can give you like this extra little button here for the split. Man, these are hurting my ears. Yeah. Okay, I think we're almost done. Hopefully my time is not almost done because I'd really like to record this now. Okay, 8 minutes. I think I can get through this. So we'll show the example with a Q button drop down, and then I'll show them with the split. So let's get rid of split. We'll come back here. And then I'll say, by the way, if you want this to be a separate part, you can do split, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that totally makes sense to me now. Was I going to do something with default slot? Yeah, what happens if I use the default? Oh, the default slot is what you actually put in there. All right, Luke, don't be silly. That doesn't make sense. All right. Spread and stretch. Where would I demonstrate that? Honestly, there's not a lot of situations where you would use it, and I'll just tell that to them. I'll just say, honestly, there's not a lot of blah, 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 but if you add spread in here, oh, not so much for spread. The spread might actually make sense. We can add stretch, and that's going to take up basically the full height of whatever flex element you're inside of, but we'll get rid of that because it definitely doesn't make sense in this scenario. Another thing you can do is say spread, and it's going to spread everything horizontally. Now, when I'm doing this example, I'm not going to have the drop down, so let's throw that in there, change that to 3. And this particularly makes sense if we have a style and then a width equal to something like 300 pixels. There we go. We can basically spread it evenly, or if we get rid of spread, it's not going to take up all of that space. So spread when using a fixed width. So let's come in here and say spread, and I'll put in fixed width. Cool. I think I'm ready. Cool. Throw that on the bottom screen. Save it. And now I can get rid of all of this. And I'm just going to change something on my bottom screen here to make sure that the example for the button drop down is what I want. Button drop down, we got auto close, rounded, color, and then I'll add split afterwards. Cool. Right, let's start recording. I might actually pause this because I don't want it to go off in the middle of recording, or at least mute it. That's probably a better idea. Throw that on the bottom screen. Are we ready to go? Is there anything else in the way? Let's get rid of that. Keep things as simple as possible. And I'll throw this over there to about that. And now we can go put a comment out like that. Cool. Ready to get started. And we're recording. Sometimes you want to have a group of buttons together, and getting the styling right for that kind of a thing can be difficult. But once again, Quasar comes to the rescue and makes this a cinch. Let's say, for example, q-button-group, and then we'll add a q-button inside of there and give it a label equal to 1. Then we'll add a few more buttons for 2 and for 3. Save it, and there we go. Notice that it basically adds all of the styling that we need to group those buttons correctly. If I were to comment out the button grouping there, it would basically put separation between them because they're not considered to be group buttons. We get that border and that shadow between the two. But button group is just going to handle all of that for us out of the box. No worries at all. But what else can we do with it? We can also change the design. So if I set this to push, that's going to change it to a push design, but it doesn't work unless you set it to all of the children buttons as well. So there we go. Now it's going to group it with a push design. And once again, this is kind of annoying to style yourself, and Quasar makes it ridiculously simple. So we got that for push. If I double click there and then go Control D, D, D to select all occurrences of push, we can change that to outline. And there we go. The same example with outline. We've also got, of course, flat. There we go. That works as well. And then we've also got unelevated. And maybe this would be better with a color. So let's set the color in these examples equal to primary. And there we go. Now we've got unelevated grouped buttons. And then another thing we can do is make it glossy. So if I set that to glossy, it's going to give us that glossy effect. And it looks like when you're using glossy, you don't actually need to add it to the child components, to the child buttons. Maybe if you were using something like push. So let's have a play with this. Set all of those to push. And there we go. The glossy effect seems to work fine when you just put it on the parent component. But just to be safe, you might want to add it to the children as well, especially if you plan on removing the button group at some point down the line. That'll just mean that everything stays and works well. Everything stays. That'll mean everything looks good if you were to remove this. That'll mean everything will still look good if you decide to remove this Q button group wrapper around your buttons. All right, what else can we do? So I'll get rid of glossy because, as you might know, I do not like the glossy effect. Save that. Get rid of all of these spaces in here. Now let's just imagine that we have a width on this equal to something like 200 pixels. Oh, got to put the word width in there. Save it. And let's make that a little bit bigger for this example. And notice that it kind of messes things up here. So in that case, if you've got a fixed width on your button group, you can add the word spread. And that's basically going to spread these buttons out evenly so it's still going to work correctly. Another thing you can do, and honestly, I can't think of many situations where you would use this, is add stretch. And that's basically going to stretch this entire component. So maybe if this were, for example, sitting inside of a div, so let's add a div in there, and then that div has got a height. Well, let's put style height, and then maybe it's something like 100 pixels. And you can make it stretch to the height of the div. Let's try adding 200 there. Isn't working. Oh, and that's only going to work, of course, if we're using flex. And there you go. So, I don't know, this could come in handy if you want to have bigger buttons. That's one way to do it. But for now, let's remove that div and move on. Save it. Get rid of stretch. And to finish up, I'm going to show you I'll show you an example where you have a drop-down menu for one of those buttons on the side. So what you can actually do here is change this to a Q button dash drop-down, save it, and now when I click on this button here, it's going to give me a drop-down menu. But since we haven't put anything in there, it's not showing anything. So how about this? A Q dash card with a Q dash card dash section, and then we'll throw some lorem ipsum in there. Save it. And now when I click on here, we get that card with all of the text. So what we can do now, what we can do is add in split, save it, and it looks like this doesn't work so well when we're using spread. So let's get rid of spread and the style. And there we go. Now we can have our 3 buttons, but then this extra kind of little toggling button on the side here that opens up something, and that could hold some information. So for example, it could say the 1 button does such and such, the 2 button does this, and you could just hold a little bit of extra information inside of a menu there. Or maybe even have some extra buttons there that you can click if that's something that you want. So these could be like the primary buttons, and then you've got a menu there for some secondary buttons. A lot of cool things that you could do with this example. So there you go. That is the Q button group component. Really easy to use and super effective if you want to basically have some button. So there you go. That is the Q button group component. A lot of fun to use and gives you that extra bit of styling with far less work on your part. Hope you enjoyed this one. See you in the next video. All right. Woo! We're making good time. Oh, now it's showing me an ad. And I'm on break now. So I am going to change this to full screen and see you all soon. Oh, first, let me just open up my window here. Make sure I remember to cut that video. Paste it in there. We've done button group. What have we got left? Button drop down, color picker, and editor. And then we're done. I've completed the 10 video challenge if I can get those last few done. All right. So I want to do my breaks properly. So I'm going to come back here and go back to that point in the break, make this full screen, and I'll see you all soon. Bye for now.
It was a dark and stormy night. It's night time over here now. So I'm going to go outside, do just a little bit more skipping, keep my energy levels high. Put the light on outside, so you probably won't even be able to see me. But watching me skip probably isn't that interesting anyway. All right. Oh, get in there. Oh, it's pretty exciting though. I don't think I've ever done this many videos in one day. I mean, I've done longer videos, or at least short, admittedly easier. It's still exciting though. Brings me one step closer to finishing the series. It's going to be a monster, this series. I'm hoping that Rosebank documentation will raise up people. And then to get a lot of people signing up for Quasar Cast when they start selling stuff, start making some serious money for the Quasar Core team. It's amazing. My goal is to get 200 paid customers for Quasar Cast once I enable the subscription, which will be in about 3 months' time. And then when that's done, when I've got 200, then I'll start paying myself. At least for now, that's the plan. I want to funnel as much money as I can into the Quasar Core team, so that we can make this framework amazing, freeing up some more time for the core developers. All right, see you guys in there soon.
Man, this thing is harsh on my ears. All right, it's nighttime now, and I want to get this done before we reach the end of this YouTube timing video thing, which I think is possible. We're only a few videos off, and I think I'm going to switch the editor video because I want to do that when I'm full of energy and sort of more awake. So I'll switch that for another one because it's hard. There is a lot to Quasar's editor. It's just, it's like next level. All right, so let's get the next one ready. We'll close down that server, jump out of this, and now we're going to be doing the Q button drop-down component. So let's take a look at that. And we'll come in here and we'll say Q button drop-down. There it is there. And we want to create a new project. So Quasar create Q button drop-down. No, not Q, it's just button, but we're using the full word, B-U-T-T-O-N. Oh dear, the brain's slowing down, but we could do this. Okay. I need to get myself jacked up a bit more. I should have skipped harder. Give myself some more energy, but that's all right. Button dash drop down. You guys are actually helping a lot. I look at that number of people that are watching on all of the different networks I'm streaming to. By the way, I'm streaming to Facebook group, Facebook page, YouTube, Periscope. What's the other one? Twitch. Look at quasarcast.com. Not streaming to Instagram though. I'm not sure that you actually can. Yes, use Yarn. All right, when that's done, CD into button drop down and then open that in code. And when that's done, I can get rid of this banner now. I wonder if I can do smaller banners. It'd be cool if I could just have a smaller version of that banner at the bottom of the page. Or even an overlay would be cool. Yeah, that's okay. Not a big deal. Oh, I should probably get rid of this. I don't want this to get in the way of... It's my logo. It's not really my logo. It's kind of just the Quasar logo with a play button. And I'm sticking with it for now. All right, so that's opened up. And we'll run Quasar dev, so we're ready to go. No. Oh, see, I'm starting to get things out of order. ESLint, we'll come down here, comment that out, comment that in. I need to create my own template. I'm sure there's an easy way to do that. And then we go into 404, and then we save that file so that it reformats, close that. Should be canceled. There we go. Quasar dev that. Now we need to have a new document, which is markdown document, and I'll open that with Typora. There it is there, and we'll throw that on that side of the screen. And then we'll have you on the other side of the screen with the drop-down button. And now this is ready to go. So let's yank it out of there and throw it on that side. And then, I've done that thing again. Or accidentally, how do I do this? Control Alt maybe? Yeah, there we go. So what am I doing? I want that on that side and then on that. Okay, so they're evenly done. So now I can, nope, that didn't work. Oh, yes it did. What? There we go. Do about there. Open up our index.view file. Okay, and we're ready to get started. So let's write these notes in. Oh gosh, there's a lot. It's all right, we'll get this done. Basic. You're almost always going to want a list in there, but I'll only have to do that once. Q button drop down, and it's just got a color and a label. All right. So let's do this. Color, label, and we'll say with list to begin with. Now let's do with card, and then we'll do with list, because a card is just a really quick up and running way of getting it started. We've got color, we've got label, And then we also want to use, I want to teach them early on, v-close-pop-up, which is just an automatic way of getting the pop-up to close when it's clicked. And I think you can add auto close. Can we add auto close to this as well? Auto, yes, we can. So I'll teach that first, and then I'll show them that you can actually use auto close. Right, moving on. Various content. I think this is just showing you that you can get different content in there. Yeah, that's not hyper relevant. We'll leave that. So how about I show them an example with list. Example top right menu. That's just kind of the idea that I'll have like a button here that shows you your account details, stuff like that. So let's have login. Not login, this would be log out, because you're only going to get that if you're actually logged in. Log in, and then let's have what else would you have there? Change password. L, log out, change password, and then account details. Something like that. We'll just make it really simple. The split, which is what I actually talked about in the previous video. Is there anything new here? No, just the split. Come down. I actually do that earlier on. Yeah, probably here. That's where I'll show the split. What else have we got? What else you got for me? Custom button. What does that even mean? We got push, glossy. Yeah, okay. So let's just customize the button a little bit, and I'll just show them that you can do other stuff. Or button props. Styling. Let's say all button styling props, and I'll just do some basic stuff like glossy. God, I hate glossy. Push, unelevated. You know what? I'll do my favorite ones, which I think are the most common. Unelevated, flat, and then we'll just do like rounded, stuff like that. And, you know, color as well. We've already done color, so I might just leave that one. Or maybe no caps, because I do know that people love to know about no caps. Right. Yeah, we'll give it an icon, of course. People are going to want an icon. Let's use the folder icon. That's a good idea. I'm all for stealing ideas from the docs, because that's what people are used to. Custom drop-down icon. Okay, that's definitely something I want to point out. Oh, I don't know about that icon, though. It's really ugly. So let's do this, and let's go to material design icons. I think it's in here. And so we'll come in there, we'll find a good icon for this. These are the ones we get by default. I always use MDI icons, but then I don't want to show everybody at the start of every single video how to change their icons. So I'm just like, yeah, we'll just use the material design icons. No, this isn't what I'm looking for. Icons. Yeah, this is the one. So we want to have an icon that kind of indicates some sort of an arrow. So let's look for arrow. Yeah, the circle one, maybe. Let's go with that. Arrow, circle, and maybe down. I don't know. Let's have a look at what that looks like. Back into here. And I'll have to do the whole thing to get it. So, okay, we can do this. QGIS button dash drop down. I think that's actually all I need. It'll still work if I just do that. Label equals more. And then let's say, what was it? Drop down icon. We'll come in here and we'll say drop down icon and set that equal to, and oh gosh, see, my memory's starting to leave me now. Something about an arrow down. Oh no, did I already close out of the page? Like arrow outline down. Oh goodness. Down. Let's try that. Could Quasar be used to build an app where you log buses that arrive late? Yeah, I don't see why not. Oh, Dylan. I know you. You're like doing from school doing. Hey. Yeah, absolutely. I think I remember Will actually telling me about that idea for an app. Maybe was he? I don't know if the idea came from you or from his head, but it sounds like a cool idea. Arrow. Okay, I need to remember what this icon is. So let's. Sorry, guys, I'm gonna have to look this up again. We've been at this for what? It's been 6.5 hours now. Granted that there have been some breaks. So arrow. Will's idea. Nice. Arrow circle. So let's say arrow circle down and see if that works well for us. Throw that over there. Arrow circle down. There we go. So now we can basically click on that to show the menu. What do we get by default? So let's cut that. By default, we get an arrow down. So we will use the arrow circle down in this case. So let's copy that and drop down icon, arrow circle down. Cool. Let's move on. What else have we got here? Color is covered. Like that's all covered. Label slots. A slot for the label. This is weird. Why has it got a label slot when the normal button doesn't? I'm sure that the normal button doesn't have a label slot. Okay, this would be so that you can have a slot for the left side, I think. So this is probably quite relevant, actually. So let's say hashtag, because that's what we use for slots. And this is label. So we've got a slot for that as well. I'll teach them that. What else are we going to show? Menu state. Okay, so that's just using vModel. That's basic stuff. Where are we going to show that? I'll show that down here. V-model. Now, close pop-up and auto close is hyper relevant, so let's move that up here. I reckon around about here. About this. You want to do it, honestly, this is going to be one of the first things I would imagine. Actually, yeah, this will be after I've actually built the list. So let's cut that and say with list example top right menu. That's how I will actually show the list when I do that top right menu example. All right, what else have we got here? vModel disable. Okay, it looks like you can also target what you disable, which is super handy. So we can say here, disable, what's that other one? Disable main button. Man, Quasar really has thought of everything. This is nuts. Disable dropdown. Okay, cool. Split and router link on main. What does that actually mean? Okay, it's just showing that when you use two, that's only going to happen, yeah, on the button. So I will demonstrate that as well. So two, and then I'll say here doesn't ruin, doesn't remove drop down behavior. Okay, cool. I think that's about it. So let's come up here and go through the props here. This is going to be mostly button related stuff. And some of it's menu related stuff as well. So I should probably go through the menu related stuff. Yeah, that's probably relevant enough. Okay, so where would we do this? Probably early on. So we got, yeah, this is something that's kind of related to auto close. Not relevant enough. Auto close, we've already covered. Loading, that kind of comes over the default button related stuff. Label, icon right, no caps. Did I do no caps? Yeah, I did that here. No wrap, not relevant enough. Aligning, stacking, this is all just basic button related stuff. So we'll leave that for that. Drop down icon, I already covered. General type, not relevant enough. Model, position. Okay, this is relevant enough though. So this is kind of more menu related stuff. I don't know. I mean, I could send them to the menu video for this kind of thing. No, don't be lazy, Luke. Let's do this properly. So we got cover. to do this? I want the more niche stuff to be later on in the video. So it's probably going to sit around here, I think, is a good spot. So we got cover, menu dash anchor, menu dash self. And I always forget these, so I'm going to keep it in there. So let's say, not top end, let's say center right is probably a good spot, a good sort of demonstration here where you've got the menu anchor. Hang on, menu. The anchor is the thing you're anchoring on. And so we want a center left for that. Menu anchor, say center dash left. And then menu self will be center dash right. And then I'll quickly show them that menu self can be top right would be a good example of that. And it's not a dash. Get rid of the dash. That's going to confuse me. And then we'll also say bottom right as examples for that. All right, so that will be covered. Menu offset. Oh, yeah, I guess so. That probably is relevant enough. We'll come in here and we'll say menu offset. And I don't know, 10 by 10 is probably a good example for that inside of an array. What else have we got? Router. That's all too specific to button. Loading, too specific to the button. We've already done the disable related stuff. Style, it looks like this is going to be mostly just button related styles. No icon animation. Okay, so this is specific to this component. We'll do that here. No icon animation because we've just messed around with icons there. Content style and content class are probably useful as well. Wow, this is actually turning out to be quite a video. Let's get this done early because people do tend to ask a lot of questions about styling related stuff. How about here? Content style, content class. And for this, we'll set like a background equal to primary. That's probably a good thing to do. And then for this, how about we set, I don't know, a width of 300 pixels. That might be a good example to play around with. All right, so that's all done. Slots, we did look at the label slot. None of this this is stuff that people can dig deeper to find out. Methods, show and hide. Once again, it's all like, once you get to the level where you're learning about this stuff, it's like, you'll look at the docs and you'll figure it out. And so I tend to just keep the basic stuff and then leave like events and methods unless they're hyper relevant. So I think that's it. I think I've covered everything down here. We're pretty much ready to start recording this video. Should I try it in one or should I practice this one? I don't know. How much time have we got? 30 minutes. I won't practice. I will just test that everything works, but I won't do like a full-on practice run for this. So I'll throw that on the bottom page and let's have a crack at this. Get out of that. All right, so first I'm going to show it with a card, Q-button-drop down. Drop down. And then a good example of this would be to show more information. So let's say Q-card, and then we'll throw Q-card-section in there, and then just throw inside of there some lorem ipsum. So let's save that. And there we go. When we click on this drop down, we get, yep, I can mention that. And I've got to remember to do a label. That'll probably help. Label. What's a good example of where you would use a drop down? Maybe like more information. Yeah, that's probably a good example. So let's use that. I'm going to copy that because I like that example. Label and then more information. That's just a basic example of how you would use the Q button drop down component. But another great example of this is when you want to have a list of things. And the time that you would usually use that is, for example, a button like this inside of your app that's got a list of different things you can do. So we won't do anything this advanced. We'll just do a simple list in the top right in this video. So I'll show you what I mean. Let's say Q-list. I don't remember to wait because otherwise Emmet doesn't catch up. Q-list, Q-item, and then inside of there a Q-item-section. And then let's have here a few options like log out, and then we'll also have change password and account details. Make this one change password, and then this one account details. Save it, and there we go. But by default, it looks like it's styling things a little bit strange. Why is it styling it like that? It's weird. What have I done wrong here? Item. Oh, they're all sitting inside of a queue items. Oh gosh, I copy pasted it wrong. So let's close that off. And we'll just wrap these in a queue item. Q-item. Q-item. Hopefully I won't make that mistake when I record. If not, there's always undo. Save that. And there we go. And of course, in a situation like this, you might want to go to all of those items and make them clickable. And you can also add v-close dash. Okay, I want this to be earlier on. So let me just change something in my notes here to let me know that all of that stuff is going to come before we do styling related stuff. Okay. We can make that clickable. And then another thing we might want to do here is have it so that when we click on these buttons, it actually closes the drop down. We can do that by saying v-close-overlay. Overlay to pop up, save that. And now when I click on one of these buttons, it automatically closes the pop-up. But there's actually an easier way. So if I select all of these, Control D, and then get rid of them all, we can actually come up here and say on the Q button dropdown itself, auto close. And that's automatically going to handle closing the dropdown for you. So this won't always work, especially if you have nested menu items. But for most scenarios, you can just use auto close. And there we go. It still works. Excuse me. Okay. So that's working. Auto close. Another thing you might want to do is use persistent. So if you want to force the user to click on one of these options, at the moment, if I click out, it closes the menu. If we add in here persistent, that means that when the user tries to click out of this menu, it doesn't work. They have to then click on an item for it to close. So that's good to know if you want to force the user to click on one of those options. Another thing that you can do is change the styling within this dropdown. So if I say, for example, style is equal to font-size 1.4 EM, save it. Now we're going to get that styling inside of our button dropdown. Oh no, not style. I wanted to show content style. Content-style. That means the content inside of this dropdown, in other words, the list, is going to receive these stylings. So if I click on here, there we go. We get larger text now. Okay, I really like that. So I'm going to copy that example. Better than my width example. And then, of course, we've got the same thing for classes. Content class, background, primary, and then maybe a text equal to white. Save it. And there we go. We open the drop down and we got some fancy looking colors there. All right, the rest is this color stuff. I know that's going to work. All the button styling, that's super obvious. Icon, playing with the menu. Okay, let's play with the menu a little bit here. Another thing we can do is actually mess around with the way the menu displays. So by default, it just shows underneath, which is cool. But if we add here cover, basically going to open up from the button, from the middle of the button. And okay, so that's not what it does. It covers the button. It's basically going to cover the button when you click on that menu. So that might be the design that you're looking for. We can also say here, if we want very specific positioning, menu-anchor, and that's basically saying from the anchor, in other words, this button here, where will the menu open? So we can say, for example, center left. And that means that the menu will open from this point here, center left of the button. Then you can say menu-self, which means the menu itself, where is that going to be connected to the left side of this button? And then we can say in here, for example, center right. save it, open up that menu, and now that did not work. Center left. Is that meant to be a dash there? Let's refresh the page. Menu anchor, so menu self is center right. Anchor, center left. So it should be there, right? Because that's the anchor. The anchor is the thing it's anchoring to. All right, so let's try this. Center dash left and then center dash right. I'm sure that's not correct though. It might be opposite with the menu button. That's really annoying if it is. It's kind of the first time I've ever seen a flaw in Quasar's API. Unless, which is probably the case, I'm mistaken. You know what? It's probably because I'm not going full screen here. Yep, okay, that was the problem. It didn't have enough space. Luke, how dare you blame Quasar for your own mistakes? Cool. And then you could say, for example, menu self is anchored, and I'll show you a couple of examples here. We could also say top right, meaning that this top right point will connect to the center left of the anchor. Save that, open it, and there we go. And one more example, just to drive this home, bottom right, which means the bottom right of the menu itself is connecting with the center left of the anchor. Remember, the anchor is the thing that the menu is connecting to. So the easy way I remember this is self. I like to think of it as the component itself, the thing itself that is coming off of the drop-down button. Okay, cool. I think that will do. That kind of thing's hard to explain, but I think that's the best I can do, at least for now. And I'll have a more in-depth video down the line that goes through this stuff and, with like graphics and whatever. And maybe I could link those videos later on. Another thing we can do is change the drop-down icon. I think that's going to work. So let's just do that quickly. Arrow underscore circle underscore down. Save it. And there we go. That's now working. What else can we do? We can now notice that this icon spins by default. If you don't want that animation, you can just say here, no dash icon dash animation. And now it's not going to spin around. But I like the animation, so let's bring it back to normal. Right, then we've got the hashtag label. Now, there might be situations where you want to tap in to just the label of the button and not this drop down. In order to do that, we've got a template. So we can say template and then say label here. And then maybe you want that to be an avatar. So let's say q-avatar and then say q-image and set the source equal to https:// picsum.photos/ let's do 150 by 150 as the size of that photo. And there we go. Now we can basically tap in here. And that would make more sense if you didn't have a label. There we go. So that's pretty cool. All right, that's a good example. I like that. So I'm going to keep that. I'm going to make my notes. Notes help a lot as my brain gets more and more tired. V-model, I assume that's going to work fine. Oh, let's just quickly test it just in case. V-model, and we'll say opened. Quickly just whack this out to see that it works. Pull out ref from there. Set up. Whoops. Butterfingers, return that. And then we'll say open, const opened is equal to a reference and false by default. Oh no, we'll set it to true by default. That's what we usually want with this example. And now that opened is set to true by default and it's being modeled, that's why this dialog will be opened by default when we open the page. Then when I click away, it's still going to work. And just to show you, and then I'll probably use a pre tag just to show them that's working. So we'll do something like this, pre, and then whack it directly in there. Opened, save it, and there we go. Now they can see that it's actually being modeled there. All right, so I'll do that. Disable main button, disable drop down. So then we've got disable, and I might get rid of that open modeling, the pre there. But now I can't click on it and I can't click on the drop down. But if you only want to disable one and not the other, you can actually say disable -main -button. And that means this main button is disabled, but wait, that did not work. That's not working. Let's look at the typing in here. Disable main button. Save it, refresh the page. Maybe it's got something to do with my template. So maybe I'll have to get rid of that template. We'll set label equal to my label. Maybe it's got something to do with the fact that I'm overriding the icon there. Save it. No, that seems to be a bug. I have caught a bug. Maybe I've caught a bug. Only main. Okay, that's working here. Only drop down. So what's happening for me here? Disable. Disable main button. Maybe it's because I haven't got split there. Disable drop down. By the way, did I mention split? Yeah, that's earlier on. All right, so let's have a play with this. How am I going for time here? 18 minutes. Oh, I'd love to be able to record this as well. They split, save it. See if that's going to fix the problem. All right, so split fixes that. So I will point out that this will only work for split. Is that in the docs? Maybe they mention it here. UMD, no, not related. Disable main button. So they don't say it only works for split. They say, okay, so they are kind of saying that. All right, that was my fault. I didn't read the docs well enough. Cool. So I will mention that in the video as well, because that pulled me up. It will probably pull others up. Only works with split. Cool. So I think we are ready to record now. 2, does it remove the button behavior? That was the last thing I wanted to show, that if you are using 2 here, and we set that to something like /other-page, save it. Notice that the drop down still works. And I've got this disable main button. Clicking on the button is going to take you to that other page. So the reason I show this example is to just demonstrate that when we have this split here, the drop-down menu button is going to be separate to the button that takes you to another page when you use 2. All right, so 2 only applies to the button, not to the drop-down menu button, which is kind of cool. Whew, all right, so gotta quickly rest my ears for a second. Oh, and then we'll do some recording. Oh, man, we pumped through a lot today. Thanks for sticking along with me, guys and girls. Let's close out of that. Should be hiding anyway. It always shows up anyway. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Chill for a second. Oh. All right. I'm ready for this. Do my breath test to check that it doesn't get in the way of the recording. Point this at my mouth, but not my nose. Cool, that's working. And now I can go ahead and get started. First, I'm going to cover using a label and then card. There is a lot of cool stuff that Quasar's button drop-down component can do. So I'm going to dive right into it. Let's say Q-button-drop-down to use this component. And anything inside of here is going to show within the drop-down when we click on the button. So let's set a label here. This is just like a normal Quasar button. So we'll set a label to more information. And then we'll put a Q-card in there. A Q-card-section inside of there, and then throw in some lorem ipsum. Save it. There's our button, and when we click on it, that card comes up. How cool is that? Super simple to use, but a really cool result there using Quasar's components. Another example of this would be using a list. So let's say Q-list, and then we'll have inside of there Q-item, and then a Q-item-section. And then maybe this is a list that sits in the top right menu over here. So you might have, for example, log out, and then I'll copy paste that down a couple of times. Then maybe there's another one that says change password. And then the last one could be account details. Save it. And instead of more information, this would be, for example, an icon equal to person. And there we go. And then maybe we could also make it round. Does that work? And then maybe we could also make it rounded. Save it. And there we go. You can imagine that would look good in sort of a top right menu over here. And then when we click on it, we've got these different options available. All right, I might change the color just to jazz things up a little bit. And what else can we do? Well, if we want this menu to close when we click on one of the list items, I'll show you what we can do to make. We can use Quasar's v-close-popup directive. I'll show you what I mean. Let's come in here to Q item, Control D, so that we select all occurrences. And then I'll come in here and say v-close-popup, save it. And now when I click on one of those items, it's going to close the pop-up for me. And if I go Control D again, and then come in here and say clickable, we're going to get an arrow that basically shows that these items are clickable. There we go. What else can we do? Well, we can actually get rid of v-close-popup. So let's get rid of it in all these situations and add in here auto close. Excuse me. This is basically a way of saying, hey, if I click on anything inside of this dropdown, I want you to close the menu. So it's just a faster way of getting that effect. But be careful using auto close, because if you have sub menus, then that can give you some undesirable effects. So if you try to have like a sub menu within your item list, you click on that sub menu, it's going to close without showing the extra content. So you got to be careful with auto close. What else can we do? Well, we can say here persistent, and I might actually keep auto close in there. And if you say persistent, it means that if I try and click around here, it will not close. It's basically saying, make sure the user actually performs an action like clicking on one of those items before closing the menu. But if we don't use persistent, and then I open the menu and click over here, then it's going to close. So that's good to know. What else can we do? We can also set the content style and the content class. So a good example of that would be content-style, setting the font size. So let's set it to 1.4 EM, save it. And now when we open this menu, everything's going to be a little bit bigger. So content style is basically saying everything inside of here is going to have that style, everything inside of the menu. So if you had something like other text in there, that's also going to take on that different font size. All right, so let's get rid of that. We've also got, of course, content class. And a good example of this would be simply changing the color of the menu. Let's set the background equal to secondary, and then we'll set the text equal to white. Now when I click on there, we've just got a nicer looking menu. So that's pretty cool. Let's bring in auto close again so that that closes when I click on these buttons. And what else can we do? And let's move on to some styling related stuff. So Quasar's button dropdown is going to have pretty much all the styling that you have for normal buttons. So Quasar's button dropdown is going to have all of those styles that you usually get with a Quasar button. So things like setting the color and the icon, of course, which I've already shown you. But then we've also got unelevated, save that. we get an unelevated button. And I'll just smash through a few of these to show you examples. Flat, rounded. You can check out the button video if you want a little bit more information about this stuff. Oop, I've already got rounded up there. We've also got no caps. So if you've got a label there equal to my label, it's going to work. But then if I get rid of no caps, it's just going to capitalize everything. So that's good to know as well. We can also say inside of here, icon is equal to folder. And once again, I've already shown that example. So let's try another icon just to drive it home. And there we go. This could show you like a whole bunch of folders that you've got access to. We can also change the way the menu opens. So if I add here cover, save it, when I click on this drop down, notice that the menu is now covering the button. If we get rid of cover, it actually doesn't do that by default. It makes sure that it doesn't cover the button. So that could be handy if you want to change the styling there. We can also say menu dash anchor and menu dash self. So let me show you how these work. The anchor refers to the button itself. So let me show you how these. So let's cover what these mean. The menu anchor is going to be the Q button drop down. Menu self is going to be, well, the menu itself, the actual menu that's shown. So that's how I remember this. I always think of menu self. That is the menu itself. And then the anchor is basically the thing that that menu is connecting to. So if you start with menu self, it's usually easy to figure out what the anchor means. All right, so let's do some options in here. If we set that to center left, that means the menu will open from the center left of the button. So right here. And then if I say menu self is equal to center right, let's save it and I'll show you that. Notice that the center right of the menu connects to the center left of the anchor. All right, so pause the video and take a look at this and the menu to sort of figure out what that means. Sometimes this kind of confuses me and I need a little bit of time for my brain to sort of grok it. Another thing we can do, for example, is change this to top right. So we make that top right, and the top right of menu self connects to the center left of menu anchor. So play around with this, check out the docs if you need to, so that you can get that right. And one more thing to point out is it will change the positioning if it runs out of space. So if I make this a little bit smaller and we add some more text to one of these items, save it, notice that it's basically going to move the menu so that it's visible to the user. I kind of bugged out a little bit there. So you might want to play around to sort of get that right for your use case. Anyway, let's bring that back to logout. And one more thing I'll show you related to the menu is the menu offset. So if we say menu dash offset and set it equal to an array, we can put in here, for example, 15 and 15. That means that it's going to have an X and Y offset of 15. So since this is X-axis related, it's going to be 15 offset. And then if we do it Y-axis related, it'll also be 15 offset. So that wasn't the best example, but you can sort of play around with these values to basically get this menu to show exactly where you want it. Another thing we can do is change this icon here. So let's say drop down icon and set it to arrow underscore circle underscore down. And now when I click on this, it's going to show a different icon there. And now we're going to get a different icon. And now we're going to get a different icon there. And when we click on it, it still gets that animation where it sort of turns up and down. So you can play around with that to make it look exactly how you like it. And another thing you can do is actually remove the animation if you don't want that animation. No icon animation. So now when I click on this, it's not going to do that little spinny thing that we got before. So that's good to know if you want a little bit more control over that. We can also slot into the label here. So we can't use the default slot because that's already being used for the menu. So in order to basically tap into this part of the button, this left part of the button, we can say template, and then add in here hashtag label. Now I can say my label and basically take full control over this label here. So I'm going to remove the icon and let's add an image. And let's add an image in there instead. So Q-avatar, and then we can say Q-image to use Quasar's image component and set the source equal to https://picsum.photos/150 by 150. Save it. And there we go. Now we get an image in there. And you might want to play around with this Q image component, make the spinner a little bit smaller or whatever to make sure that it shows up correctly. But there you go. We have all the flexibility we need with this component. Let's bring back an icon. Icon is equal to person. What else can we do? Well, we can model this. So we can say v-model is equal to show dropdown. And now if I copy that, let's come down here. We've already got a ref. Oh, and it looks like I prepared something earlier. So I like to do examples myself from scratch so that you get to see everything. So let's get rid of that and do it again. We'll yank ref out of there. We'll say const show dropdown is equal to a reference that is true by default. Now let's return show dropdown. There we go. And now this is being modeled. And since that's equal to true by default, if I refresh the page, notice we get that drop down by default because it's modeling this piece of data that's saying, hey, I want you to be set to true, which basically in this case means opened. True is saying opened when you model this component. And then I can add in top of here a pre-tag just to sort of drive this home and say show drop down. And there we go. We can see that it changes depending on the state of the menu. All right, enough of that though. So I'll close that out and I'll get rid of this V model. What else can we do? We can also add a split here. Now, this is particularly useful if you just... We can also add a... Oh, I think I missed something. Yeah, I did. I probably want to say that we can say, is there an at click and then an at click for the menu? Oh no, there wouldn't be. That's okay. Okay, I haven't missed anything. Now, another thing that you can do with the dropped... Now, another thing that's really cool... Oh, I need my notes. Now, another thing that you can do, which is really cool with the button drop down, is add in a split. So by doing that, this button is now separate from the drop down. So if I come in here and say at click and then do something, let's come down here and just console.log that. So const do something, the function that's console.logs do something. And what am I doing wrong here? Oh, got to say that it's equal to a function, and then we'll expose it to the template. Now check this out. When I click on the drop down, this does not get called. When I click on the button, it does get called. So the cool thing here is that by adding a split, you can have a different action for the drop down and the button. So it gives you that extra layer of flexibility. Really, really cool. What else can we do? Well, now that we've got that split in place, we can say disable. And then, of course, that's going to disable both of these. That actually didn't disable both. What about disabled? Okay, I'm going to leave out disable because it's very nichey. We're probably going to do disable main button. Okay. We also have disable drop down. So if I save that, notice that we get this disable effect for the drop down and we can't click on that drop down. But if I open the console here, I'm still able to click the button, but I cannot click the drop down. So if you want to specifically disable that drop down, you have that functionality available to you. Or you can do the opposite, disable main button. So now if I try and click on the main button, we don't get a console.log there, but we can still open up the menu. So that's kind of cool. What else can we do? Well, that's pretty much it. But the last thing I want to show you is that if you are using this split, so we'll get rid of that disable, and then we have something like 2 on that button, then we can say /other-route. And when you have 2 there, so when you're using view router to take you to a different route, notice that clicking the menu does not activate 2, but clicking the button does. So I just wanted to point that out, that when you use 2, it kind of gives you that expected behavior where it only applies to the button, but when you've got this split in place, it won't apply to the drop down itself. So I hope you enjoyed this one as much as I enjoyed making it for you. See you in the next video. Now let's do something more interesting for the end. So that, my friends, is the Q button drop down component. Hope you enjoyed this one as much as I enjoyed making it for you. See you in the next video. Oh, okay. I'm pretty happy with that. What have I got here? Please tutorial for SQLite and Cordova using Quasar. Honestly, that kind of leaves the world of Quasar and sort of goes more into the Cordova world, that kind of a thing. So if you're looking for, hang on, let me just do a little bit of searching here. If you want to get SQLite working with Cordova, I'd search for something like SQLite Cordova and see how that basically plugs in to Quasar. So learn about Quasar plugins using Cordova. I haven't actually done a lot of mobile development, but I kind of know what direction to point you in, Ray, for this kind of a thing. Yeah, you probably want to use something like this, Cordova SQLite Storage. This is a plugin for Cordova. So if you can get that working, then this is what you want to look at. This is the page that you need. This is where the information for that is going to come from, because Quasar helps you to export to these different platforms. But if you want platform-specific stuff, you then need to go to the site of that platform. You then need to sort of search elsewhere. You kind of need to dive into the Cordova world, in other words. So maybe you could even say YouTube, Cordova, SQLite. Let's have a quick look there. How to use Cordova SQLite plugin. Yeah, so you could take the information here and probably apply it to using Quasar. But I definitely will be doing videos like this down the line. But honestly, I'm doing beginner stuff right now. Once I get that out of the way, then I can do more advanced things. So this is kind of a little bit lower on my priority list. Not that it's not important. It's just lower on the priority list for now. So I would search for something like that. Look for some articles and YouTube videos related to Cordova and SQLite. So hopefully that's helped you, Ray. I'm sorry that I can't sort of dig deeper into that right now, because time doesn't really permit at the moment. So anyway, we've done the button drop down video. Did I stop recording? Yes, I did. So let's whack this over here, jump into OBS. How are we doing for time here? Oh my goodness, it didn't go off. I didn't hear the sound. Oh, because I purposely turned it off. So let's bring it back on. We're 5 minutes behind, but that's okay. Oh, I got it spot on. All right. So I'm going to take a break now. Let's come in here and we're going to cut that video. We're going to paste it into there. What have we got left? Color picker. And then instead of editor, I'm going to do another one, but I haven't chosen it yet. We'll wait until we get to that. So 2 videos left and then we're done. Wow, this has been nuts. Hopefully I'm going to be done within the next hour or so. Thank you so much to everybody who's kind of stuck along with me so far. This has been an absolute blast. And wow, what a challenge. Cordova is very specific with Gardle and JDK version. Couldn't get my app to build it to Android with Cordova, so I used Capacitor. Yeah, okay. that's probably a good idea. How do I hide this and get that going? That's probably a good idea. I think, oh, wait, that's a different person saying that. Thank you for adding your help there. I think capacitor tends to be the more popular option now as an export for Quasar. So I would look into using capacitor. I think from memory, it supports a lot of the Cordova plugins, but it's just better. I don't really have the extra information for that. Maybe you can shed some more light on that, Abul. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce everybody's name. If you want to let me know the phonetics for that, I can sort of try and get it right. But yeah, thank you for adding to the conversation there. That's really cool. Right, I will be back soon. Let's add that little banner at the bottom. Bit of shameless advertising. There it is there. And I'll talk to you all soon.
Starting to get the hang of switching to this now. All right, even though I don't particularly feel like skipping anymore, I'm still going to do a little bit more skipping. This is the great thing about filming the whole thing. It helps me stay accountable. So let's put you down there. And even though I don't feel like it, I know that if I do a little bit, it's going to help me get through this last hour or so. Oh, we're losing the light. I hate these automatic lights. I wish they'd just stay on. I think they do if I just turn it off and on again. Let's try that. See if it works. Okay. Maybe it'll stay on this time. If not, doesn't matter. I don't need a C to skip. Oh, nice moon tonight. It's always worth it once I get started. It kind of just sorts out my back when I skip. If you get sore backs when you've been sitting down for a long time. Another one I need to start doing more is planks. Really helps with especially if you get lower back pain. One of my inspirations for Quasicast is Jeffrey Way, who created Larrycast. And I remember listening to a podcast where he talks about how he did a whole lot of planks every day. And he said that exercise alone fixed all of his back problems when he was sitting down at the computer, which I just thought was amazing. So I do a lot of planking now. And it doesn't have to be hard. I do 2 minutes planking every day. And I'm not even pushing myself to go further. If I do want to push myself, then I'll increase it by like 5 seconds when I'm ready, when I feel like it's really, really easy for me to do, because I don't want to turn myself off it. I want to enjoy my exercise. I'm not one of those hardcore, more gains kind of people. I do exercise to pump blood to my brain. That's what I care about. That's why I jump the rope. That's why I go for walks. That's why I do light jogs. I want to pump oxygen to my brain. And then every now and then some high intensity to increase my VO2 max, which basically, my theory for that is that it kind of helps me to go a little bit longer when I do work. So yeah. Whew. At least that's my theory for that's how I do it. Okay. Kind of hungry. Still got a little bit of the stuff I made before, sitting in the stir fry. So let's eat a little bit of that. I've got 1:30 left, so I'll heat a bit up and sort of eat it while I'm working. Oh, the dogs are barking. They think I'm someone else. Lily, it's me. Oi, it's me. Shh. That was funny. Okay, let's add a little bit of rice to this. As I mentioned before, though, I only like to add a little bit of rice because too much carbohydrates tend to shut my brain down. This is why I've been able to go so long today, because I think I've been eating the right foods, which certainly doesn't happen all the time. I'm going to have some ice cream tonight. They do really nice vegan ice cream at this place close by called Popolo's in Newcastle. So I'm going to go there with my girlfriend when I'm done. Get me some ice cream. Nope, I'm running out of time. This StreamYard is pretty cool. I just set like a thing on my phone. What's it called? Like a little desktop thing on my phone that opens up StreamYard. And so I just click on that and then log in on my phone, and then I can sort of talk to you guys while I'm taking a break. It's kind of cool. Okay, I'm running out of time. I'll just have to stop the microwave. Got to stick to the schedule, man. Oh, okay, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Okay. Now that I've sat down, I can close this out.
And now I'm in here. Okay, slightly late. Sorry about that. But now we can go ahead and get started on the next component. So I'm going to save my notes from before. Wow, that drop-down button actually ended up being a bit of a monster, didn't it? Longer than I thought. So we'll save that. Jump out of VS Code. Open up console here. Oh, weird. Sometimes it's not. Yeah, okay, there we go. And then we want to create a color picker one. So let's cd into Quasar component series. And then we'll cd into, oh no, we don't have color picker yet. So we'll say Quasar create color picker. And I think this is actually going to be relatively simple. I hope so, at least. Color dash picker, and then color picker, Luke at quasarcast.com, because this is going to end up on GitHub. Yep, we'll use standard there. Yes, use yarn. Get this all installed. And when that's done, we cd into color picker. Damn it, I think I mistyped. That's right, I'll just have to wait for that. Open it up here. Q color picker. There it is. Boy running, and oh, okay, nice. This one does look very simple. There's only a few things. What about slots? It actually doesn't have any slots. Change. Those events are not going to be needed. Okay, cool. This is going to be an easy one. Open this in code. Exit. Close that out. And we'll say Quasar dev here. Dev environment running. And now in my file browser, we jump into color picker. We create a new document, which is our markdown. Open that with Typora, and then we're pretty much ready to go. So we'll yank you out, and I'll throw you over there, and I'll throw you over there. Get the sizing good. It's probably good sizing. And then we can split this with Typora. Where's Typora? I thought I opened it up. What? It's gone. Oh no, here it is here. Oh, I didn't double click on it. There we go. Okay, so now we can basically jump through these and go ahead and get started. Man, I'm hungry. I've got food right in front of me now, but I can't eat it now. I've got to get to work. So name that specifically, that's going to be much later on down the line. Okay, let's start here actually. Basic example. These are just modeling. What's the difference? Oh, okay, they're modeling different values. All right, so let's say V dash, I'll use the example here. I think this is a good example that they actually use. So V dash model, and then we'll have inside of here hex X with alpha, red, green, blue, and then RGBA. So yeah, I think I want to maybe try some different ones. Do we still have the HSL color picker? There used to be this really cool HSL color picker website, and I think it's down now. Oh, it's back up again. Yes. Love this site. So cool. Makes it so easy to pick colors and play around with them. So let's set that equal to something, and that one, say what they're equal to. We'll do that on a different line here. And we'll get different values for all of these. For the hex, let's just choose a nice color. Let's go with that. I like to choose nice colors when I'm doing this, just to keep the video interesting. And then we got hex with an alpha. So how does that work? I don't understand hex alphas very well. We'll go to the Quasar docs and see what they've got. They've just got a CC there. So let's do a CC as well. Same thing, but with capital C and C on the end. Then we got red, green, blue. This would be really nice. Something kind of like that. So let's go RGB. We'll get rid of the alpha there, and then we'll have an RGB alpha and set that to something like 3.5. All right, so that'll be some good examples for us to start off with. What else are we going to do? So that'll give us a basic example with import. Now, how are they doing this? This is probably like a pop-up proxy or just a pop-up. Yep. So let's say, I think I can just do that on the fly. So input with pop-up proxy. And let me just check. I'm pretty sure they're just going to model that value under the hood. So we come to the script here. We've got our color. V-model, the color. And then in QColor, it's modeled there in the pop-up proxy. Yep, cool. With validation. Oh, I should show that actually. That's pretty cool. I'm pretty sure that Quasar's got this mad validation thing for colors. Rules. Oh, cool. So that string must mean any color. There are helpers for Q input rules from, okay, so we can see the full list there. And we can just use the string directly. Oh, cool. So let's do this hex color. Validation. Hex color. Is that how they do it with camel like that? Yep. And we'll do rules like this. Q-input. And then we'll, okay, so we got, so that's the any color validator. Then we got, where is it? I'll just give an example of a couple. So we'll say hex color, hex A color. And so we can just play around with a couple of those examples. Say, let them know they can check out the docs. See docs for more under with Q input section to find all the available color validators. All right, so I'll let them know about that. What else we got here? Yes, I'll be able to. Oh, let's get the name of this icon. So icon is that. Might even just copy all of this. Yeah, we'll just do what they're doing there. Thank you, Quasar Docs. No header and footer. No header, no footer. Couldn't get any more simple than that. No dash header, no dash footer. There we go. Custom default view. Cool. Let's see how we can do that. Should be pretty easy. Default dash view. And let's, yeah, that's a perfect example. So let's just copy paste that. And we might even get rid of it. We might even leave the no header and no footer in there. That would be really cool. And then custom palette. So we can do palette like this. And I might show them the website that I like to use for this. I think people like to know stuff like that. So let's say here, it's a view component. And let's copy that. And can I shift tab this back in? No, I'm gonna have to go like, oh, I almost forgot. We wanna close this out. Row 4. I first need to go to the linter. And let's come back to my linting settings that I like. And we can save that 404 page so that it links nicely. There we go. And let's jump into index.view. Where did I just copy? The palette, yeah. And I'll just paste it in there so I can tab it down and then copy it. And then I'll get rid of it. my notes keeping. There we go. What have we got? Yeah, so that's showing I can change. We'll say here, custom palette. And what is it called? hslpicker.com. Make sure I've got a link to that available. hslpicker.com. I love that site. It's really beautiful and easy to switch between the different types of colors. Dark mode, not relevant enough. I don't like doing dark mode because I think people that want to do dark mode, they're going to learn it and then they'll know how to apply it to all of the Quasar components. And so it honestly just feels redundant. I'll just be talking about dark mode in every video. Default value. That's, okay. So I'll come in here and say default value and then say if model is null. That's the only reason that you would use that. Lazy update. I don't, you know what? This is kind of nichey, so I'm going to leave that out. Disable and read only. So we'll quickly go over those. Disable, read only. Native form submit. When dealing with a native form which has a name. Okay. Yep. So use, we'll add here name equals color, and then I'll say for native form. Cool. All right. So now I'm going to test all of that stuff, see if I can get it working correctly. And then we'll teach it, and then we'll have one more video to go. Oh, this is exciting. So let's jump out of there, jump into here, close that off. Still working. And it's not because I need to start the server again. Quasar dev. And when that's running, we can go ahead and get started. Oh, this is a good excuse for me to eat. Ah. I'm a hungry boy. I put too much salt in that. Okay, let's prepare. First things first, Q-color, is it picker? Dash. Nothing by default, probably because I need to model something. I mentioned that. I noticed that by default, it doesn't work. That's because the color picker needs you to model something. So let's say v-model is equal to picked color. And then I can come down here, yank out ref, and then say setup, return an object, and we'll have picked color. Then we can say picked color is equal to a reference, and let's set it to null by default. Null is basically another way of saying no color picked. What's going on there? Q color picker. What did I get? What's it called then? What? What? Oh, it's just Q color. So why do they call it Q color picker in the docs? That I am curious about. Maybe they just, oh, that does make sense. They want to give you a bit of extra context in the docs of what it is, but then the API for Q color is kind of cleaner. Yeah, I can kind of see why you would do that. All right. So let's try this, Q-color. And let's see if that does work with no data in there that we're modeling. Cool, it does. So I'll just add to my notes at the top here, Q-color. I'll remember it now anyway, but whatever. And there we go. Straight away, we've got a palette. We've got an easy color picker that we can use. And it is awesome Quasar's really made this look nice and beautiful using the material design specification. We can check the hex and the RGB value. We can come in here and change it in different ways. And then we can come in here and we can use a palette to select different color values. And I'm even going to show you how to change the values in this palette, blah, 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 blah. Yep. And then, so let's have a look at modeling different types of values. Then I'll show them the picked color. We can model a hex value. So for example, hashtag 50ED8C, that's a hex value and it's going to choose it for us. We can do a hex alpha value. So if I add CC in there, then that's going to give us the alpha as well, which meaning, and that CC is basically saying it's a bit transparent, and then we can change the transparency like this. So that's pretty cool. Another value type we can use, of course, is RGB and RGBA. Let me just change something in my notes because I got it wrong. So if we say RGB and set it to 127.121, basically a classic RGB value, save it, then that's going to work. We can also make it a red, green, blue alpha value. So that means we can add in here an alpha channel and set that equal to 0.5. There we go. Now it's 50% transparent. So that's pretty cool. Another thing we can do is add, what else I forgot here? So honestly, that's most of what you'll actually need for the color picker, but let's dig a little bit deeper. So I'll change this. No, I'll leave it like that. So let's come up here and what am I doing now? Gosh, my brain's disappearing. And I'll show you a situation where you might want to use it. Q-input, and I'm going to set a field style on that input. And then we'll add a template here. We'll add a template here and say append. So basically, this is a way of adding something to the end of that input. Let's hashtag append. And there we go. We've got that letter there now. So what I can do is say Q-icon and give this a name equal to colorize. Save it. And now we get that colorize icon. And if we want to make it obvious that you can click on this icon, we can say the class is equal to cursor-pointer. All right, I'm wasting time teaching all of this because it's all really obvious stuff. And then basically we want to have a pop-up proxy and attached to that. How do we do this again? Do I throw it underneath? No, I throw it inside. Wrap in the Q-pop-up-proxy. No, sorry. This actually sits underneath, and then the thing that pops up goes in here, so we can throw colorize directly in there. And there we go. Now it shows up when I click on there. And now we basically want to model color picker on the input itself as well. So there we go. When we come in here and change the value there, notice that it changes the RGB in the input as well. And if we change it here, so we set the alpha to 1, for example, and then click on the color picker, it's going to update on the color picker as well. This is really amazing. I mean, I'm genuinely astonished by how cool Quasar is with all this stuff. Now, another thing you can do is set some roles on the input, blah, 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 blah. Rules, let's say rules is equal to, enforce that it is a valid any color. So that's going to work. And if I change it to a 7, no. Okay, it doesn't like that. Really? That's not passing the any color rule? Rules, any color. All right, I'm going to have to dive into the docs here and see what I'm getting wrong. Rules. Color hint. Let's see if my example doesn't work for them either. Maybe it just doesn't work with RGB. Doesn't. But that does validate. If I paste that in myself, though, let's get rid of that. It's invalid. Okay, it doesn't like the spaces. That's the problem. There we go. That's going to work. I can show that. And we've got a couple of other rules here. For example, X color, save it. And now this is going to fail because it's not a hex color. But if we say hashtag 202020, for example, then that will work. And then, of course, you can go one step further and say hex A color for hex alpha color. And then once again, hashtag 202020 won't work. I need to add an alpha channel as well in order to get that to work. So we've got a little bit of, so we've got some cool validation rules for colors, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool, that's good. CDocs under the blood. We can also, will I need that input anymore? Can I get rid of it now? Yes, I can get rid of it now. So let's cut this, remove the input, and paste that color. Oh, okay, so that's working. Next thing I'm going to say is no header and no footer. Another thing we can do is remove this header up here. So you might want to customize something yourself, for example. For that, you can do something like this. Whoops. No dash header. That gets rid of the header. And of course, it works for the footer as well. There we go, a super basic color picker if that's what you're looking for. Now, in this situation, you might also want to change what the default screen is for the color picker. So in that case, we can say default view and set it equal to palette. And there we go. Now we've just got a palette for the color picker component. Really cool. And I might show what's being picked here. With like something like this. Doesn't really give you much feedback though, does it? Hang on, let's take a look here. I guess all the feedback comes in the UI with the header and the footer. Yeah, okay, so you usually get that header footer feedback, but you don't when you don't have it in there. It's all right. I can let people know about that. Actually, let's do this. So in this example, you might have, for example, a Q-card. And then you can just give it a style and say width is equal to 50 pixels, and then give it a height of 50 pixels. So let's save that. There we go. We've got a card sitting here. Okay, let's imagine I just did no footer, no dash header. Save it. And then what you could do is make it so that when you select one of these colors, it changes the background color of this card. So for that, we could basically make this interpreted and then add in here background dash color. That's going to be equal to whatever the picked color is. Save it. And there we go. Now, as we change the color here, it changes on that card. That's a cool example. I'm going to keep that in for sure. So we'll teach that after default view. And then when that's done, we'll show the custom palette. Another thing we can do is set a custom palette here. So if you want to choose your own colors for this palette, of course, that's possible with Quasar. You can say palette is equal to, give it an array, and then inside of this array, we can have a whole bunch of different colors that will be available in the palette. So if we say hashtag 202020, for example, we've only got one color there now. One of my favorite sites for this, though, is hslpicker.com. So we go there. Let's just find a few colors here, like that one, whack it in there, and maybe just one more, like this pinkish color, for example. Let's copy that. And this means you can get super specific about the colors that the user has available to pick if you like. Cool. Default value. Another thing we can do is set a default value. So if I say default value and set it equal to this color here, save it, and it means by default, that did not work. It will be that color. Now, the reason this isn't working is because we're currently modeling a picked color. But if that was set to null, so let's change this reference, for example, to null. If that's set to null, then the default color will kick in, but it didn't. What value? That's not working. Has it got something to do with this? Okay, that's the default value that has been picked, but it's not going to. Okay, cool. I got to remember that. So this will set the default value, but the value that it's modeled behind the scenes will still be null. That makes sense to me now. We've also got disable, and we've also got read only. So disable, for example, and let's just bring us back to a more basic example so that we can view this properly. Disabled is basically showing you that you cannot change the color here. Right? So none of these value changes are going to work. We can switch between these options, but we can't actually change these values. We've also got a different mode, which is read only. This is similar to disabled, but we get the full color here. So we don't get that sort of de-highlighted feeling to the component. And it means that we can change, but we can't actually change any of the colors themselves. So all that has been sorted out for you with the read only property. And this could be helpful, for example, if you don't have permission, blah, blah, blah. Okay, the next thing I'll do is say, then I'll mention the form thing, and then we're done. Now, the last thing I want to mention is that if you're using this inside of a form, it's important that you say name is equal to, and then the name of what that is going to be inside of that form and it's submitted. So, for example, color. And that means when you submit the form that this is sitting inside of, when that request is sent to the backend, it's going to have color set to whatever this color is equal to. So in that case, you wouldn't even need to do a V- model there. Would you? No, I don't think you would. No, you wouldn't. You could just sit this inside of a Q-form, and then you'd have a Q-button with a type equal to submit, save it. And now when I click on this button after choosing a color, let's get rid of read only. That'll submit the page and you can see that the color was actually sent through there. Okay, that's actually really easy to demonstrate. So I'll demonstrate that as well. Oof, okay, I think we're ready to do this video now. How long have we got? 21 minutes. I can get it done in that time. Oh, I'm really feeling it now sitting down for too long. Okay, let's record this. Whack that over there. These can sit on the bottom screen now. And we're ready to enter recording mode. So whack you over onto the left screen. And off we go. Undo everything. Quasar makes, let's scroll to the top of my notes. Using a color picker in Quasar is ridiculously simple. We just say Q-color, save it, and there we go. We get this beautiful, rich color picker with virtually no work. How unbelievably cool is that? We even get this nice palette by default. So you can have a play around with that. Pause the video if you want to have a little bit of a play, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Now, first of all, I'll show you what you can model with the color picker. It's quite versatile. So let's say picked color here, and then I'll copy that, yank ref out of here, come down and say setup, return, picked color, const, picked color is equal to a reference. And now let's play around with some default colors. So we can say hashtag 50ED8C, save it. And there we go. Now it's going to model that color. So that's a hex value. We can also use a hex alpha value. If I add the alpha in the back there, notice that it's going to bring in the alpha as well. So this is a little bit transparent now. Another type of value that we can add is RGB. So RGB, and let's set that equal to 127.121.230. Save it. And there we go. It's going to model the RGB value. Then, of course, we've also got red, green, blue, alpha. So let's add in there an alpha channel of 0.5. So it's 50% transparent. And there we go. It works. How cool is that? And just to show that this is being modeled behind the scenes, check this out. We can now say picked color inside of these pre-tags, and it works. And let's have a little bit of fun here. How about we say style is equal to background dash color, and I'll turn that into a template string. We set that equal to picked color. Save it. And there we go. Now we can change the background color of the screen by changing this color. How cool is that? Ridiculously easy with Quasar, and it looks great. All right, what else can we do? I might get rid of this just in case it becomes a little bit annoying for you. We'll go through some more examples. Oh, here's a cool example I found in the docs. We can use a pop-up proxy to show this color in a dialog. I'll show you what I mean. So if we say Q dash input, so we'll have an input form here, and then a template inside of that input form, and then we'll use a slot for append. Now, if I just put the letter A in here, for example, check this out. Now we've got a form. Now we've got an input with that A showing at the side there. So let's change this now to filled. I think it usually looks better when an input is filled. It's a little bit easier to see. And then instead of an A, let's say Q dash icon. And then give it a name equal to colorizer. I think that's what it is. Colorizer? No, it might just be colorize. Oh, colorize. There we go. So now we've got that icon. Let's make it look like it's clickable, because if I put my mouse over it, I don't get that sort of clickable icon on my mouse. So I can say class is equal to cursor dash pointer, or you make this a button, whatever you like. And now it kind of looks like I can click on that icon. Next, if we add a Q dash pop-up dash proxy, that's going to attach to this icon so that when this icon is clicked, anything sitting inside of this component will display. I'll show you what I mean. Let's cut that, whack it in the pop-up proxy. Now, when I click on here, we can see the Q color component. How cool is that? And if we were on a smaller device, so let's go to a mobile device, it's going to show it in a dialog instead. So that's pretty cool. All right, back to our example. If we come in here and then change this value around, we probably wanted to change the value in the input as well. So let's grab this V model here for the picked color and also model it on the input. So if I save that, if I come in here and change the color, it also changes it on the input. And one cool little feature here is that if we're using RGB by default, it's going to use RGB by default on the color picker. That's the way it will model it by default. But if I change this to a hex value like 2020, save it, then now it's going to use a hex value by default. So it's kind of smart enough to say, oh, I can see you're using a hex value here, therefore I will model it as a hex value. And the exact same thing is going to work if we add an alpha channel. So there we go. It's still going to model it as a hex value with an alpha channel. Really cool stuff. All right, what else can we do? Well, something you might want to know is that we actually have some color validation available to us. Yes, that's right. Validation for colors out of the box with Quasar. So if I come in here and say rules, turn that into an array. We can add here any color. So if you're used to the way that Quasar usually handles rules, usually you've got, for example, value and then equal to, and then your condition, and then an OR operator with a message. Well, we can actually just say here any color, because that's a rule that Quasar gives us by default. And to see what rules you have available to you, go to the Quasar docs for the Q color component and check out the with Q input section. And it's going to have a link to all of the available validator rules that you get by default. But I'll show you a couple. If we change that to something that is not a color, what have I done wrong here? Oh, that's not that's not working. Let's try refreshing the page. Cross that out. All right, there we go. Notice that it's going to squawk at us and say, hey, you haven't entered a valid color. In which case we could say, for example, 2020, and then once it is a valid color, it'll work. All right, so the reason it was working before is that this is actually a valid hex color. We can also say specifically, I want a hex color here. So this is going to work, hashtag 2020, but hashtag 2020 CC is not going to work. So if we want a hex alpha color, we've got a validator for that too. So now that's going to validate, and a normal hex color is not going to validate. So there's quite a few rules here we have for colors. Once again, you can go to the docs and check out the with Q input section to see the link to all of those available rules. All right, what else can we do? Well, we can come in here and say no dash header. Oops, I might actually. Well, let's go back to a simpler example by just bringing in the Q color component. And if we want to get rid of this header here, we can say no dash header, and it's gone. And then we can say no dash footer, and it's gone. So you can simplify things however you like. But now we're kind of stuck on this one page. So if you want to change what that page is, we can come in here and say default view and set that equal to, for example, palette. Save that, and it's going to give us the palette view by default. And now we want to see what color is selected on that palette. Then we can come in here and say Q-card. And how about we say the style is equal to width, maybe 100 pixels, and then a height of 100 pixels. What we could do is basically set the background color to this card to the color that was picked. So let's grab picked color here and then make sure that is executed and change this to a template string. Then we can say background dash color and then say that's going to be equal to the picked color. And there we go. Now we can pick a color here, and this card is going to update its background based on what is picked. How cool is that? Quasar makes this stuff so easy. I mean, look at the amount of code we've written for this ridiculously cool example. I think it's awesome. We can also have a custom palette here. So if you want to force the user to select a few select colors that you want, because maybe they need to fit the design of your website, then you can do something like this. Palette is equal to an array, and then you just whack your colors directly in there. Then those colors will be available within the palette. So notice that I've got up here hslpicker.com. Now we can choose a color. I'm just going to grab that one, whack it in there, copy it down a few times, and then just grab some other colors just so I can drive this example home. Copy paste that one. I really love this site. It makes it really easy to pick the color that you want and also just copy it in the way that you want it copied. That one in there, and let's finish off with like more of a reddish one. I think that looks pretty cool. Paste that one in there. And now if we come back to the color picker, we've got those colors that we selected available to us. So if you want that extra flexibility, it's super easy using the Q color picker component. Now, there's a little niche thing that you can do with this component that I want to show you. If the default picked color is equal to null. So maybe you want to force the user to actually select a default color. You can set that equal to null. And now let's get rid of the no header and footer here and all of this palette examples. Bring us back to a basic example. There we go. So now what we can actually do is change the default color. So if I say default value here and set it equal to something like hashtag 28BE0, something I prepared earlier. Now we refresh the page here. Oh, I've forgotten a 5 in here. Save that. And there we go. That's the default value. But there's something I want to point out here. If I whack inside of a pre-tag here, the value of picked color. So we whack that in there. Notice that picked color isn't actually showing up with a value. Once again, I refresh the page, it's not showing. That's because picked value is equal to null, and default value is simply saying, this is the color I will show by default, but I'm not going to set the model to that value. All right, so that's an important thing to distinguish between default value and setting a default picked color value. So you might want to pause the video and listen to that again to understand what I mean by that. Basically, if we model a value here, then that can be the default picked value, right? So if we were to set this to a color, then that's what the default value would be, and it would actually be set in our state for picked color. However, if we set default value here, it will show that as the picked color, but it won't set it as that color in the state. All right, so not super important if you're starting out, but that might be helpful to more advanced users. But now, once we actually pick a color, it's going to show up there. All right, once again, if I were to take this value here and put it into picked color, then by default, if I refresh the page, that is no longer null. But by default, it is going to be set to that value. All right, so now that I've mentioned that, we can move on. We can disable this as well. QColor can also be disabled. If we say disable, save it, then it's not going to let us change the value, but it will let us change between these different screens. So that's good to know. Quasar is basically saying, hey, you can switch between these screens so you can sort of see what's available here, but I'm not going to let you change the color. The changing of the color itself is what's disabled. Another thing we can do is change that to read only. And this is kind of similar, but it doesn't sort of gray it out. So to me, this is like, hey, this is a color that somebody else picked, for example, or maybe it's saying, this is what you picked at an earlier state, but you're not in an edit mode. You know, these are the situations where read only can come in handy. Once again, I can't change these values, but I can switch between to actually see them. This could be good, for example, if you have a color palette for your team and you want a good way to show the colors that are available to the team. So they can sort of switch between here to see the different ways that that color has been picked. So they can sort of see the RGB of it. They can come in here and see where it's selected up there. I don't know. That could be a good situation for read only. And the last thing I want to show you in this video, let's move back to a simpler example. Get rid of the model here. Save it. In fact, we can get rid of read only as well. Back to a really base. Now let's wrap this inside of a Q-form. Now, if you're using QColor inside of a Q-form, and imagine we've got a Q- button here, and the type of that button is submit, so that you can actually submit the form. Let's set the label equal to submit as well. Save it. When I click on this, notice that up here, we don't have any data that was submitted. So let's click on that again. Once again, there's no data submitted there. In order to submit that data, we need to have a name equal to something like color. So if you're submitting color using the native form properties, you do need to set name on the QColor component. So now when I submit this, the color is going to be submitted as well. And it's set to nothing by default here. So let's actually choose a color, submit, And there we go. Now the color has been submitted to the page. So that's useful to know if you want to tie this into a backend using native form submitting. And there you go. That's the Q color picker component. Hope you enjoyed this one. See you in the next video. Oh, that was fun. Oh, my ears are like bleeding. We're having trouble streaming to Facebook. Oh, Facebook might not like that this stream is going too long. Okay, let's go view on Facebook. Bugger. All right, so Facebook might have a max streaming time. 20 posts. I'm just looking at my Facebook page here. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like my streaming to Facebook isn't working anymore, but that's all right. People can check it out on YouTube if they like, or maybe I'll put like a comment there on Facebook. And so, okay, so let's open that in Facebook and that in Facebook and let people know. So I'll say inside of there, comment, Facebook, cut this stream short. Check out the video at, let's go to YouTube and find my YouTube stream. Actually, I can open that in StreamYard. Sorry, guys, I'm doing behind the scenes stuff here. It's probably not that interesting. And there we go. So now I can copy that, paste that, and send that through, and then do the same on the other stream as well. Cool. And now I'm ready to keep going. So we've got one more video that we need to do, and then I have completed this challenge. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. So cut that, paste that in there. Like I said before, I'm going to save the editor component for tomorrow, simply because it's I want to have a lot of energy to do that component because it is tough. Let's jump into quasar.dev. Actually, we can close that. We can close that. Close that. Make sure everything's saved. Close these out. And then choose the next component that I'm going to do. I'll come down the list here. What have we got? Q. So we did markup table. Parallax, I've done all that. Done all of that. Space, spinners, that's all done. Wait, where's editor then? Okay, so that's editor. Expansion item, I think I've done. Floating action, I've done. I'm not going to do any of the form ones. I'll probably do that all in one day. So I'm kind of in the form mode. Let's do icon. This might be a good one to cover next. Yeah, and show people how they can change their... Oh, there's a lot of nitty-gritty stuff. Maybe not. Image is done. A lot of this is done. Wow, we're really smashing through these. Honestly, I'm looking for something simple right now because I just want to... I'm ready to finish for the day. Separate, I'm pretty sure I did that too. Slide item, what's this? This looks cool. I don't think I've ever used this. Maybe that one. Okay, this would be a good one. It's a simple one, but it's really fun. So that'd be cool to work with. Let's do this one next. All right, throw that on that side. And once this is done, I am done. I'm so excited for this. So Q slide transition. I'll jump into here. And now I need to do all the behind the scenes stuff. So new folder 038 dash slide transition. There we go. I'll come in here and say new document, markdown. Okay, I get a break now. It's my alarm going off. Whew. All right, I'll see you guys soon. And we'll finish the last video. I'm gonna go eat some food and chill for a bit. Thank you everybody for sticking around. It's been like an 8-hour day, but we are almost done. This has been a lot of fun. All right, so let's jump out of this and I'll talk to you all soon.
Want to see something cute? Check this out. Like, I think I can make this bigger. Hang on. Give me a moment, guys and girls. This one here. And there we go. It's a bit harder on a mobile. So this is one of my little chihuahuas. And this is a toy that we got her. So she has to spin that to get the food out. Isn't she smart, chihuahua? This is the kind of stuff I love doing on my breaks. And then we got this other one here. Usually Panda uses this one, but since I've been busy today, I didn't set it up. So I've been doing videos and stuff, but we got this one here. And what it does is you put food in there and then they push it with their paw. And it's got this little popper inside that makes the food pop out. It's really cool. And they both know how to use it. It took really a while to figure it out. She's a little bit of a slow one. But Panda, this dog's a really smart dog, and she figured it out like in a couple of days. And they've also got this ball. We got this little ball, and they push it with their paw, or with their nose like this, and it sort of pushes food out. And the cool thing about this is it slows them down, because often dogs just chow down their food too fast, especially this one here. And so by forcing her to slow down, it just means that they don't eat so fast. So it's kind of cool. And it's also nice to take a break and watch the dogs play with these. A lot of fun. All right. See you all in 6 minutes and 23 seconds. If I can figure out how to leave this. I'll just close the browser window.
All right. Let's do this. The end is near. Oh, crap. How long has that banner been there for? Sorry, guys and girls. That probably hides a lot of what I'm doing. Okay. This is it, the final sprint. Let's get it done. So we're going to be doing the slide transition component. Looks like I've got everything open. That's the markdown file. Come in here, make sure that's open with Typora. Okay, whack you on that side, whack you on that side, and let's go through this. It's set to true, the transition will be applied on the initial render. Okay, so we've got up here, got duration, and that's basically how long the transition takes. Okay, this is going to be really easy. Sweet. That's it. And I might do this, I might give an example just to kind of like drive this home a little bit with an input component, but I'll think about that in a moment. Oh, wow, this is actually way easier than I thought. That's the entire thing. CD into Quasar components. Typo there. My gosh, my brain is shutting down. Keep at it, Luke. Woo! Quasar. Create. And we're going to call this slide transition. Slide transition. Transition. All right, and then we'll call it slide dash transition. And then let's just copy paste this in there. And then Luke at quasarcast.com is the email. SAS, ESLint, are you standard? Yes, use yarn. And then we'll say CD slide transition, and then open that in code when all of that's done. Okay, so this is opened up, ready to go. Code is about to open up. I know everything that I've got. I should say that this works for v-show and -if. So v-show, v-if. Similar to use transition component. And only opposed to one DOM element or component. So I'll add that in. Only one DOM element / component. And the other thing I'll say is that you can, if you've got multiple child elements, then check out, you might want to use Vue's native transition component. So let's do that. If want more than one views, look into Vue transitions, just in case they come here and they want that bit of extra information. Okay, I don't think I need anything else in terms of that. What I might do though is I kind of want to nut out an example with a text area where it's like somebody who's doing a comment, for example. I'll show you what I mean. Let's just go 404 here. Oh, first I've got to open the ESLint.js file, come down, comment that out, comment that in to get my nice default settings, save that. Means that I get my nice, beautiful linting. Cool, close it off, Quasar dev to get that running. And in this example, we've got index.vue. I think what I'll do is how would I do this? Imagine we've got like a bunch of messages. I want to do something like the message thing on YouTube, where you got a whole bunch of messages. So let's just do a q-list, q-item, q-item-section. And then we'll say, cool stuff, love the vids. And then let's do another item section here, q-item-section to add some more context. Am I going overboard here? I don't know. It's going to be a short video anyway. I just feel like I want to go out with a bang today. And this can be an avatar. And then we'll say q-image. So you imagine that this is like the person that's saying it. And then we'll use picsum.photos/120 by 120, something like that. Let's see what we get out of that. And then let's make that an actual Q-avatar, Q-avatar, because I think that's then going to add the circular effect to it. Okay, we'll add, I think I can just do side now. Side, and it'll do it the same. Yeah, okay, so we'll use side. And then an avatar directly in there. And then let's make this clickable. So we'll say clickable, save it. And then we can imagine that we've got multiple comments here. So paste it. This one could be maybe just 100 by 100, and this one could be 80 by 80. And then, yeah, I liked it too. And then we can imagine that this is me. We can be like, thanks, man. I worked hard on it. Yeah, so just imagine that we got like a whole bunch of comments down here from other people. And then you want to create your own comment. In this case, I'd probably get rid of all of that and say padding side of there. Or maybe we can keep that and say flex start instead. It might be easier to do a column and then flex dash start. Or item start. What is it? Yeah, it might be items start. Man, I can't remember all of this stuff. Justify start. No, I wanted to justify. Oh, no. Okay. Items center. I want there. Yeah. And then you could have something that where you add your own comment here. And I wanted to use the slide thing to basically show that place where you enter your comment. So underneath the list or within the list? Yeah, let's say Q-item. And then let's say Q-button. You got an icon equal to plus, or maybe it's add. I don't know. Add. Yep, there we go. We'll say, or maybe we'll just say a label equal to comment. Yeah, this will look better. And then I'll say flat. And no dash caps. Make it a bit more understated. Then you can click on there to make your own comment. Maybe text dash center. We'll have a little play around here, make it fun. Okay, so that's not working. We probably need to do a Q-item section. And we'll whack that in there. Now that's going to get centered. Or maybe instead of comment, reply. That. Cool. And now I'm imagining that when you click on that, it basically expands, shows this expanding thing. So how about we say v-if is equal to not replying. You'll all see what I'm talking about in a second here. Q-slide-transition. And then inside of there, we have a Q-import. And then the type is text area. I think that's the kind of thing I'm looking for. V-if replying, not replying. And then this shows if it is replying. And then when you click on this, at click is equal to, and we set replying equal to true. And there we go. So now we actually need to make that variable ref, and we'll come down here and say setup, return. Oh, I'm replying, and we'll say const replying is equal to a reference equal to false by default. Let's see if that works for us so far. No, it does not. Replying. Okay, so I don't think you put it on there. Is that where you do the transition? Let me just check the docs here. Open this up. No, so the show happens on the thing that is inside of the transition, okay? So let's come in here, and instead of doing it on the transition itself, put it on the input. Now I should be able to show that. No, we're still getting errors. Slide transition. When the item is clicked. Okay, we don't want to say when the item is clicked. Let's say when the button is clicked. Save it. All right, but it's not obvious that that's showing. So let's give this a background. Let's say filled to begin with. And we'll say background color is equal to maybe like yellow. So it's kind of like a scratching pad or something like that. No, it's going to look lame. So let's say background, maybe gray -2. Save that. Yeah, that's kind of a cool effect. I really like that. And then there's a way you can say like at key up, we'll say replying is equal to false, because that'll be like when you press enter. So you say key up enter. So it'll be like this. My comment, enter, and then it'll like appear up there. You can sort of say that that's what it would do. So I think this is a good example of where you would use it. And then let's actually wrap this in a Q slide transition as well. This entire item, Q slide transition, save it. That did not work properly. Why did that not work? There's only one thing in there. Yep. I don't know. Honestly, it doesn't really matter for that section anyway. It might get confused when there's two right next to each other like that. It doesn't display properly because one's kind of trying to move while the other one is, and so it kind of like makes it jaggedy or something. But that's fine. And then we can have in here a placeholder, something like this. Placeholder. Message, something like that. Awesome stuff. Enter. And there we go. You can imagine it would then pop up there. Okay, cool. So that will be the final example that I do. I know this is a lot of code, but if you're going to do a basic thing like the Q slide transition, you might as well go the extra mile and like show a cool example. So let's try the other stuff I've got in my comments here, like appear and duration. So I'll get rid of all of this. I just copied that and put that into my notes, by the way. So let's imagine we've got a Q-card. I like to use this as a starting point a lot. Q-card-section, and we've got some lorem ipsum in there. Save it, and there we go. Just a basic card. We might even put a style with a width equal to 400 pixels inside of that. I'm going to copy this and make sure I use that. I do. My other example that I just made then. And we'll set this to padding by default, padded. Save it. Let's do padding, and how about maybe this, column, item center, and then padding. Yeah, let's do that. So I am going to do that by default and just let them know that this is going to help. Do the examples. Cool. Went to save that. All right. So now what I can do is wrap this inside of a Q-transition component. No, Q-slide-transition component. And basically, when this is toggled on and off, basically anything inside of there is going to use the sliding transition when it's toggled on and off. I'll show you what I mean. V-if is equal to showing, and then I can come up here and have a Q-button. Let's set the label equal to show, and then we'll say at click, and then we'll set showing equal to true. And we'll just change that to toggle. And then when we click on that, we'll set showing equal to the opposite of what showing is currently equal to. In other words, we will toggle showing. Now we actually need that data property. So let's come down here, blah, 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 blah. Explain all of that. Actually, if showing, why isn't that working? Okay, so that actually does work. I don't know what's going on there. Does not exist. Okay, so let's get out of that file. It might have been just a lint error. Index.view. Yeah, that is actually working. Well, so that's what I'll do for that example. We'll just have a toggle button, and I might even do the toggle button first. Now, another thing that we can do is make it appear by default. So if by default, showing is equal to true, notice that if I refresh the page, we don't get that transition by default. But if we come in here and say appear, that means that when this page is loaded, it's going to do that transition effect. Right, so that can be handy if you want to show it by default. Another thing we can do is set the duration. So let's set that to something painful like 5,000 milliseconds. And now it's painfully slow. So we'll get rid of that, but just so you know it's available, you can change the duration there. Now, one thing to point out is that the Q slide transition is only going to work if there is one child. If I had another child inside of here, like a Q dash card again, or in fact, let's just copy what we've got here. Imagine we've got two Q cards in there. And we try and do a transition for that. Refresh the page. Notice that it's not going to work. We're not even seeing that other card here. All right, but it will work if I wrap both of these inside of a div. Save it, and now it's working. Oh, no, it's not. It's not doing the transition anymore. Oh, because the v-if has to be then moved up here. Okay, so I'll have to let them know that as well. All right, so all that to say, this is only going to work if you've only got one child element. If you want to do transitions with multiple child elements, then you might want to check out the Quasar, the view docs, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'll talk about that. And then I'm going to do the sort of more advanced example. All right, we're ready to film. Let's make that a little bit smaller. Do a whole bunch of undos. We're going to undo everything. All right, so that's done. Change the image to a comment. That's what I always do at the start of the video. Open up OBS Studio. I'm ready to start recording. Thank you to everybody who's been sticking with me throughout this entire video. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's a couple of you that have stayed here the whole time. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate your attention and, you know, that you sort of stuck around and followed me along with this journey. I know a lot of you have been sort of jumping in and out. It's been a lot of fun. And this is the final video. So let's do this slide transition and then we will have finished 10 videos. And when I say we, I really mean it. Having people show up, being able to look at my live stream and see that there are actually people viewing this from around the world is awesome. And I can see I've got one of you on Twitch and I've got a few on YouTube. I can kind of see the places that people are coming from. So I really do appreciate that. Thank you for showing up. Let's go ahead and get this final video done. And this is going to be a fun one. Hitting record. Relax myself, and we can go ahead and get started. Quasar's slide transition component is another classic example of how Quasar takes common tasks. Quasar's slide transition component is another example of how Quasar has made simple operations that we do over and over again in day-to-day life. They've made it really, really easy to do. So check this out. We have a Q dash button, and let's just say this is equal to show card. So this is a button that's going to show a card when it's clicked or hide it. So we might even change that to toggle card because sometimes it'll show it, sometimes it'll hide it. And then we can say showing is equal to the opposite of what showing is currently equal to. So that's basically an easy way to toggle a variable. And now I'm going to yank ref out of here, come down here and say setup, and then return showing. Now we actually need that variable. So let's say showing is equal to a reference to, and we'll set that to false by default. Save it, and there's our button. Now, in order to show this video properly, it's going to be a lot easier if I come up here and say column and then items dash center. So that's just an easy way to basically say everything will be shown down a column and I want it centered horizontally inside of that column. We'll also add inside of here padding just to sort of pad that out a little bit, makes it look better. Okay, now for the fun part. We can say Q dash slide dash transition. And then if I come in here and add a div, or let's use a Q dash card, and then a Q dash card dash section. I really love cards. They're fun to use with Quasar. We'll throw some lorem ipsum in there by typing in lorem and pressing tab. There we go. Save that. And now we've got this card. And by default, it's going to be visible. But if we say v-if here, showing, we can basically say only show this card if showing is equal to true. And since this is wrapped in a Q slide transition, check it out. We get this really cool sliding transition that shows the card with no extra work on our part. Really, really cool. Now, if showing is set to true by default, so let's set this equal to true, and I refresh the page, notice that by default, the transition effect doesn't take place. It's only going to work when we toggle it on and off. So if you want the transition effect to take place by default when this first loads, then we can add in here on the Q slide transition up here. That means by default, it's going to appear. So if I refresh the page, that effect takes place. Really cool stuff. What else can we do? We can also say here the duration of this effect. For example, if we want it to be painfully slow, we can set it to 5,000 milliseconds. Let's toggle it off. Oh my goodness, that is painfully slow. Oh, and it's gone. So you can set the duration like that. What else can we do? Oh, it's also worth pointing out, we can use this with v-show, and let's change that duration. In fact, we'll get rid of it and use the default. Save it, and there we go. It works with v-show and with v-if. Now, an important thing to note here is that it's only going to work if you have a single DOM element. If I copy paste this down like this, save it, and then I'll refresh the page just to make sure this is extra proof. If I toggle this on and off, it's only showing one of those cards, even though I've got two here. So that's kind of weird. And that's because Q slide transition, like I just said, only works with one child element. So let's just wrap this entire thing inside of a div and take v-show, cut it. I'm going to remove it from there as well, and just put this on that first child element. Now we get both of them, and the slide transition still works. How cool is that? And if you want to know how to do more advanced transitions using multiple child components, then definitely check out the Vue documentation, not Quasar, but the Vue documentation, and look at transitions. And they'll talk about transition grouping. And there's lots of really cool niche stuff that you can do there in terms of transition effects, but goes beyond the scope of this video. So let's move on. I just wanted to finish up with a really cool example of how you might want to use the Q transition component. Okay, here we go. Here comes the big finale, so to speak. Imagine having a conversation component, kind of like at the bottom of YouTube, and you can see things that people have been saying. And then at the bottom of that conversation, you can then make your own comment, or even at the top, bottom, wherever you want to put it. I'll show you what I mean. Let's say Q-list. So we're going to have a list here, Q-item, and we'll have a Q-item-section. Now this section is going to be an avatar section, and then we'll have a Q-avatar inside of there. And then I'll come in here, and rather than in the avatar, we'll just throw this directly inside and set a Q-image and set the source equal to https://pixum.photos/80 by 80. So let's save that to begin with. And there we go. We've got an item with a picture in it. Next, I want to make this item clickable. Save it. So now we get that sort of clicking feel when we hover over it. And the last thing I'm going to do is add another Q-item-section. And this is going to be a comment that somebody has made. At least that's what's going to what it's going to represent. So cool video. Thanks, man. Smiley face. And there we go. So that's an example of a comment that somebody might have made. And actually, honestly, it probably wouldn't have clickable. That's kind of weird for a comment. All right, so now let's copy paste this down, do a couple more comments, and we'll change the image here. Maybe we'll go 90 by 90. And then in this one, we'll say, I liked it. Lots of useful info. Smiley face. Let's change that to useful spelled properly. I think that's how you spell it. I'm a coder. I don't know how to spell. We'll make this 120 by 120. And then, thanks. I work hard on these. And then save it. There we go. So that's kind of an example of like a conversation stream. You can design that however you like. But this is the point. This is the part that I wanted to point out. We can now have a Q-item, and then inside of there have something like a Q-button. And then what I could do is set the label equal to reply. And then how about we come in here and say class is equal to full-width, save it. And then maybe we'll say no dash caps here to make it more understated and maybe flatten it out. There we go. So when you click on this button, it's going to open a box where you can then do your reply. And we're going to use the Q slide transition to just give it a really nice effect. So I'll come down here, and instead of showing, let's change that to replying. Now I can come up, and how about we say at click, replying is equal to true. And I'll make sure that's false by default. Yeah, so let's make it false by default. You need to click on that button to actually initiate the reply. And then I'll also come in here and say v-show is equal to replying, and not replying is what we'll do there. So if they are not replying, if we don't have that replying window open, then I don't want to show the button. All right, so next I'm going to add underneath here another Q-item, and inside of there will be a Q-input. And this wouldn't necessarily have to be in a Q item. We'll just see what it looks like. And we'll set the type equal to text area. Now to make it more visible, I'll say it's filled and set the background color equal to something like gray-2. Let's save it and see what that looks like. All right, so we've got this text area. Maybe I won't put it in an item because that's making it a little bit thin. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, that's a little bit better. And then what I can do is say only show this if we are in replying mode. Okay, so now when I click on here, replying will be set to true. Therefore, the button will hide and the input will be displayed. So let's try that, and it works. Cool. Now we need to make it so that this can disappear, and we're just kind of sort of fake. We're going to sort of fake, and we're just kind of going to fake sending the message through. So I'm not going to do all the logic to add it to the list here. This is just going to be to show you the slide transition component. So let's change that to, so let's say at key up, and then we'll say dot enter. So that's a way of saying if the enter key has been pressed, then what are we going to do? Let's set replying equal to false. All right, and therefore the input will no longer be visible. And once again, as you can imagine, this would probably send like an AJAX request to your backend server. And then when it gets like a true result back, then it will hide it and then show it inside of this list. But we're not going to do all of that logic. All right, so we can click on reply and we can say my reply, press enter, and then that's mimicking it being sent through. Now, all we have to do to give a better UI experience here is wrap this inside of a Q-slide-transition. Enter, save it. Now check this out. You get that really nice transition. Send this, enter, and it disappears. So I think that's a really nice effect. And all we had to do was wrap it inside of this component. And maybe you want like more of a snappy feeling to your application, but you still want animation. That's where you might use something like duration and set it to something like 100 milliseconds. There we go. It's super fast, but it does animate a little bit there. So you can sort of see that it's being displayed. I think that's really cool. And there you have it. That's Quasar's slide transition component. Hope you enjoy this one as much as I enjoyed making it for you. I love doing these videos where I got to sort of like build something in terms of a UI. You know, sometimes with these component videos, I don't have a lot of time to build out UIs, but since the slide transition is I love these videos where I get to dig a little bit deeper into building UIs. Since the slide transition component is a little bit simpler, we had the chance to sort of play around with it and explore. Whereas a lot of these other videos, since they're more complicated, I wanted to sort of leave that out and keep them more. Oh, I don't need to say all of that. So I hope you enjoy this one as much as I enjoyed making it for you. As I always do with these videos, see you in the next one where we'll dig into something else. Boom. Done. Challenge complete. We have done 10 videos, at least recordings for videos. I built 10 videos in one day. It took, what is that, almost 9 hours. But that's with a lot of breaks in between. But you need to take breaks. Like, I don't think I could have done this if I just sat down and tried to spit the whole thing out. And I would have destroyed my body. I would have felt awful. But, this was really fun because it's cool to do it alongside you guys, everybody watching it. Let me just finish the job here. And then I'll have a little chat with you all. Cut that, paste it in. Oh god, that feels so good. Whew. All right, so let's go over what we did today. I did if we come back here, we did skip the editor one, but I ended up doing 10 because I added slide transition in. Where did we start? I can't even remember now. So we did markup table, no SSR, which was like a difficult, that took way longer than I thought it would in the end because I had to figure out how it was working under the hood. And I made a few mistakes to begin with. The resize observer, so that's to do with like resizing a div or some sort of a component and being able to observe what happens there and then do events based on that. The scroll observer, which is basically not just scrolling up and down in a page, but scrolling up and down in individual components and being able to observe when you've got like two divs, being able to observe what's happening in here from inside this div, which is really cool that we have that flexibility. We did the badge component, which was a lot of fun because it's actually surprisingly simple. That video didn't take very long to build, but it was, it's got a lot of value in it. And it's one of those things where Quasar makes the API so ridiculously simple that it makes me look really cool, which I love. Button component, once again, pretty straightforward. Button group, button drop down, little few finicky things where we had to like work on doing that button icon and all of the stuff related to having it so that you can differentiate between the icon and the button using the split attribute. Color picker, that was a lot of fun and pretty straightforward. We skipped the editor and we did the slide transition component as well. And that was the last one we did just then. It gave me a chance to do like something, a little bit of like UI related stuff. So that was fun. And there are 72 Quasar components. We've done 37 now. So what's that? If I say calculator, what is 72 divided by 2? 36. Is that right? Oh my gosh. So I'm just over halfway. Oh my gosh, there are so many components that I still need to do. But I'm going to get through it. I'm going to get it done. And then hopefully then we can get these into the documentation. And it's going to absolutely blow people's mind, I think, the fact that they can watch a video for any component. Can you just imagine how cool that would be? Imagine going to the docs and having a video for every single component so you can learn it really fast, especially if you're new to Quasar. I think it's going to be amazing. So once again, thank you so much, everyone, for sticking along in the journey here. And hey, if you could do me a favor, honestly, I think it's doing yourself a favor and check out quasarcast.com/register. I'm super proud of the work that I'm doing here. When the component series is finished, then it'll be available on quasarcast.com/register. and fingers crossed we'll be able to get these into the docs as well. But yeah, more on that later. Once again, thank you so much, especially to those of you that stuck with me through to the bitter end. It wasn't so bitter in the end, was it? Yeah, had a blast, and I'll see you all in a future stream. Wow, 9 hours. This is definitely the longest stream I've ever done by a long shot. Yeah, thanks for watching, and talk to you guys soon. See ya.